just anyone. I'd rather keep my hood up, walk the world alone, and make it on my own. Then you claim that you're the reason that I got where I'm going, and I'm not interested in settling for the hell of it. All these people want convenience, I want more. The wolf is howling at the door, and now it's up to the clock before the last lock hits the floor. Wait, you got in my way. Think I finally got it figured out. You can take a seat, oh please, I'm busy. I don't wanna let you let me down. I don't wanna let you let me down. Take a seat, oh please, I'm busy now. I don't wanna let you let me down. Take a seat, oh please, I'm busy now. From the time I wake up till I go to sleep, I give all of me, yeah. All fight, never flee, no flights ever free, yeah. I'm in my corner and I'm ringside, handing me a water. My hands are on my shoulders, got the belt, crown myself the winner. It's just the way you keep on talking about yours while I'ma make mine. And I'm the first one in the morning and stay late night. And you can get your tickets, watch me from the sidelines, cause you're not even in the competition. Why should I listen to someone without a vision, who has no backbone and isn't here for me at all? Yeah, they just praying and waiting on the downfall. You can't get comfortable where you are. Wait, you got in my way. Think I finally got it figured out. You can take a seat, oh please, I'm busy. I don't wanna let you let me down. I don't wanna let you let me down. Take a seat, oh please, I'm busy now. Oh please, I'm busy now. Oh please, I'm busy.
12 years old.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. He introduced me to play Dota. I was playing Hero of No Worth on, and then he showed me Dota, and then I play with him. And after that, I play with my school friends. And
Were
then,
you better than them?
Yeah. I'm like 3.5K, they were like 1K.
Oh, no.
So I stopped playing with them. And then I compete in some school tournament, and I won.
Wait, you had tournaments at school?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
How many teams would you have?
there were like 4 teams.
What? You could get 20 people to play Dota?
Yeah.
What? The Thai scene is popping off. Oh, wow. Okay, so how do they even put that together? Like, does the school put it together, or like a couple of the kids were like, dude, what if we like put some money on the line and play together?
There's a couple of kids.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's called like a community.
Okay.
Yeah, they put it up, and then I win, and then after that, I try for like a real tournament in Thailand, but I lose it like the first round.
So you had professional player aspirations pretty early on then. There wasn't a long period where you were just like, I'm just pubbing for fun. You're playing out here for money at the school right now. You're hustling, kids.
I got like $10, I think.
Yo, that counts. Put that on his esports earnings. Revise his esports earnings page right now.
Yeah.
Wait, what was the name of your school?
Oh, it's kind of long.
Oh, okay.
It's called NTUN, but Inton.
Okay.
Yeah.
Check it out. Those were the origins, and then eventually not even eventually, almost immediately, you start progressing in the ranks. So what was the tier 1 Thai scene like? How many players could you make a competitive roster with?
There were a lot back then. Like there were like 5 or 6 teams that's been paid, and I didn't really win the Thai scene that much. I struggle because I guess I'm not working with Thai people well. I think they're more chill.
Well, also at this point, you're like, what, 14, 15 years old? How old are you?
I was like 15, 16.
Okay.
Yeah. I was studying also as well. So I was like studying in the morning, and then when I come back, I script at like 10 p.m. I think.
Wow, that's an intense schedule. What were your parents saying at this time?
They weren't they weren't supporting that then, but after I get like top 10, they start.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then how do you start branching out from just the Thai local scene to Southeast Asia as a whole?
I think it was in 2016. Forev was coming to play in GSC Thailand, and he's playing pub. And then I was like, I think I was ranked 200. And then I told him, if I'm able to get top 5 the next time we meet, let's make a team together.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then on TI9 qualifier, I think Forev and March got moved out from J-Storm back then. And then I have an opportunity with him because next time he saw me, I was rank 1 in pub.
So you stuck to your promise.
Yeah.
And he held up his end as well?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, and then we had Gunner, Febby, Forev and March, and we got 2nd place. And after that, I got
Team Genesbros.
Yeah, it was Team Genesbros.
Fond memories. And that was a little bit of a setback, though, because you were basically 1 game away from making it to TI. At the time, how did you handle it? Were you like, it's my first try, we got close, or were you like, it's over?
I was pretty stressful because I'm sure we're a better team than Mineski back then.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
But Ninja Boogie took you down anyway.
And Moon. Yeah. So it was pretty disappointing. But it was a good run because before that, I never even get like top 16 in any major qualifier or anything. I always lose at like top 60 or some shit.
Yeah.
But that was like my first good tournament run, I guess. Yeah.
So that begins, I suppose, your tier 1 journey. What was the first roster where you were taking it very seriously? Like you had scrims, you had a schedule, you had a contract, you had salary. Which team was that?
It was in Thai team, MS Cerberus.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got like 300, I think, a month.
I mean, for a kid, that's
Yeah.
game changing.
But it was kind of struggling because I didn't ask for my parents' money.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
No allowance.
yeah,
Just
no.
salary.
But then it's fine because I learned a lot there. Like
Okay.
I just play a lot of pub with them. I got rank 1 with them.
So then 2020 rolls around. It's online Dota for everything. How did you handle that period as a player?
The COVID.
Yeah, I guess when no LANs are happening anymore, and honestly, like the entire landscape of Dota is a little bit questionable right then.
Back then I was in T1, and at first it's not really like I'm not so used with it because you gotta stay home for like too long, and I don't know. I was staying home for like almost a year, and then I feel like it's kind of boring.
Because I've known you as time progressed. You're quite extroverted. You like to get out there.
Yeah.
And so compared to most gamers who are just like living in their room 24/7, that must have been a pretty tough period for like an extroverted person.
I mean, back then I was still introvert, but
Oh, you've grown into this person.
yeah. I just like meeting people when I'm older. But
see.
back then I was introvert, and it was pretty boring because I like to travel and see a lot of new things in the world.
So then, at least on this time on T1, you guys have a lot of successes. I remember your Animator run very fondly. That was probably, I guess, now getting experience winning consistently on a Tier 1 team. So what was that like?
It was really good. I still cherish the moment because I really like Wyman. He's my best friend, and we had a really good time together. We've been friends for like even before we were pros.
Really?
When we were like 15 and he was like 17.
But he's Indonesian, right?
Yeah, but
so-
we meet in pub and then we talk a lot
Really?
because he's like funny.
Yeah, he's hilarious. I love him. But I didn't know that you guys had known each other even before T1.
Yeah.
Wow.
I've known him since I'm like 8K and he was like 7K or something.
And you guys have been keeping in touch ever since?
Yeah, he's my best friend in Dota. And we've won a lot. And I mean, not a lot, but we won only like ESL 1, but we've been to our first TI together, our first Tier 1 win together. And it was really good time.
But then eventually you did have to go your separate ways. He
Yeah.
went to North America. What a traitor.
He went all the world.
Yeah, he went across the world to get away from you.
Yeah.
But you stayed in Southeast Asia. Was there any point that you were considering changing regions at any point?
I mean, last year he also invited me to NA with him. But I feel like in C there's some potential. Like,
Okay.
and of course I don't want to be that far from home. Like it's kind of like a long flight. And as long as we have like decent roster, I'm still gonna be in C. Yeah. And I think we still have decent players like Q, Oli, and Kodo, Japs.
Yeah, if you didn't mention all your teammates, I was gonna be like, oh, I see Jabs clearly isn't still good enough.
Yeah.
But yeah, you've been on competitive rosters pretty much ever since T1. Like Talon was top tier, Aurora's proving to be top tier. So the rigors of being on a tier 1 team, have you gotten used to the routine, or are you finding that like it does take quite a bit of stamina to maintain being the top of the top?
At first it's really tiring, but now I think I'm getting used to it. You just need to be professional about.
Were you always this professional?
Oh, when I was like 18, I think no. When I was 19, also no. But maybe I'm like when I was like 20, when I start joining Talon, like the first roster.
Yeah.
I think I start being more professional.
Okay, what does being professional entail then? Does it mean being on time to scrims or stuff like that? Like, how did you have to change your lifestyle to match the expectations?
It's just like 1 pop before scrim and like 4 pops after scrim. But in the tournament, it's kind of hard because you have a lot of schedule to do.
Sure.
Yeah. But usually, if we're like at home, I try to play at least like 4 games a day if I'm not taking a break.
So are these routines that your teammates, like, is Jabs telling you to do this, or is your coaches telling you to do this, or you just took the responsibility yourself?
I mean, they told us to do, but I also did it before. Like,
Mhm.
I try and always keep in shape, like not too much fun in life. Need to balance it well.
Yeah, I'm glad that you are confirming that you've become extroverted, because I did an interview with you on the Singapore major, and that was like one of your first real events, and you were very shy back then. And I also imagine that you probably weren't as good at your English either. But time has progressed, and you've really grown into yourself.
I guess so. Yeah.
Would 2019, 23 look at you and be like, it all worked out?
I think so. I think back then I just didn't try a lot of things. Like I didn't try go out. I just play the games in the room. But after I travel and see a lot of things, I think it's more fun out there than it is in the room.
Well, it's exciting to see the man that you've turned into, 23. I love seeing the growth that you've shown, and I can't wait to see how Aurora does here at Riyadh Masters.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are you ready? Are you ready?
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup 2024. It is time for our group stage to begin. Thank you guys for joining us. It is Wednesday, July 10th. So you can check in Winter joining you on the call, everyone. Winter, how we doing today, man? It's been a while. We've had the a couple days off to relax, get a little bit more of the patch going. We have now, of course, it's June. What did they call it? June 39th, right? Our new chapter is out. How have you been? What have you been up to?
Real bad the last couple of days. Had a very, very hard time in my ranked game adventures, you know. I know you've been stalking me, watching me play on the journey together, so you kind of know some of my feelings.
Yep.
That sinking feeling.
You've had more minus 100 MMR days, is it, Winter? Yeah, well, it's okay. Either way, well, we're happy to be here and bringing you the action as we do resume our Riyadh Masters. Let's go ahead and take a look at our format in case you've forgotten over the few days off that we've had. As I said earlier, Winter, we are in stage 2 of 3 of this tournament format. We've already said goodbye to 2 teams from the play-in stage, and now entering our second round robin group stage where the groups are augmented by 2 teams each, up to 8, for plenty more Dota to be played out over this weekend before we eliminate 2 further teams and finally get ready to go for our double elimination bracket. It's like the old TI, Winter, where sometimes you're seated directly into the lower bracket. Are you a fan of that? Do you kind of like being seated directly down there?
Is that a trick question?
No, it's not a trick question. That's not it. I didn't even... that was an unintentional, okay?
Yeah. Unintentional, yeah.
Oh, goodness.
Just
I
happened
apologize.
to shoot me in the foot just like that.
I mean, you know, sometimes you know, you got to be careful, right? But hey, we'll see who ends up down there. And even if you do end up down in that lower bracket, Winter, you're still playing for quite a pretty penny here, as we just refresh everyone for what the stakes are. Not only are you playing in this club championship for even more money, but of course for the Dota 2 section of this tournament itself, here we can see the prize pool breakdown. Like I said before, we've already said goodbye to I think that 4 teams. No, 2 teams only. So 19th, 20th already have been sent packing with 15K. The rest still up for grabs, Winter, up to $1.5 million. So pretty good amount of money there up for grabs.
Yeah, life-changing money. You know, everybody wants to get their hands on it, so you can get a lovely vacation at the end of the year with it.
Yeah, that would be ideal, right? That'd be ideal. Well, Winter, we know the format. We know what they're playing for. It's, I think, time to introduce and take a look at the teams that will be fielding and taking to battle here very shortly. This time, there is no more waiting. We have all 16 teams now in our group stage, 8 of which were directly invited based on their EPT placement points. Of course, Falcons, for many, the team to watch, Winter, having kind of dominated, much like Gaming Gladiators did. You've got OG, who have OG'd their way into the tournament after being a replacement team for ESL 1 Birmingham and outperforming everyone there for a 4th place finish to get enough points. I mean, a lot of storylines, you know, coming to a conclusion here. If you had to highlight one team here, Winter, we've had the opportunity to cover a lot of EPT Dota. Which team would you want to highlight based on their journey here?
Based on their journey here, I think Blacklist, since I'm biased to SEA, because they went from a pretty bad team to a team that can actually beat some of the stronger teams, you know. So I think they had a long journey. They had a couple of roster changes here and there. People doubted them. People said that they were gonna be bombing out early again, and you know, here they are. You know, they made it through from the play-ins, and they're here. They played a lot better than before. So just looking forward to see them.
Yeah, and well, we did get the opportunity to cast them a little bit. We might get to see them later on today, and we're probably going to get to see a little bit of them as well as we take a look at our Aramco highlights from yesterday.
So he can't do much. Storm still wants to go.
Jump on his Husker, you're right. He's got no BKB or Satanic,
what a
so
shackle.
can't be in trouble. Lifted up and dragged back. They've got Disposed to save, and the freezing field is there. A bit of covering fire as well. Copy is so low. He's trying to get out, but he's dead nonetheless. FY with the steals, freezes them all. Destroys Nouns. He's a massive Rubik.
A little bit on that tree gap with the Pavity. Did him no favor.
Oh, look at that toss. That was beautiful. That sets up a magnetize that will burn out all of these heroes. Maybe even Monet. He's going to go for a TP away, but they have the roll to stop it as well. Echo and BYW, a 2-man team that just took down 5.
What just happened? Absolute disaster on a casual tier 2 push by G2IG.
Rubik is like, get off me, get off me. Poor FY, he does not want his positioning compromised.
Tianming, put your Kobold to use. Get him attacking these melee
Here
creeps.
comes the
As it's
Darkseer
taking a
wall.
while. The wall into the Roche pit. Roshan about to die. Nouns move in. Gunner with a vacuum back. Roshan dead. Aegis claimed.
denied it with the illusion.
Denied
With the
by
illusion.
Gunner. How's he done that? Azure Ray not clicking their buttons. Tianming being killed off by illusions. Ori TPing out. Phoenix dead. What a wild sequence of events. Rubik also in trouble now, spotted by Copy on the back lines, taken out by the Huskars. In the meantime, we've got this unleashing Lelis Marcy slaying the Wind Ranger.
Wind Ranger going down.
But can they get anything more? They can be able to bring down Malik. Tier 2000 focuses down Jabs with the focus fire. Jabs will fall. Lorenos got to start backing away, but he's low on the mana. I mean, they went all in for this play.
Such a deep dive.
I mean, they do get 3 of them. It's a 3-for-3 trade, but if they lose Lorenov, it won't be worth it.
He gets shackled.
They've caught him as well, and they may even just be able to run down Oli. That's Oli on the retreat, but Noob and Tier 2000, they've got the methods to chase him. They pull him back in with the Waning Rift. It's a team wipe that Aurora only just went and kind of walked themselves into, Fog.
It was so huge.
Straight in with the Malphite Black Hole, right onto Ulmet. The Solar Guardian. Is that going to heal him up enough for the BKB and the Chemical Rage? The Alchemist will turn. Oh my god, Ulmet still still alive.
He's not
Chrono
taking any
required.
damage.
Low is trying to kill the Alchemist, but the missed chance, the hook shot comes in. The
He's
Alch is
alive.
unkillable. You can't take him down. Stolen Chrono.
There's no way,
from
dude.
Narman and Bengan. Azure Ray, this is despair. Absolute despair.
There are those highlights of the play-in phase, Winter, where we did say goodbye to 2 more teams. Our eliminated teams, after, 4 days of play, are G2IG, AR, virtus.pro, and Nouns. Any surprises among those teams for you, Winter? Were you expecting anyone else to be in there?
Probably Nouns. I think Nouns kind of felt like they had a lot of potential coming into this event. You know, they did well qualifying to both Riyadh and TI, but just, you know, unfortunately they came up short. I think the other teams are kind of probably in my radar being eliminated early, especially BP and AR. I think they're not really doing so well, but Nouns definitely not.
Yeah, I think I'd have to agree with you there, to be honest. I think that for me might have been one of the bigger surprises, as well as saying goodbye to a few of our teams in Group A as well as Group B. Well, you have our reactions. Let's take a look at the Pepsi top reactions to see how the players react to the play-in phase. Welcome back, everyone. Those were our reactions brought to you by Pepsi. Indeed, a dramatic day with a few teams being eliminated at the hands of their opponents in those BO3s. We are now safe and sound into what is many more days of simple just BO2s, Winter. We have 2 teams being straight up eliminated from each group, so you just have to beat, 5 of your opponents, and you're basically safe to go unless something freak happens. I don't know. Are you a big fan of the BO2 format overall? BO3s? What's your poison here, Winter?
I kind of like BO3 a little bit more because sometimes I don't like, feeling hanging after playing against our arch nemesis and then it goes 1-1 and you want to just beat them up, in the third game.
That's true, right? It's settle the score then and there. But for that final game through, we're going to have to wait only for the playoffs until we get back and going, unless we have some tiebreakers in between now and then. As we'll take a look at our schedule for the day, we did have a very slight programming change. So if you're here for the Blacklist OG game, that's over on Stream D. Here on Stream C for Charlie, we've got Aurora LGD first off. Following that will be Weibo Extreme Gaming versus Team Liquid, and then we will be wrapping up the day here back in Group A with Heroic versus LGD Gaming. If you're looking for Heroic and Gaming Gliders, live on Stream B shortly, and Falcon Spirits on the main channel. Winter, though, I do want to try and highlight one of our matches here in terms of what our 3 games are. If you had to choose only one game to watch, you could only watch one, and then you gotta, you gotta work on the others. What match would you choose?
Extreme Gaming, Weibo Gaming against Liquid. That would be my pick of the day.
Why is that, Winter? What's to highlight here as we see, what is it, the primary school pupil versus 33 here? That's XXS, I believe.
Yeah, my favorite lane to watch, the battle of the off-laners. Everybody has to buy auras now, so not everyone's happy, but 33 is happy, aura buyer. He loves buying those aura items. XXS probably prefers the Blink Dagger meta on the off-laners.
That's probably true, right? That's probably true. And we'll see how these two great minds end up clashing here, as that is going to be our second match of the day. Winter, for us, we now need to turn and focus on our upcoming match, which is going to be between Aurora and LGD Gaming. LGD squeaking through the play-in phase. It looked for a while like we were going to only have one Chinese team in the tournament, being Weibo Extreme Gaming. Instead, LGD pull off the upset and take down Nouns.
Yeah.
What,
they kind of crash landed over here, with their tiny, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I certainly didn't predict that they would be doing this well, and I'm curious if the rest of you watching will think the same. You can go ahead and give us your opinion over on stcplay.gg for your audience predictions, and make sure you do vote, because we'll be going and hopefully showing what those results are for the audience predictions in between our series. Make sure you check that out, stcplay.gg. Winter, I certainly didn't think they were going to make it through. I'm not going to lie. They managed a draw there versus G2IG to just barely stay in it and clutched it out at the end. But, I mean, Chinese Dota, especially for this historic org, has seemingly not been going that great as of late. That's strange.
Yeah, they have to try to figure out what's going on here. I mean, you can't expect them to do better in this type of aura heavy meta where you have to play around your Greaves, your Pipe, your Crimson Guard, you group together, you ball up as a unit, and you push down towers together. But they're kind of like not really playing very well at the moment, so have to figure out a solution.
Yeah, and meanwhile for Aurora, the team that had been usually representing SCA at various EPT events throughout the year, they had fairly mixed results, losing in the play-in stage the BA2 Series to Quest, and then finding draws versus Nouns and Heroic, and finding 2-0s then over AR and Mouse. Not the best, not the worst. They were 6-4 Winter. They were very clear of those play-in stages. How would you rate their performance so far here compared to how we've seen them throughout the year?
A little bit disappointing, but I think considering their recent form, it might be acceptable for them. I think they have a lot of ceiling. They have a lot of issues that they have to figure out. If they can figure out, they definitely have a lot more potential to play better. Yeah,
certainly. Well, we'll take a look at their roster here in case you need to get refamiliarized with them. But here they are for you. Not sure what that says on top of their jersey, but here are the lads, all 5 of them, Winter. You've got the ties, the only 3 tie players, 23, Jabs and Q, Ollie as well, playing together for such a long time. And who could forget the dramatic, what was it, the Dream League Season 22? Seems so long ago already, when Lorinov dramatically joins the team as a stand-in, and all of a sudden things started clicking. They've looked good then, and then they've had moments, like you say, of brilliance throughout. They just need to find that consistency. We'll see if they can do it versus their opponents now, LGD Gaming, who, again, I'm a little bit surprised that they even find themselves in the second phase of this tournament. They weren't looking all that great.
Yeah, no, they weren't. They kind of looked like a team that didn't really know what's going on in the meta. They weren't really picking heroes that were strong, or they figured out some other heroes are stronger. So just lucky to to kind of arrive here at the skin of their teeth, and hopefully the last couple of days, you know, you get to go through the data and you get to look at the heroes, and you have to kind of try to figure out why did we did so badly in the playing stage. Sure, we got here, but we have to be able to improve, fix our problems, and do better.
Indeed. We're about to jump into our first game here, folks. Thanks for sticking with us through our pre-show as we look ahead to the first day of our group stage play. Winter just taking a focus here on our match. C versus China. Traditionally, I don't know. I mean, it used to be this for a while, right back when TNC Predator was kind of stomping everyone. But TNC and a couple other C orgs have long been like the Chinese dismantlers. Like, I don't know what it is, the tempo or the play style or the somewhat familiarity, especially now that Chinese players play on C servers all the time, causes sometimes problems for Chinese teams heading against the SEA teams. Is that still true?
Yeah, tell me more about the China players in our servers, you know. I mean, nowadays, I think the China players and the SEA players kind of have a lot more similarities in terms of how we play, because everyone's playing on the same server, and I feel like over time, it's just going to merge into a different play style. There won't be any pure SEA play style or pure China play style. You know, it'll be something different. I feel like kind of a balance, because China is a little bit more conservative. They kind of try to play for the objectives more, a little bit more defensive, and I think sometimes you kind of need the aggression from the SEA teams or the SEA players to get you that one step further, you know, to finish the job. You know, if you're too conservative, I think maybe sometimes it's going to cost you some silverware.
Yeah, I definitely know what you mean. There's Laronoff, of course, the odd man out, so to speak, on the on the otherwise SEA-based org. He really impressed when he first joined the team, Winter, and then since then, I don't know if you call it honeymoon period over. I don't know if you call it, you know, opponents doing their research, but usually there's a plethora of bans targeted his way. Looking towards the enemy mid, Echo is it? Give me a moment here.
Yeah,
for
Echoes.
LGD.
A legendary Earth Spirit player. He's very good with that hero.
How would you compare the two? Yeah.
I think one guy, like I said, Echoes, the Earth Spirit player, he's more of the guy that plays for the team more. He doesn't mind like going to a losing matchup. Whereas I think for Laronoff, he kind of is a little bit more greedy, or he has an overall more greedy playstyle. He wants to be put in a good matchup, last pick, you know, give him a winning lane, and he kind of snowballs from there. Whereas I feel like in this series, it might be very, very different for Echo, because I think Aurora usually they try to prioritize Jeps, even though maybe they don't do it anymore every game. So sometimes I feel like maybe they can get away with a weaker laner like Earth Spirit, you know, for LGD, because they kind of like to pick a mid laner that fits the whole job, but sometimes has a weaker laning phase, and you get bullied in the lane by the opposing mid.
Well, that's what I was kind of about to get to, right? As you do compare offlaners, for the side of LGD, you have New, who was very much a standout player for LGD during their last TI run, especially. Kind of really popped off as an offlaner. Now, the meta has changed a little bit since TI, of course, to be expected. Now back into this very heavy aura carrier. Comparing New and Jabs, do you think either team's got a better suited meta, basically, for their offlaner?
Oh, easy. New. I think New is... New kind of fits a lot more with the way he wants to play. But on the other hand, I feel like Jabs also kind of adapted in a way. Even though he's naturally just a secondary carry for the team, he plays a lot more greedier than the other offlaners if you compare them. But right now, recently, I think he's been trying to be a little bit more proactive in terms of playing for his mid laner, Laronoff. You know, you see him making rotations to the mid lane, like when he plays Darkseer especially. He comes over to fight for the rune. He comes over to fight when they are pushing Laronoff's tower. He needs help. You know, before you don't really see that as much, you know. Like, before when he was playing all those, like, Razor carry hero. Oh, my mid is getting ganked. Great, you know. I'm pre-farming, you know. I'm clearing some ancients, you know. Screw him, you know. I'm happy, you know. But nowadays, he's trying to help because he knows it's important to help out in the early stages.
Well, a lot of the offlaners banned out. Here's our first draft is now underway.
Yeah.
Aurora did win the coin toss, Winter. They chose first pick, which means LGD ended up going with Dire, which for me is a little bit more interesting than not, as we do see now the Beastmaster come through very powerful, or sorry, very, very present first pick, I should say, present in a lot of the drafts, as there's a bit more of a rarity here. Apparently a 12-1 overall Coddle is going to take to the field.
This hero might be a Beastmaster counter, that's why they responded so quickly. Because Beastmaster is very, very difficult to deal with when he reaches that, you know, item timing of Aghanims plus Dagger. He just comes over and you just can't kill him, you know. But with Kotal, you have the magic damage, the Solar Bind, you lock him down, you kill him. And in the early game, you can kind of defend your towers, you know, when he's like pushing and coming to your side of the map. So I think the idea is the Kotal kind of can deal with the Beastmaster until the Beastmaster has BKB.
And then those drums of Slam get online. It gets on top of you. You find yourself roared.
Yeah, the Vessel as well. Because Kotal buys Vessel if you're going mid Kotal. So the Vessel will be there for the drums of Slam.
Starting to see a lot more Alchemist prop up in pubs, especially the hero banned here by Aurora right before this second phase, which does let through a very rare Tiny. Now, Tiny is no stranger to the banning phase, but being allowed through here, Winter, that's for PYW, isn't it?
That has to be his best hero right now. I mean, it could be a mid hero or a core or a carry. I don't know so much about carry, but nowadays I feel like this hero is more of like a support hero / mid.
Yeah, especially with the crash landing facet just seems so strong. While LGD will get their hands on potentially one of the best supports, Aurora, they get to swing just as hard now as they go to the Phoenix. Especially into a Tiny and a Coddle, seems like a pretty safe pick for now. And again, this hero is still pretty bonkers as far as their strength.
Yeah, Beastmaster plus Phoenix. Beastmaster doesn't have kind of like a huge team fight presence. He's more like single target. So Phoenix kind of helps him with that. Takes care of the team fight department. And the Sunray, you know, you keep the Aghanims, Drums of Slum, Beastmaster drumming. So the Sunray and the Beastmaster definitely a very, very strong tool in the team fights. It's very hard. It's going to be very hard for you to deal with. But like I said, you know, Kotal is going to have Vessel, so the Vessel is going to kind of deal with the heal from Drums of Slum and the Sunray. So they do have answers for that.
That's true. It's true. You've also got percentage-based damage right into the Tiny, which is always really nice to have on something like Sunray. But yeah, you're right. This is a very like tanky lineup, right? The Drums of Slum do give you that lifesteal, so that Vessel is going to need to be prioritized here quite a bit. And speaking of prioritized, here's another high priority hero, the Ember Spirit, who I can't believe is only contested in 56% of drafts. I thought he would have been a bit higher, but we'll see if LGD have something special in store for it. Would you be happy with a Coddle into Ember?
Do you mean for the Kotal or for the Ember? For the Kotal, I think Ember is like a pretty good hero at catching the Kotal. But in the lane, I mean, you don't really care if you're laning into the Ember as Kotal because you're just gonna push out and go jungle. I think it's gonna be important for the Ember to kind of get some observer. I think usually you try to block off the camps if you're playing into a mid Kotal. I think Ember's just a really strong lane right now. It's very hard to lane into the Ember because of the double hit, you know, when you get from the side of face. It's just very difficult to lane into him. And with Kotal, you kind of don't lane, right? Because you push out the lane and you go jungle, so you don't care about that.
A little bit surprised to see this Jakiro come through. He's got a terrible win rate right now. I looked up the stats before we started. Here he is. He's been picked 13 times, only banned twice, and he has a 30% win rate in all of play-ins. Now, that does include, you know, 4 eliminated teams, so maybe there's something to be said about that. But this hero, I don't know. LGD, they'll go to it now alongside the Ursa, as Aurora will respond with a Faceless Void. Winter, I used to think that Ursa countered a Faceless Void.
Yeah, it still does, because you can get Aghanims and you don't care about being chronoed, you know? You pop your ulti. But I think the Faceless Void here is more of like the combo, right? You have the Supernova plus Chronosphere and time dilation against their heroes.
Well, 23 Savage is going to have to get that team fight right, and you do have a lot of damage into Chrono. That's sure. That's sure present for both teams. As what we'll be looking for then, yeah, I mean, LGD definitely need an offlaner, likely showing this as a Tiny Core with a Jakiro. Sorry, make that an Ursa carry with a Jakiro Tiny support. I guess Coddle mid, Coddle / Tiny mid. So a bit of flex there. And then the other going off lane, or sorry, the other going position 4. Whereas Aurora looking for their last support.
I mean, unless we are seeing some Ember Spirit position for some SCA flavor.
Little Davai Lama off lane Ember.
I'm sure it's not going to be a thing. It's probably going to be like some Tusk, some Spirit Breaker type of hero. I think Tusk kind of might be good here. You can.
Do you want an Ollie or a Q hero?
Q hero. I think Ollie's going to play the Phoenix.
Right.
So they need another initiating hero. They can kind of match the Tiny's momentum in the game. You kind of want a hero that can play around your mid lane.
Yeah. Who's the hero that we've been seeing a lot that gives vision? We've seen this with Beastmaster, and who else? Oh goodness, I can't remember that one match we casted where they just like couldn't run from this team. Wait, is Hoodwink not banned? Okay, she is banned. I was gonna say that'd be crazy. Hoodwink's banned.
I mean, Snapfire is like banned in the last phase. You know, that's a hero that's very contested so far. Very strong hero, in my opinion. Surprised to not see the hero being picked up against the Phoenix, especially.
Yeah, a lot of supports banned out overall, to be honest. So I think yeah,
I mean, Jakiro is kind of also a Phoenix counter in a way because you double.
That's right.
Double hit.
I
mean, I don't know if it's gonna come into play, but it's nice.
Hey, every little bit helps against the Phoenix Supernova.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever found myself in a game versus a Phoenix where I went, no, don't click the egg, you know?
It's
the more the merrier.
If your Ursa's not killing the egg with the furry swipes, then something is wrong.
Yeah,
sorry, not furry swipes, overpower.
Well, I guess, yeah, that's true. You don't Fury swipes them. Okay, Winter, last pick coming through. Like I said before, it is Aurora here who will have 23rd, and then LGD getting the last say. With the offlaner especially, does feel pretty strong.
If it's not a melee hero possible that initiates, I think Rubik can be good because it's Jakiro plus Tiny. There's a lot of very nice spells to steal. I think especially the toss. If you steal the toss from Tiny, it's actually crazy insane on Rubik. I mean, apart from that range hero, I think the rest of the heroes that I'm thinking of is melee. I think Spirit Breaker, Tusk.
Okay, Tidehunter the last ban.
Okay, so they think that the Ember support. Oh, wait, what's this? Oh no, sorry, I got confused.
All good. Coach Sunby.
Tide is the Faceless Void counter in the lane and in the game.
Good call, Winter. Rubik's the pick.
Yeah, so for right now for LGD, they kind of need offlaner, I think. Aura builders, they're still underlord against FE if they want to. Can win the lane, be a frontline tank, because they need like a mid shield right now. The heroes don't really want to stand in front. Ursa can stand in front, but only after he gets a lot of items.
Yeah, I'm just taking a look around here as well. So you do want like an aura carrier, right? You wouldn't want something like a Brewmaster who plays a little bit more for themselves.
Brewmaster is like he's the aura carrier in a way, right? With Radiance, but more
yeah.
greedy or.
Yeah, I mean it's a bit of a sure. It's an aura technically.
And you have Jakiro to kind of buy the team items for you, you know.
Ooh, first sighting of a Lycan. I like the way first sighting Winter. The wolves, they hunt. Sunby, oh my goodness, look at that. He's scratching his head. He's confounded. That wasn't in the notes. That wasn't in the prep. Holy moly. He can't believe it. He had to check both screens.
Wolf bite Ursa, is that the strat?
Wait, isn't I have flashbacks of new Lycan. Am I going crazy?
Yeah, but why is he trying to do it in this game? What is the idea here? I'm struggling. I mean, he has a good lane against Faceless Void, but he doesn't really kill the egg. I mean, Beastmaster is kind of like, I think, pretty useful against Lycan with the raw. That's how I feel about it. So, not really sure. Maybe they're just looking to hit like a timing to push because you have creeps from Wolves and maybe Helm of Dom from Lycan. Then you have a Jakiro that can kill buildings, and then you ball together with the Kotal heal. So I think that might be the strat here. They want to play extremely fast paced, because if you compare what they have to what Aurora has, Aurora is slow, right? With the Phoenix plus Faceless Void, they take a long time to ramp up. They need to play around their cooldowns a lot. So that's when your Lycan can take advantage of that, you know. Take Roshan, get control of the map. So play a totally different game, you know, from the Faceless Void Phoenix. You know, you try to punish their slow cooldowns. Long cooldowns, actually, yeah.
Yeah, just taking a look here at what the prevailing builds are for the Lycan on Dota 2 Pro Tracker, and it is a lot of the Helm of the Overlord to be, as we expected, basically, right, into AC, sometimes Vlad's, and then Shard, which is really quite a value pickup, isn't it? Giving you the ability to kind of ghost push, I guess wolf push the lanes passively. So, yeah, I mean, I could very well see your theory playing out well here, Winter. I also can't help but take a look at Aurora's lineup, especially with this carry Faceless Void, and going, this is just such a darn good Faceless Void game. You know, you land your Chronos, and every single hero here has got a reason to be afraid of you, I guess with exception to the Ursa, right, who can always just get the hags.
I mean, isn't that always the case, Richie? You land a good chrono, everyone's afraid of you. Unless you're Wraith King, because you
unless you're Wraith King or Medusa. Or you have like a Pugna in the game, or an SD. Like, not at all.
I feel like if you're talking about Medusa can be afraid if the Faceless Void has disperse Manta, you know. So it depends on his build.
We shall see as things get going here. Of course, those are not our players. That's not Ace or Tofu or Coin or Celery, but we have 10 players ready to go now for our group stage at the Riyadh Masters here at the Esports World Cup. Thank you so much for joining us, everyone, as we prepare to get underway for Aurora versus LGD Gaming. Winter, I bought you some time. You got some more time to think. It's not so scary. We're coming down from the fence now. What do you think? Are you preferring this team fight heavy lineup of Aurora? Do you believe they can execute, or is it too complex? Do you think LGD will be able to undermine the cooldowns and the timings?
I like the Beastmaster a lot. I think the Beastmaster is going to be a very key hero. I think whenever you look at Aurora's lineup, or the games that they win, if Jabs has a very influential hero that can kind of do everything on his own, they tend to win those games, you know. And I feel like he could be on one of those games here. Like, his only main problem is the Kotal with the Vessel, you know, killing him. And I think if he can live past that phase pump till he gets BKB, I feel like the Beast can kind of do everything on his own with the Drums of Slum.
Okay, I buy that. We'll see how he gets going then. As at the runes, we don't have much going on. There's our beautiful tiny set as well. Have you seen this new one in the collector's cache? A little turtle. So cute, huh?
Yeah,
so
did I ever tell you about my pet turtle?
No, you did not.
I went into my garden. I was helping my mom with her gardening. I dug up a part of the garden, and then I found a turtle.
Interesting. Did you replant it and then water it?
Dude, no. I mean, I'm talking about the turtle. I found a turtle.
Yes,
what do you mean?
I know what a turtle is. It was simply a joke.
You know what? I left it outside. I built a fence for it, and I gave it water. But apparently it doesn't really like playing around the water.
Well, was it a tortoise or was it a turtle? Did it have flippers?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, tortoise.
Yeah, well, tortoises can't swim. That's a very common misconception. So I'm glad you didn't throw it into the pool. Winter, one quick thing as well. We talked about, yes, the strength of the Coddle, and he is strong, but I think actually something I always forget to bring up, and I hope 23 remembers this, but if he takes 1 point in time dilation, I don't know, by level 8 or 9 or something, and if you can hit the Coddle with it, for whatever reason, Illuminate, if it's on cooldown, will always give Coddle 2 stacks of time dilation slow, which is pretty
because
brutal.
it's 2 spells, because you have the release button. That's why it counts.
Yeah, but it's not consistent. That's not how it works for many other spells that have like AA blast and stuff like that. Jabs up top
you remember
lane,
what you told me,
fine.
Richie?
Dota
rules
is a game of rules,
you know?
but it's mostly a game of exceptions. You are completely right there. But I do hope that 23 realizes that, and he does take that, because then
he's
think
max time dilation. I think most of the players do that nowadays. Instead of going for stats, it's just better to, I feel like, max the time dilation. Probably not over your other 2 spells, your time lock and time walk, but later down the road.
Right, I see what you mean. I just want to see a point in it relatively early. We'll see what he decides. Because like you say, Winter, you pointed to the Coddle as a big sign of victory here, which could potentially upset Jabs and tilt his game out of control. You know, maybe you can try and bring it back into focus, because I take a look at these supports, a Rubik and a Phoenix, and like, yeah, you know.
You have to look at Tiny when you're looking at this power supports. I think Tiny is going to be a very powerful hero in the early stages, you know, especially with this crash landing, because you deal so much damage with it, and especially when you get levels on grow, because the way you play Tiny now is totally different from before, where you try to initiate with your toss. You're not really looking to land those stun toss combo as much, but you're trying to use your toss to slow heroes down and to help your team catch up, and here he is. He's going to toss Ollie back in. I mean, the more levels you get on this thing, you get more range, and then you do so much damage. And then with your ultimate, you do even more damage on the area. It's crazy. People often underestimate the damage from the toss, you know, like the area that you get tossed to that area. I don't know if you watched their last game against G2IG, where they actually won like a couple of team fights off a tiny toss damage, you know. Opponents were like pushing their towers, and then they got surprised by the damage, you know.
Oh, crash landing is absolutely no joke, and to be honest, neither is this Liquid Frost. This one feels much better here on the Jakiro compared to the Liquid Fire.
Is it low-key OP right now, or is it straight up OP?
I think I don't know if it's OP. I can't really tell you the difference, to be honest with you. I just don't play at that level of Dota, but it does seem like the better one, and I'm seeing an overwhelming majority of players tend to prefer this one as well as support. I couldn't say about. I imagine actually on an offlane Jakiro, it might be busted. Could you imagine amping your spell damage on a Witchblade on Jakiro? That sounds dreadful.
Sounds like
actually,
a mid-hero, you know?
Yeah, most of them go Maelstrom now, actually, but you get the idea. The right-clicker build on Jakiro,
so
it's a
they
real
go
thing.
Gleipnir, right, I guess? Maelstrom, Gleipnir.
Yeah, I think so, something like that.
We'll see. I mean, it's a position 5, so probably not gonna have the luxury of getting a Maelstrom early.
Yeah, no, I doubt it here. I doubt it here.
Yeah, the hero has been popping up in my games, at least, you know, here and there. But I'm not really sure if it's like a very strong hero, so just have to see.
Quick pause now as the servers get settled in anticipation for the main event. We can quickly check in on how our lanes are doing. And Winter, it is a very strong start for New. Some of the highest base damage in the game, I believe, on Lycan, buffed even more by the stats he's carrying. He has 10 denies in the face of 23 Savage. Jab's also not doing too poorly, 20 and 6. So he is keeping Shiro not too worse off, but a bit worse off.
Yeah, it's gonna get more annoying once you get arcane boots. Can keep spamming your axe onto the Ursa, and his lane partner is a Jakiro, right? So Jakiro doesn't really offer you sustain like a Witch Doctor heal or a Treant heal, something along those lines. So
Right.
I think at some point you're gonna just have to, I think, try to play for aggression, because if you can't kill him in the lane, the beast is just going to throw axes at you, and you're gonna always have to ferry south. So it's going to be annoying.
True. Well, Shiro's just finished a salve now, so we'll see if they want to try and make a play. Q doing a good job at keeping Y pushed back and away from the lane. That is the thing, right? It's Ursa doesn't have really good HP regen. Jakiro has terrible mana regen, especially for how mana intensive his spells, but in the laning stage, his spell is being dual breath. So very limited resources here to fight with, and Aurora so far coming off a bit better. However,
yeah, they're trying to kill him already.
They'll make a rotation.
Ursa is saying, I can't take this, guys. I need a hand. I need a crash landing.
Uh-oh. Well, here they go. Crash landing now onto Jabs, who does get the Hawk thrown out, but a nice controlled launch there as, okay, Jabs looking for a kill first. Jabs, he wants first blood. I don't think he's going to get it. A nice rotation from Ollie as it's Q who does secure first blood against Y. PYW strikes back onto Jabs as it's the supports who will be the last standing on the side of Aurora. Shiro killed by the right clicks. That's a TP incoming, which is not going to save the life of PYW, but it is going to be enough to change the fate of this fight as even Echoes TPs on in. Does he have the damage for Q? Ooh. Not nearly. He TPs away. What was that?
Huge.
6 heroes up top?
That is huge, you know, getting the Koto TP, and now the Ember is going to have like a huge advantage if he can secure the 6-minute rune. he's gonna know that the Kotal can not respond to his rotation, and I think bot lane is gonna be the one lane that you wanna try to snatch a kill on, you know, on the Lycan.
You could see there, by the way, the impact of crash landing. I mean, holy moly, it slowed him to a crawl, and the zero armor here, he just gets chewed up by the creeps. Speaking of getting chewed up, 23 Savage just gets chewed up down bottom. Echoes, he rotates all the way through the gate and finds a big kill onto the Faceless Void.
That was a very, very surprising move that actually kind of worked out, because they know that he has no TP, but I think 23 just forgot he can just gate, you know. So he was playing a little bit too far forward there, got caught. Level 1 time walk, so no way he escapes.
A brutal death there, but here goes Lornoff now. He will rotate top, and the Hawks giving enough lockdown here for the kill easily. Pardon me, to go into the hand of the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, both mid laners just making their presence felt in the game, and now 7-minute Wisdom Runes, so it should be 1 apiece. Nothing fancy gonna happen here.
Okay, but something needs to be done about this Lycan. I mean, you talked about the Beastmaster potentially breaking wide open this game. New has 20 denies at this point in time. They've gotten a kill onto 23 Savage. Are you afraid of a Lycan potentially running over this game the same way you were afraid of the Beastmaster running over the game?
Yeah, I guess because your lineup is a little on the slower side, you know, for so you have to try to keep the wolf in the cage somehow.
Keep him in the kennel.
Be it like the Chronosphere, be it the Primal Raw. You have to find a way to respond to him. Like he's gonna come online fairly quickly. He has his helm soon, 200 gold. And once you have that, your tier 1 tower is gonna be in jeopardy.
Yeah, I don't know how you take it down either. I mean, I guess you commit a chrono in your team fight to kill him and boot him from the lane, but he'll be right back.
You need 2 big spells to kill him.
Exactly. That'll be a bit of a trouble point here, a pain point for Aurora. We'll see how they look to respond as New off to a pretty good start. Lornoff, 2 power runes out of 2 for him. This one's just the regen.
Yeah, he's gonna have to look at how he can actually respond to the Lycan. I think he either has to wait for the Kotal to make a move, or he has to be ready to commit on a move on his own right now. Kotal is just happily just blasting away creeps, you know. He has his Vessel, right? Yeah, Vessel's done.
Yeah, Vessel's done. So
that's going to be a big threat on the map.
Yeah, especially if they can try and rotate into the
goes,
triangle.
Richie. He's steeping now.
Okay, he's going to go bottom. I was afraid that they were going to find jabs when he was farming his stacks. So there's big stacks that are about to be cleared, which it's not going to be the full ags, but it's going to be a serious acceleration for his jabs ags. It's a good ward out from Ollie. I believe they saw Echoes with that.
Yep. Echoes movement is going to be scouted, so they're going to try to play a little bit more defensive here.
It may catch Ollie here. PYW from behind. Ooh, a little ring around the rosy tree action as the Wolves looking for the Phoenix. Echoes going in deep now as he does find his man. There's going to be tons of damage from the toss. Actually, Ollie managing to evade for now, but into the path of the Stampede. Chronosphere doesn't save his life, but it does catch the Coddle as well as the Tiny Echoes. Pops the magic wand, but is not going to be able to live against 3 heroes. New with the Shapeshift active now, making a run for it. He's going to be safe and sound, but can do nothing to help his fallen comrade. That is a big kill onto the Coddle, isn't it?
Yeah, very, very big kill. You defend the tower, you kind of wasted their Shapeshift plus the Spirit Form, so that's a very, very big deal, you know, for LGD. So Aurora kind of stifled them in their steps, and now more time for Captain Jabs, you know, to finish his Aghanims, which is going to come into play fairly, fairly soon. Still halfway there.
Is that what we were calling? I thought we had given him a different name. Was it Captain?
Was it Captain Jabs? So we have Lord Gabby. We have Captain Jabs.
Lord Gabby. It was Lord Gabby for sure. It was Emperor Emo.
Coming up with some more nicknames. You don't have to write it down my notepad at some point, you know.
Yeah. It's the lore notebook. It's very important. So 23 eager to still try and defend here, but the Wild Ring Ripper Helm of the Dom Creep is active. Again, New without the shapeshift. He's got brown boots, so he's not completely, you know, moving at a glacial pace, but he's not the fastest hero either. But Ollie with his Supernova by himself might be enough to turn a fight down here. So LGD is still playing things a bit cautiously. They may have just found their man, though. Rubik, the tossback is successful, but he's got raindrops. Very tanky. Turns with a stolen avalanche. Now all of a sudden it's New falling a bit low as Aurora aggressive Icarus dive in. 23's got that point in time dilation. New is going absolutely nowhere as Lornoff will TP down bottom for a 2-kill-for-none situation. This is a very good response from Aurora and a bit of over-aggression from LGD, if I can call it that.
Yeah, but at the same time, why you have to ask yourself, why are you making that play? You know, Lycan didn't have shapeshift. Koto is not coming over. He has no TP. So what are they actually trying to achieve there? You know, two of your strongest heroes don't have their spells ready. So what were they trying to do?
Right. And he didn't even force Ali to Supernova. I think that would have had a very
close,
different
yeah.
outcome. No, I mean, he stopped his Icarus dive so aggressively. He was getting ready to right-click bum and hit it with the Burning Light facet. All this time, Captain Jabs, he's getting closer and closer now. That Blade of Alacrity, the last facet, sorry, the last component of the Ag Scepter he needs. And this is another big stack that he's made for himself. Look at that.
Yeah, you should have it.
What is this Rubik damage coming from?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
That's pretty crazy. Lots of stacks early. And yeah, that definitely looks like a completed Ag Scepter here. So LGD unable to find and make a foothold for themselves down bottom, unable to contest the stacks or the farming of Captain Jabs, who is about to start beating the drums of war, the drums of Slum.
Lauren has gotten another rune, Richie, so he's the rune lord in this game.
Haste rune here. So
Yeah.
what did he
Another
have? He
TP
had a
to bot.
regen. Yeah, they're going to look to defend. New, he goes knocking on the tower door, and Lornoff will respond. Haste rune active here for Lornoff as he's easily able to sidestep, basically, that macro fire, just running down his man. He's got nothing to be afraid of as well with the Mage Slayer, as you say. Ali, he's already used Icarus Dive here. Supernova is going to be committed earlier. 20-year Savage able to protect it perfectly. New goes down to Lornoff. A double kill for him as PYW stunned up by the Supernova. Echoes, all he can do is from a range offer a little bit of a blinding light here, an illuminate there, but now he's got a bolt as it's a 3-for-none. That was a lot of the teamfight ults. He's out from Aurora Winter, but so far, so good for Aurora in game one.
That is what I call a universe chrono, if you ever seen one. Two heroes
I've seen them.
on the edges of the bubble. Just utilizing every single bit of AoE. Yeah, you can see it's a nice chrono. Here again, another TP reaction or rotation by Lorenov. It's the third time he's TP towards the bot lane to deal with the Lycan.
That was indeed a universe chrono. That's a very apt callback there, Winter. Throwing it way back.
Well, I mean, to be fair, you know, we only call like 3 heroes inside a bubble a universe chrono. You know? Anything less than that is not considered a universe chrono.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. I guess. Then it's a Lotus Sphere, right?
Well, it's okay. You mean sure? You know, if you want to go there.
By the way,
what do you call a chronosphere with 2 of your teammates inside it?
Ooh, I call that a one-way ticket to low prio. I think. I don't know what else. I don't know what else you call it.
Slash's way.
Slasher's way, yeah, true. That's only if you have the mech and healing selves. Slasher out here carrying the trusty shovel 30 minutes into the game, digging up those selves.
You know, imagine if actually there's a second facet for Faceless Void that enhances healing. Then you can maybe do that.
No, just play Naga, right?
That wouldn't be fun. Naga, you're just like running in. You cast your song, everybody's asleep, and then you heal our teammates. But Faceless Void, if you can do that, if you can heal your teammates with all these spells and mech, you have a reason to put your teammates in the bubble, you know?
Maybe
Before,
that's what
everyone
they
will
need to do to buff time zone.
Before, everybody would just be yelling at you if you're putting your teammate in the chrono, and now you're like, no, relax, I'm healing you.
I'm healing you. Yeah, don't worry. Relax. Take your hands off your keyboard for 5.5 seconds. I'm giving you a little bit of healing. 4.75. Sorry.
Yeah, imagine if that actually happens. You know, everybody's just gonna be trying to chrono his own teammate.
I don't think so. That'd be pretty Oh, goodness gracious. Another quick pause here. Winter. Let's take a quick look at the game now as we do hit our second lag pause now. Aurora, they're leading 10-4, up 5K, but really I think, Winter, the biggest deal for me is that you've got some pretty early game heroes on the side of LGD, specifically this Coddle, this Tiny, and this Lycan, who have been countered at nearly every step they've tried to take versus Aurora.
That's because Mr. Amber Spirit has picked up all the runes. That is why runes matter, my friends. And not to mention that one move where PYW and Neo decided to attack the enemy in their home without bringing any of their weapons, you know. They just left it at home.
Right. Yeah, didn't work out very well for them.
They went to the enemy base without bringing their weapons, you know, so they died.
Right. Yeah, no, I mean, they didn't have any ultis, they didn't have any reinforcements. I completely see what you mean. Yeah, didn't go very well there for them. But, I mean, okay, sure, granted that hasn't gone well, but I'll tell you what has gone well, and that is Shiro's farm. He's farming away, but just mere steps away, PYW, he's hearing the beat of the drum. And
yeah,
that is
guess
out
what,
for Jabs.
Richie? Jabs is going to rush his BKB, so he knows that that's his only problem in this game. He's going to die to the Vessel and the Solar Bind, so he's not even going to get Blink Plus. He's going to go into the BKB.
I like it. He's going to be able to ignore that Will-O-Wisp as well, which is quickly being purchased here. Lornoff, he's had his TP cancelled. That may finally give the go-ahead for New to find himself that tower down bottom, but it may cost Y his life. As Lornoff finds his man, has got so much damage here. My goodness, that Ember Spirit melting the Jakiro. And that is going to be the tier 1 tower gone. Meanwhile, the bot tower finally dies as New sets the Dark Troll Summoner and all the skeletons upon it. So, a little bit of space created at the very least there, canceling that Ember's CP. Well done.
Yeah, LGD has to kind of just I think chill at this point. You've already missed your timings on your Lycan. So you have to wait for another zoo animal, the Ursa, the bear, to come online, which is going to take quite a while. I mean, he has his dagger with Battle Fury, but the problem is he doesn't have a Roshan to kill.
No, that Aegis is still an Ember Spirit for another minute and 45 seconds. It does look like, though, Winter, LGD are looking for a fight. I think they might, well, they will find themselves outgunned based off of just spells alone. Taking a look at the ultimates ready from Aurora.
Based on items as well, they're behind.
Yeah.
I feel like Ursa is not really that useful in a team fights without BKB. I mean, you're gonna need BKB and you're gonna need Aghanims, I feel like, at some point against the Chronosphere. I mean, if you don't have those items, you're just gonna show up to the party and just get taken out, you know.
Well, Echoes, I mean, he's done a good job farming here as well as he nears completion of his own Ag Scepter, but all he's really been able to do is clear out creep waves that have pushed as Aurora take down tower after tower now, with the mid-tier 1 also dropping. As we can see here, it is a fast Blink Dagger for Shiro, but he's going to be basically using it to go camp to camp for the next little bit of time. And as you said, Winter, about these timings, well, Jabs about to hit a pretty decent timing of his own, as this wave is going to give him the money he needs for the BKB. It's already coming his way.
Yeah, once you have BKB, you're going to be invincible in the team fights. I feel like he's not going to be dying. And if Beast Master's in front drumming and you can't kill him, you're going to have a lot of problems, you know. And I feel like the only person that can kill him right now is Ursa. Like, if Ursa's not standing next to him and getting the fairy swipe stacks on him, you're practically not killing the beast at the moment.
But Ursa's got a couple things to be careful for as well, right? I mean, you look at the team fight, you look at, I mean, of course, the Faceless Void Chrono is going to be a problem until Ags. You've got Supernova, which may be kind of directing your attention. There are problems here, right, for the Ursa Warrior. He's still but a mere cub. He needs to get a little bit stronger here before he really becomes the be-all, end-all that LGD need him to be. Because one small thing to note, it's never really, I think, going to be too make or break in a fight, but while you do hit ward units such as Tombstone, Plague Wards, Supernova, of course, in this game, you do not cleave off of them. So this Battle Fury is effectively giving him nothing when he's auto-attacking the egg. Small little interaction there. I have to say, though, Winter, I've been impressed with the way that Aurora have handled this last pick Lycan. They didn't let it panic them at all. Lycan barely has his tier 1 tower, and he's not able to play too aggressively. Maybe that changes now, though, because he does have his upgraded zoo animal with this Helm of the Overlord finished. It seems like Aurora have been, you know, they've stayed on top of things. As the first Aegis is reclaimed. It's a small net worth lead here for Aurora, but most notably, I think you take a look at what the map control has looked like for them, and they have moved fairly comfortably within maybe 60% of the map, while LGD have been left to the rest. You're able to split push a bit more aggressively now here down bottom, sending the Wolves out to go scouting. Lornoff should know that he is still being tracked as he does get off the... Oh my goodness, the Sleight of Fist. What a way to get out of that one there. I was going to say, he probably... Well, I know because I clicked on the creeps. He probably saw the Ancient Granite aura on the enemy creep wave and knew that there was, of course, probably a Beastmaster giving him the heebie-jeebies there.
Radiant are scanning.
Not to mention this Ags rush that we see on the Jakiro, so that he's going to be joining with the Ags timing of the Coddle, which he will have that soon. But PYW a swing and a miss there on his Blink Dagger, unfortunately, for the Ember Spirit. As Aurora starts to farm a little bit more aggressively now. They've got all the ultis. They have a lot of the advantages here quite naturally, so long as they play together and nearby. 23's only dropped 2 Chronos so far this game as he's got his full Mjolnir. He seeks to finish off his BKB next.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Lornoff hunting here for a nice bounty. Oh, that is... Did he dominate another one? I didn't see the gold. No, he definitely killed that thing. New did not manage to dom a new creep in time. So a nice bounty here for Lornoff. As the rest of Aurora go back and do the Tormentor. Ooh, hopefully do the Tormentor. Yeah, they've got it. Not even close. That is going to be now an additional save here for Q. Oh, Dyer did the Tormentor as well, so Wise got his. Very good to know. So that's going to give them now the percentage-based damage. So they did kind of change the way that this one worked on Jakiro. So this is where this ability does get incredibly strong, especially because he actually found a Grove Bow as well for Y, which is very nice to have on the Jakiro. That bonus attack range and, of course, the damage amplification. Jabs. Aggressive blink down bottom now. He sees New. He's got to be mindful, though, of that shapeshift as the TP is incoming now from the Rubik. They're going to need a little bit more control, but they've got him here. No Rubik necessary, just with the Searing Chains. Lornoff able to reach. X-Scepter 500 gold away here for the Jakiro. But you do have a Will-O-Wisp that you will be fighting into. BKB charge ready to go for at least the Beastmaster, as 23 Savage is also joining this fight now. It's a long TP for him, but he does have Chronosphere ready to go. 16 seconds until Neo respawns, and they're able to contest for a full 5-on-5 for second Roshan. It's clear as day now that Rosh is being taken with that Roar of Retribution, but LGD, they just cannot muster the strength. They don't have the heroes they need to be able to contest, and so second Rosh goes the way to Aurora. Bit more lag here as it is Wednesday, so the server is getting used to this June 39th update. Take a look at how the teams are doing here in on the playing area. Luckily, they've all been very short pauses here, just a couple of ping spikes, it would appear. But now it is Aurora with this crucial second Aegis. This time it's going to go on to 23 Savage, so we should expect him to join a few more fights, especially as he does now find the money for the BKB on that creep wave. BKB, Mjolnir, Aegis. pardon me, and next into the eye of Scotty for 23 Savage for that move and attack speed slow. It's going to be really strong against the Coddle, who is also farming up his BKB, but is still about 1,500 gold away at this point. 2,500 even. He's not really even close at all. Winter spoke of Wolf Bite earlier, and well, that Ag's upgrade in progress as well for Lycan, but again, he's still quite far away from it as well. Just over halfway completed as there goes Jabs. He's already on Echo's BKB, preemptively used. Doesn't want to be stopped even for a second by that Avalanche as the stolen Illuminate charging on through. Lorinoff on a monster kill streak now here on the Ember Spirit, 8-0 and 4. He's been having quite the game here. LGD, they have not been able to step to this Ember Spirit as Aurora with a big pick off now. Look for a tier 2 tower, the first one of the game up top. Shiro will push his creeps at least down bottom to equalize here as far as pressure goes, but it is very much Aurora who are moving where they please and are dictating fights at this point. 15-4. I don't think really tells the full story here about the missed rotations, even early on from the Coddle, rotating through the twin gate, TPing top to try and find the kill, missing out, salvaging it by going through the gates, finding a kill down bottom, but ever since then, Aurora, they have been very calculated with their usage of the ultis. They probably recognize how big of a resource it is and how easily LGD can fight around a lack of those ultis. So Aurora have been very patient with them now. We did see that first upgraded Macropire up top by Y, who's continuing to cut waves here. Just trying to burn time off of this Aegis. We've got a lovely little overlay. It calls it an Aegis power play, to borrow another ice hockey term, something like a penalty kill at this stage for LGD, which is going to be a lot of, you know, just shoving waves and dodging fights. Not really sure if they ever really dodge fights in the NHL, but or any other hockey league for that matter. But here in Dota 2, that is going to be the strat. But eventually, Aurora able to babysit and escort a wave to the tier 2 tower. They will get what they came for here, and there's no fortify anymore.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
As far as other support items that Aurora are holding, I'd like to highlight these a bit as well. I see a Solar Crest now for the Phoenix, Rubik with a Glimmer Cape, and of course his Ag Shard. And a little bit more cast range thanks to Eye of the Vizier, can really be basically a little mobile force staff for his teammates. But it will be a second tier 2 tower, this one in the middle lane. LGD, they should get this bottom tier 2. As PYW, hoping that someone TPs down here, will be left empty-handed, so he'll just go ahead and join in. But it's trouble onto the high ground as they've caught the Jakiro. They've killed the Jakiro. That is a godlike streak now for Lorinoff. 9-0 and 4 on the Ember Spirit. Full Gleipnir on display.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Through Savage.
Top tower has fallen.
Up onto the high ground here with the rest of Aurora, taking down the buildings.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's top barracks has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under
And that is just a top lane of barracks, pardon me, taken down without anything of a defense mustered. From LGD, they have just been getting dominated ever since the first Chrono dropped down bottom. Here is potentially their chance to take a turn, as they are just 25 seconds from this Aegis being reclaimed now. Out from 23 Savage. Smoke will break, and they won't find Lorinoff yet again. He gets the remnant away in time from PYW. Another fight breaking out, but it's just Lorinoff again, getting the better of LGD. In fact, he's going to look and turn, catches 2 onto the Gleipnir. Ollie thinking about here, but a potential supernova as the damage onto the Tiny's overwhelming it. A self-fuel scepter buys him a bit of time, but not enough, as that's certainly a Universe Chrono. Catches 3. They're going to look for new first. He activates the shapeshift, but lifted back into the arms of the Ember Spirit for a triple kill in this fight. Lorinoff absolutely styling on LGD Gaming here. Aurora looking hot in game 1.
is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Shiro will jump in, but 23 has got him covered here, and that's a stolen ice path now for Shiro, only up to level 1. Big Macapire will burn down these heroes with the Egg Scepter upgrade, but everyone's still alive, including 23, who gets another time walk away. Shiro's dead for 70 seconds. Shikiro down for 40. PYW, he's not going to be able to get back onto the high ground either, as again, the stolen ice path will catch it, and that is going to be the GG dropped. LGD Gaming. They didn't get a foothold in this game whatsoever. Aurora absolutely dominate here. We can see the boys taking a little bit of a celebration here, taking it a bit easy. In fact, some would say just not really, well, being challenged, being pressured, yes, but otherwise not having too difficult of a time, it would appear, as they do manage to take down LGD Gaming in game 1. Winter, unfortunately, not with us at this very moment. He unfortunately had a little bit of a power trip, so sorry for a little bit of that for all the Winter fans that are dearly missing him. He'll be back shortly for us. But to continue breaking down this game a little bit more as we do look for our highlights, it's just going to be the Aurora show over and over and over again here, essentially, as they... away at all, and that's basically all she wrote. There's going to be our universe sphere into the supernova. I mean, again, Aurora not really throwing all the ultimates at every single junction that maybe they could have, but ultimately they get all the ones that they need, and things just go extremely easy for them. Taking a look at, again, it's just fight after fight. It's just good stuff here. I mean, this Chronosphere especially, basically the kiss of death. And overall, Lorinoff absolutely styling on LGD Gaming the entire time. They couldn't catch him once. They almost had him down bottom. Probably would have been a different game if they managed to catch him at least one time. But for LGD Gaming, just wasn't in the cards. Even for the tiny master, PYW, unable to get his hands on that Ember Spirit. A flawless game, really, especially from Lorinoff. 12-0-7. That is going to be one way for them to kick off their group stage here at the Riyadh Masters. Hard to envision a better game here. The boys are laughing a little bit here from what I can see. And, well, LGD a little bit more stoic, needing to kind of, well, give it another go here in game number 2 to see what they can bring up. Just wasn't enough there. The tempo, the timings, you miss on those early rotations, and game got very difficult for them there.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm so sorry.
Oh,
I
he's
left
back.
you alone. I'm so sorry. I crash landed somewhere else, you know. I tripped on my cable and I crash landed on another problem. Restarted my PC and then there's a Windows update. GG.
It's okay, Winter. You did miss the Lorinoff show, I have to say. Captain Jabs, you know, building the right kind of items there and making sure that things turned out well. But yeah, it was a solid game from Aurora. You were right to believe in the team fight. Overall, though, it's really hard for me not to just say that a lot of this was just Lorinoff outplaying and just kind of having the game sense to know when he was about to be jumped. LGD, they don't really get anything with their early lineup, well, as much as they need it anyway. And that is basically game 1 in a nutshell. That leads us to our first break here. We're going to be going to about a 5-6 minute break, folks. But when we return, we'll have our second draft of Aurora versus LGD Gaming. We'll catch you in a bit.
the war, take the war, left the war, take the war, left the war. My you take my fall. This ain't new to me. This ain't new to me. This ain't new to me. My you take my fall.
Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. When they ask what I do for a living, I just say I make paper appear like the magic man. Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. I keep cool and calm like the attic fan. We make paper appear like the magic man. Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. When they ask what I do for a living, I just say I make paper appear like the magic man. Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. Keep cool and calm like the attic fan. We make paper appear like the magic man.
Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Wanna hear no talk, no talk, no talk. This ain't new to me. This ain't new to me. This ain't new to me. This ain't new to me.
said that you
Welcome back to the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup 2024. Seeking Strike and Winter still here, still with power and powering on through our second game now, Winter, of our two-game series, where LGD certainly need a little bit of power here. Aurora, they really turned it on there and stopped LGD at pretty much every single path. Winter, you did not get to see a lot of that game, unfortunately. But I don't know. I mean, just from a coach perspective, like you look for a faster, more tempo-based kind of controlling lineup, and it falls on its face. What do you do in game two? Do you try the same thing, or do you look for something different here potentially versus Aurora?
I felt like I've seen enough of that game, to say that they kind of messed up the early phase way too much with their heroes, with their Lycan, especially. You need to be snowballing. I feel like as a coach, I probably would decide what to do based on how I understand my teammates, my players. If I feel like my players tend to, get upset by losses, and they don't really like to play same strategy or same heroes after losing a game, then I'll probably have to switch around. But sometimes you get players that they are really certain about the problem of the game, and they knew that the problem that why we lost the game wasn't because of the draft, then I will be more than happy to rerun things and hope for a better execution in the next game. So it depends on who I have on my team.
I also want to get your input on this, as we do have our priorities for the second map already selected. But something that I'm a little bit interested in is the team's precluded. I'm not going to use a word I don't know how to pronounce. They seem to always want to go for Dire whenever their opponents usually take first pick. So Dire's got the Mighty Mines, which is pretty good HP regen, and Radiant has the Wishing Wells in the top and bottom side of the map, respectively. If you're a carry who gets booted from your lane, Winter, are you generally looking for the mana regen or the HP regen to help you farm a bit more? What's better?
Again, it depends on your hero, right? Some heroes farm with mana. I think if you're a Gyro, you kind of need the mana. But if you're some other hero like Lifesteal, you don't really need the mana, you need the HP regen. So it really depends on what hero you're talking about. So it could change basically from game to game. But as of what I feel right now, pick-wise, I feel like first pick is just easier to strategize around it. And there's a lot of really strong heroes you can open a draft with. That's what I probably feel more comfortable with, being on first pick rather than picking side.
Well, first pick is what LGD have chosen this time around for our second draft. Then with Dire, it's Aurora, of course, who lead after game 1. We'll see if that Ember Spirit is going to be banned in the first phase. For now, LGD, the only major adjustment they take so far is to remove the Ember. Sorry, the Phoenix has been taken out, while Aurora. So with, facing up against first pick, they are going to focus on a few offlaners, in particular the Enigma and the Beastmaster. What is that?
Strong heroes. Beastmaster is just I feel like just a very strong hero at the moment. I've seen sometimes this hero being even played as a mid lane. At least in my games, I don't know, at this level, hero seems pretty OP, when you get to... It's just very hard to stop him when he gets to the Aghanim's BKB dagger timing. He just shows up in a team fight and he just kills everybody. It's very hard to stop him, and because he can actually get there really quickly with stacking ancients and everything, so sometimes it's just hard, if you don't get the right heroes to invade the jungle and kill the ancients, and especially if the Beastmaster is only stacking, if you're on the offlane, you stack the one to the most corner. So it's very hard for the enemy to invade in, and you're always going to be able to get your stack.
Yeah, it might be worthwhile just to remove it and make sure that you can make your game easier. We have seen a team successfully invade to those stacks, right? But that may have been more of an exception rather than the rule. And, speaking of the rules, and I can't really think of a pun on this one, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, but it's Tiny who rules in our draft, as he is still going to be contested here. And in fact, the most contested hero of the event so far. He's let through.
He is very, very powerful right now. Even after the nerfs, he's still really strong. I feel like the slow and the extra damage on the impact area is just... It's just way too much, Like, he does too much damage in the team fights in the early game. And I feel like as a support, where you no longer need to really focus on landing your combo, your stun, so you get the double damage from your stun, when you get the toss. I feel like it totally changed the hero. The hero is a lot more reliable now because you're just running around. You're trying to toss people in, And because you're leveling toss, so it gives you range. So it makes it a lot easier to be impactful as a support. You show up to the rune fight, you're tossing people over, or you're tossing a creep over and you're slowing people, so your mid laner or whoever there is in the rune area can catch up and kill the hero.
Speaking of catching up, you got this vacuum-wielding, wall-building Darkseer now for Aurora, so that'll be for Captain Jabs.
This is the bread and butter of the offlane in today's meta. Every game, the pointy-headed general returns or shows up.
He's good. He's good. He's going to build you auras. He's going to bring you a team fight. He's going to push out waves as well.
Yeah, but who is going to be his partner now? No Tiny, no Tusk, no Spirit Breaker. The next one is Nyx. And I don't think I've seen Nyx that much at this level.
Yeah, no Clockwork either.
You could go a range hero, I guess. What range hero? Is that Hoodwink? I mean, Hoodwink's in the game, right?
Yeah, there is Hoodwink. Wow, I can't believe... Might just be that one. Another Aurora hero that I've been really seeing become more popular as I was doing some more research, and actually a change from last week. This hero wasn't really seeing picks in so many pubs. It is Tree Protector. Aurora play very, very good Tree Protector. Who is it? Isn't it Q who plays the tree, I believe? Or is it Ollie?
That should be Ollie as a position 5 hero. I feel like as a 4... it's quite hard to pull him off as a 4 now since they nerf so much about the shard. I think before you could when you're so fast with the shard. But now I think he's more like a designated position 5 hero. Okay, this is...
What?
Yeah, designated position 5 hero, I guess. The Ogre.
Yeah, I guess it is.
I
LGD
think
ready.
the reason they chose for Ogre here is because usually when you're laning into tiny position 4, you kind of want to be a durable 5 so that you can tank the toss back, right? And you can allow your carry to farm. Because he does so much damage now and he slows. And not many heroes can kind of survive the toss back. So I think the Ogre here is going to kind of provide 23 Savage with a good bodyguard in the lane to tank the toss and not die. And you can bloodlust him later.
So the,
and we see the
okay.
Shadow Fiend Oracle. The Oracle is to counter the Darkseid and also counter the Bloodlust. You can dispel both of them. Good pairing with the Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend is the kind of hero where he plays in a very, very dangerous way in the game, and because you have Oracle, so you can allow him to be very, very aggressive and also help him with the runes, you know, something that we don't really see too much getting into play.
That is true. Yeah, LGD had picked an Oracle before versus Beast Ghost. They picked it with an Ember Timber Monkey and a Sven, which is the most SCA lineup I've ever seen in my life.
The Zeus is a very interesting one. I wonder why they wanted to go for Zeus here. Is it because of the SF matchup, or they want to be able to have an instant way of scouting the Oracle so you can kill the Oracle? Actually,
I reckon it's a bit of both.
I think it mainly probably is the matchup. They want to have Zeus against SF. Because SF kind of bullies anyone that's short range. You have to come into his range to fight him, but Zeus can outrange him with your spells.
17th pick Marcy is not something I've seen a whole lot.
Actually, it might be a position 4. I think this is the melee position 4. Marcy plus Darkseer. Q plays this hero a lot. And excellent hero to bully the Oracle. Oracle is very weak against heroes that can close the gap and right click him in the lane in the early stages, and Marcy's a very, very good one.
You've also got 3 pretty tanky, annoying heroes up front for Aurora, right? I mean, you do have a Troll who's, he's the lane winner, isn't he?
Troll, Oracle, this is a lane designed to destroy this pointy-headed Darkseer's time in this game. Very good with the False Promise as well. Your lifesteal with your ulti, so you're mostly gonna be back to full. Yeah, just a lot of thought process, you know, going into this Oracle pick and allowing the draft to kind of abuse this Oracle.
SF as well, right? On the Acceptor, if you get full False Promise, you're going to amplify that healing by a ton, potentially.
Yeah, full heal, instant.
That's going to be pretty nice. Okay. Last bands now coming through Winter. LGD, they have 23rd pick, Aurora with last pick. We see a Faceless Void and a Brewmaster banned out, as LGD are not convinced that this is going to be a Marcy carry.
Yeah.
I agree with them.
LGD needs, again, a Beefcake, some Centaur. Centaur's in the pool, right? Oh, no, they go for Pango.
Wow.
Kind of a beefcake as well with the Shield Crash. And you go for the... I wonder what do you go for this game? Do you go like for a Vessel build, or you go for the mech? I guess you go for mech because you have Oracle. You want to abuse the False Promise, the double heal. And for Aurora, what do you do here? They kind of like Bloodseeker against this like Pango Troll kind of lineup. Lane dominating, and you can run around and fight with Darkseer, and then you have Bloodseeker Zeus combo in a way.
Seems pretty good, but I don't think anyone is picking that hero right now here.
I know, yeah. That hero is not very
I think
strong.
Well, he has been picked twice, actually. He's been picked twice, so it's not impossible. We only have, what is this?
Feels like it could work this game, and I think it kind of, if there's a game, I would probably be this game.
Oh, and it is this game. This is going to be the 3rd Bloodseeker of the tournament. And the boys seem pretty content with that. A headset's on for everyone, getting ready to get underway.
I mean, when you get an overall last pick Bloodseeker, usually it's a freaking good game of Bloodseeker. And you have Zeus, you have Iron Shell. I think they have the perfect lineup, you know, for Bloodseeker. And Ogre is kind of one of the better supports for Bloodseeker as well, with Bloodlust. And you tank for him in the lane. You have a stun. I think with Bloodseeker, you need 2 things for the lane. Somebody to cancel TP and somebody to tank for you in the early game. I think Ogre is absolutely up there, you know, by being one of those pairings for Bloodseeker.
Yeah, I mean, it might look good here. Aurora, this is actually the second time, Winter, that they're going to pick the Bloodseeker. They previously wielded it versus Mouse in a game victory. Actually, make it the third time that they're only team picking Bloodseeker right now, as they've also used it to beat Aurora. Sorry, Heroic. Fast games as well here. 34-minute victory for the Bloodseeker.
Fast hero, Richie. Bloodlusted Bloodseeker. What do you know, man?
He's fast. He's
and then
furious.
you have the Marcy jumping on him, giving him most speed.
Yeah.
And then you have Surge.
I could see it. I could see it working on top of the Thirst. Don't get me wrong. I could see it working, Winter. But do you believe in the hero? That's a whole other question.
Do you think I would suggest a hero that I don't believe in, Richie?
Yeah, you do it all the time when you tell me to pick heroes.
What? Come on, bro. No, that's different, right? If I'm playing with you and when I'm talking about professional games here, right, you know, two different scenarios here. You can't say they're the same.
I gotta say, it's a darn good Bloodseeker game, though. Coach Sumby, he's got the wire all over himself. He's basically
like looking at
bushwhacked.
You better carry this game or else.
I think he's got it. I think he's got it in him. This game looks totally doable for me.
You know, as a coach, I always like to look at the guy that I gave last pick to when we lose the game. Give him a look, you know.
Yeah, you. So how many times have you done your puppy mid one photo?
Countless times, you know. I tend to have this notepad, and there's a specific column that tells myself that how many times I've given player A, player B, player C last pick, you know, and the ratio to giving that person last pick and the ratio to us winning the game.
Well, that's a very interesting stat you keep for yourself there, Winter. I think when it comes down to it, if it works, it works. But here, the last pick, Bloodseeker, it's worked both times. Aurora have gone for it. Actually, no, only one. So 50% win rate, pardon me. Misread my my
50% is still pretty good.
That's not bad. That's not bad. They've previously picked
there's
it
there's a 50% chance of me winning my party games with you. You know, that's pretty good.
That's not bad. It's a coin flip. It's never that high, really, though, is it?
It is. Have you not checked? You check on all the stats, but you never check on our win rate together.
I never check our stats, yeah. Whoops, I've been outed. Okay. I mean, sure, you've got a Bloodseeker. This is looking good, right, for the Bloodseeker, let's be honest. But you're also still playing a Darkseer Marcy lane into Troll and Darkseer.
Troll.
Like that, Troll Oracle, like that seems...
Troll Oracle, that's a lane you're gonna lose that lane. Mid lane's gonna be a wash, and you're gonna probably win the safe lane. So I would say our lanes Aurora should be fine, 50-50. If everything goes according to plan. If, you know, barring any mishaps happening, you know, some accidents, some weird interaction happening in the lane.
Mm-hmm.
I guess our friend PYW has started with boots to deal with the ogre. Run away from him.
Yeah. Pretty effective, to be honest. There's going to be our first crash landing into the double shield crash. Love to see it, but now Neo is going to eat this rupture.
Does not care if you toss me. How does a tiny toss someone so big? Yeah, I don't understand.
He's strong, man. Check out these body blocks, Ollie. Doing his best there, but ultimately versus without boots. Ooh, he's not going to be too effective. Does get a courier. That's not half bad. Blocks the hard camp. Okay. He's going to try his best. So if you block the creeps enough, PYW is going to have to really like linger a while. Oh, and he messed up. No, he's done it perfectly here.
Yeah. Professionals, you know. It might look easy, but it is hard, you know. You know how many times I've missed this pull because the enemy 5 is doing some weird thing on me and then I mistime it. I'm like, oh no, and then my off laner is like bing, 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 you know. I'm like, oh no, sorry, bro.
Yeah, no, I get it, I've been there. We've been there. The early boots helping PYW also get out of that blood right. That a rupture earlier. It's a blood right. Not yet a rupture.
Rupture? Hello?
Not yet.
Level 2 Bloodseeker.
Level 2 rupture, yeah. It's from all the turbo mod I've been playing, you know.
I see. You know, first it was the what was it the
I don't want to talk about it. I know exactly what you're talking. I don't want to talk about that. We're not talking about that. That was embarrassing. That one was really bad.
If you want to embarrass me, I don't get to say don't talk about that. But when I want to do the same, you're like, no. You decide.
Oh, it's a bit. It's a bit, Winter. My goodness, what are we married?
So how about the other lanes? Is the SF Zeus going according to plan? Oh, actually no. Wait, how is the Zeus so far ahead?
Well, isn't this what you expected with the Zeus? The Zeus getting the counter pick here.
Kind of felt like it was gonna be like even.
Really? I thought this. I thought Warnoff would have just overall an easier time.
I guess he has like only 3 CS ahead. He had a wave on the tower just now, so I thought it was a big difference. But 4 denies, you know, on Zeus.
Yeah. It's a good start, I think, in my view. PYW up top. This time he will get tagged by the stun. They did throw the blood grenade, but it's actually Ollie who might need to be kind of running away from this fight. There's going to be the toss back. Lotus. Second one is going to be fed over to PYW as Ollie continues to chase. Finds the second stun. 23 Savage. 23 Savage is pretty speedy, and he has the reach for the kill. New not fast enough to chase down Ollie. And it is first blood. Very good omen, I would assume, for a Bloodseeker, don't you think?
Yeah. His CS is not that impressive because the lane is kind of contested. 4 melee heroes in one lane, you know. It's going to make it hard to last hit.
That's true. That's true.
But when Zeus is level 6, Bloodseeker is going to start to have even more fun, you know.
I can't wait to see this arterial spray. Have you ran into that one in your pubs, where every time you right-click a ruptured hero, they move back a little bit? That was pretty funny.
Does this get amplified by Spirit Breaker if you take the push talent?
Well, it should. I've never tested that, to be honest, but it should work. Right. My
mini combo, you know. And then you pick a Magnus to counter it because you can't move. And you can't move a Magnus.
Right. He's got that solid core. He's not moving anywhere. There it is. Now we're cooking. We are absolutely cooking. Okay, but how's down bottom doing? Right, because this is the lane that we said, oh, this is going to be impossible for Jabs. How have they managed here so far? 19-2 to the 25-3. So a little bit more.
Good job.
Yeah. I think it's got a lot to do with this as well. Q just able to kind of skip waves, and well, why can't do a whole lot about it?
Yeah, because you're Oracle. Nothing you can do when the enemy force is dragging the wave like this. Then you can kind of push off the Iron Shell, I guess.
Yeah, it's something, but then you got to be careful, right? Because then if you purge the Iron Shell, they might try and jump you, and I don't know.
Yeah,
things can get a little messy.
I die. My carry dies so many times when I'm casually trying to spam a spell. I've had a couple of those fair share of instances, you know, where I do something like that and my carry dies. So nighttime kicking in is our Zeus level 6 yet. Half a wave more.
Ollie, top lane. That's a nice have a toss onto 2. 23. Needs to get a little bit of CS coming his way. Oh, he's fast. He's so fast, though. He might just be able to run away from these guys. No way. New doesn't have any mana. PYW doesn't have any mana either.
He has no boots.
He's just out of there. PYW trying to cut him off.
He can't farm the lane. That's actually a disaster. I mean, he has a self being sent in. It's just level 6 now. So look at the side lanes.
Maybe the mid lane, Q. He will rotate mid. Instant D ward there. Never feels too great, but why? I mean, Q
rebound target. Rebound.
No, I think he's okay. Echoes doesn't have vision. Ooh, but is going to threaten the Requiem here right at level 6 in order to secure his first Invis rune.
Ooh, this is one of the better runes for SF. You can easily use this to gank on another lane with Requiem.
Pretty even mid lane.
This is probably like one of the better heroes to get an Invis rune on this early.
Top lane, they're going again for 23. That's a big old crash landing. 23 is going to get a little bit of lifesteal from the range creep. Is that enough as Q jumps in? Reinforcements now as the Troll and the Marcy fighting into the Pangolier, who is so tanky here. Has another shield crash ready to go, so they have to disengage. But in comes Echo, sneaking in with the Invis rune. looking for the big ultimate. 23
Oh, Y is
behind
here
the
with the
tower.
King Gate.
Y sees him. He just needs a vision for the Purifying Flames, but he can't quite catch up to 23. In the meantime, the toss throws Echoes underneath the tier 1 tower, where he's going to be stunned up now by Q. There's going to be the Zeus ulti onto 2. Q with a big heal is not able to kill anyone, however, as 23 still running around in this fight. Lorinoff, he's TP'd in here, but it's New who can't quite catch him. Heavenly leap up to the high ground there and out of the way of that Pango Rolling Thunder. But we're not done fighting here. 23 still trying to fight through this one. That's certainly going to kill him off this time. He was running around far too much in that fight. Finally punished by LGD.
Yeah, that was such a good play by LGD, bringing so many heroes to SF and Y on the Oracle through the Twin Gate, just punishing 23 Savage. You know, he was low on HP. He didn't have another salve, you know. Couldn't get himself back into fighting shape and just paid a huge price there. Very big kill for LGD, and that also gave the Pango his level 6. So that was definitely a big deal.
Back down bottom, they're going to try and jump Shiro. Shiro's got his ultimate, though. Just needs to make sure... Oh, okay, doesn't use it. He would have gotten caught by his illusion, which is always very troublesome. So he is actually going to end up dropping. A little quick kill there between the Darkseer and the Marcy, now that the Oracle's gone. Double shield crash is so good. The toss now, throwing Y into battle as Ali. He will die. No, actually still alive, but for now, the heals not enough from the level 2 Purifying Flame. It's just one last final one from Y. Will cut him off.
Dire's top tower.
I mean, things are definitely looking really good right now for LGD, apart from the troll that just died. But everything else just looking really solid for them. They've been able to put a lot of pressure with this Pango onto the Bloodseeker's lane. I mean, 23 is not even level 6 yet. He's just running around.
No. He's having an awful time. And he's going to get caught now by PYW. Doesn't have a toss target here yet, but New quickly closing the gap.
No
Toss
range.
Not in time.
I think he didn't have the range, maybe. I'm not sure, but yeah. Here comes Oli coming in. He might actually die here.
He's just dead. He's level 4. He's not doing anything but dying here. I mean, look how much damage. Oh, he's baited, maybe. They're going to give it a go. Oli still
no
dies.
Rupture. How is this a bait when there's no Rupture?
But what do you do? 23 is like, guys, I'm not sure what to do. All of a sudden, Echoes, yeah, swipes him away with that second Shadow Raise. I mean, this is a disaster of a game right now for Aurora. This is even worse than Game 1 was for LGD.
Yeah, this is looking really, really bad right now for them. You know, they have to somehow figure out how to try to play around the Darkseer.
Look for more. Lorinoff gets the jump away. The toss then is going to put New right on top of Lorinoff. A long duration route onto 2 with the Blood Grenade on top. His Q might have just sacrificed himself, but here comes in Captain Jabs with some good Echo Wall, Vac Wall combos. Not enough to really turn things here. The Zeus ulti now gives them the confidence to chase down Echoes. He finally pops. That is a big kill here, and now we finally have ourselves the first Rupture of the game. The stuns in time. PYW unable to TP away as Lorinoff tipping his hat there to Captain Jabs, who may have just saved this game from disaster with that rotation.
Yeah, definitely Captain Jabs giving his team some breathing space, you know, getting those kills and making the all-important rotation there with the mech. I think the Zeus probably dies, you know, if he didn't TP in. So if the Zeus dies, then there's no way they took that fight anymore. But still, they need to keep the ball going. Like, Bloodseeker needs more space, you know, he's still far behind, you know, he's still poorer than the Pangolier, and he needs some time before he can be ready to fight again. I mean, you see the power of their team fight if they can actually get the vacuum with the wall, the Zeus out, and finally the Rupture, you know, to stop the Pangolier.
Q. Lane, just up to level 6 at least. But as you say, it's that Rupture now that can maybe slow New's roll a bit here, right? Because they were, pardon me, they were starting to kind of run away with things. Still should be said that, I mean, Shiro is continuing to have an excellent game overall. He did take that one death, so not completely flawless for him, but he's going to get his Battle Fury online, and he will be off to the races as our Kobold, which was bigger than Tiny there for a mere moment, is finally going to get outgrown. PYW just now hitting level 6. Already halfway towards his Blink Dagger. I think we were like 22 minutes in by the time he got his Blink Dagger the last game. It was not a fun game to be PYW, but this time having a much better timing.
Yeah, I mean, not to mention the last game he had 1.3 grab for the lane, you know. So when you go for that build and you don't do well on the lane, it's gonna slow you down a lot. This time he doesn't have the 3 grab, so just maxing his avalanche and toss. And
That's
now
all he
gonna look
needed
for an
here.
opening. With the Yules on SF, Echoes is looking to set up a solo kill here, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, let's see what they can find. One maybe trying to bait Aurora. They've got 2 heroes here, though, and Q has Unleash. Now that's single point in Fate's, sorry, in Fortune's End is basically, no, it is Fate's Edict, pardon. It's basically a little nullifier, well, not a nullifier. It's good. It's good against Marcy. Couldn't come up with a pun there. As 23 is going to be able to evade death here. That was a TP, by the way,
That was,
right where this
that
SF
was
is standing.
Such a good read, yeah. Like he
Yeah.
somehow knew that they were about to arrive, and he showed himself in a lane. Like maybe he intentionally tried to give his opponent some hope, you know, or maybe we can catch up on this guy, you know. Otherwise, people would just, you know, go the other way and not waste time.
Right. Yeah. Again, he TP'd from basically the tier 1 to the tier 2 tower.
Yeah, sometimes all
this
these small little things just end up, you know, helping your team a lot. You know, you're wasting opponent's smoke timing, and then they end up, you know, not losing. They end up losing a lot of ground on the map. And these are the type of things that actually help you win games at this level.
And then Jabs all of a sudden he shows up to the next fight with a full Guardian Greaves, pardon me, right?
He has it, right? Oh yeah, soon.
He has it. He's got it soon. He's still a little bit away, but he has it soon. But that's kind of the point I'm making here, right? A couple more items start coming online, all of a sudden, you just kind of start seeing yourself a little bit back into this game. We should be clear, though, for now, LGD, they have, you know, relented on the pressure, but especially with this SF going for presumably the magic build, I see with the Yules and the Blink Dagger, this game still very much, you know, can continue to accelerate towards them should they continue finding the fights.
Yeah, quite surprised that they're actually not going for a quick mech on Pango. He went for Vessel, and then he's going to go for, I guess, Pipe or Dagger next. Pipe is nice against the Zeus, but because the Oracle has to buy the mech, so they're not going to get a mech in like a really, really early timing.
All right. Yeah, I mean, you know, like you said, I agree with you, by the way. I think they should go for this mech, combine it with this Oracle's mass healing, and make it even stronger, right? I think that's always something you want to be doing. You want to kind of snowball a little bit more to your strengths in Dota.
It's really about, like, I mean, I know the Oracle's buying it, but it's really about how early you can get it on a core hero, and then you can abuse it as much. But, I mean, I guess they feel like maybe it's important for them to get the Vessel to kind of counter the Berserker's healing a little bit, and the Marcy, you know. So maybe they feel like there's some value in that, and now as the game is progressing, I mean, it still looks good for LGD. Tro is fat, SF is fat. Pango's kind of doing okay, you know, after the last fight. He's still doing okay.
It's true. Aurora having stabilized the game with the 1 Jabs rotation, well, this time they're going to need to rotate to Captain Jabs, who's the target of a smoke now, as there's the blink in from PYW straight into the Requiem of Souls. Perfection. Served on a platter right there. Why yoinks the kill, as Oracles tend to do with the Purifying Flames.
Yeah.
But it's LGD with the perfect pickoff.
That was when you cut open your steak and you ordered medium rare and you see the pink, the right color. That was that, yeah.
That was nice. That was really good.
Nice.
That couldn't have gone much better at all.
Yeah, no. He's gonna
so maybe the Oracle not stealing the kill.
Yeah, he's gonna need some time to farm his pipe, you know. He needs the pipe to deal with this SF.
Yeah, and this Tiny, honestly, just the burst magic.
Yeah,
and this Oracle.
The crash landing damage is actually insane. Like, sometimes you don't notice it, you know. You just like feel like, why am I dying? And top lane, here we go. Shiro is running in.
Shiro, he just wants to fight. He just wants to fight. He's going for Ags, by the way. 23. He's going to hit him with a silence here. Ruptured up. They trigger the ulti early. Q jumps in. But he jumps in just to die by himself. Oracle is not here. As Jabs, now he's looking for Shiro. Jabs, though, doesn't have the cast range for the vacuum. Echoes and Jabs just simply ignoring each other, as now it's New who finds himself slightly overextended. But with Shiro now back to full HP, Aurora unwilling to take a fight here.
The balls on Shiro, man. Just the Oracle was like still in mid, and he's TPing in. There's like a couple of heroes TPing in front, so the TP was long. And the throw was like, I'm in, guys. I'm in. I'm body initiating. I'm tanking for you guys.
He just went in. I mean, that's what the ulti's for, right?
Sometimes you just need your carry players to do that for you.
Be a little bit in insane mode.
Yeah, it feels good, you know, when he just runs in, just disregarding. Normally you would say it's a bad idea for a carry to disregard his own safety. But in that scenario, it worked out perfectly for LGD.
Yeah, I mean, maybe things look a little bit differently if the Yasha and Kaya's finish or the amplified damage rune is there from Lorinov, but they just didn't have the burst. They didn't have the damage they needed.
Yeah.
They were not scared of it.
You know, Richie, sometimes these players, they know they are not going to die. You know? They can't explain why they feel like they won't die, but they just somehow knew they're not dying.
Right,
you know, just
right.
running.
They look at all these Reddit clips.
It's just like
and
that
they're
question
nah,
you asked me the other day about why are you walking in blindly to put the ward there? Then I'm just telling you, I just felt like I would have died. You know? It's like something like that.
Yeah. Well, a little bit of game sense here. We saw it from 23 earlier when he TP'd away from the incoming smoke camp. Seeing it now for Shiro, who is hopefully going to wow us more as his next item's about to be completed here. This Ag Scepter, he's been active even without it. And, well, those dispels, they're going to be pretty darn painful here for Aurora, won't they?
I mean, what does he want to dispel mostly? I feel like, I mean, just the Bloodlust, or what is it? What is he trying to dispel?
Well, you can dispel Blood Rage, Ion Shell, Surge.
I mean, it's not like I'm gonna
Pipe
rushing my Aghanim's, you know, if I see those heroes.
Spell Pipe though. I mean, yeah, I get that. I get that. Okay, well, the Roshan's gonna go down here. LGD, they will be scouted out. Jabs, does he want to jump in? Level 1 vacuum, wall committed now. Does find New and Wide on the back lines as they're going to try and disengage here, but it might be too little too late. Another toss back. This one also finds Jabs as he is going to be chased down by the Rolling Thunder. New picking up the kill onto Jabs. Credit to PYW. As Aurora just simply too late to contest that Roche. Not in time.
Yeah, this pointy-headed general has fallen twice to the same combo.
Yeah, and LGD make it look so easy, don't they? Such a casual combo.
Communication is key, you know, Richie, if you want to execute a combo like this.
That was world's longest TP going to the tier 1 tower, but he lives. He'll be just fine. This game is starting to look pretty painful for now. It's a 7k net worth lead, Winter. We're about to hit 19 minutes with a 4-minute Aegis remaining for Shiro. Aurora's path back in this game, Winter? Is there one still available? Where does it start?
High ground team fight. I'm not sure if they can still win like a team fight on tier 2 towers or in the jungle right now. I mean, their way is like they have to land a vacuum, 5-man vacuum into a rebound, I guess.
Right.
I mean, that's their best
like
combo with the
massive
vacuum.
silence and Zeus ulti just hitting everyone. Yeah, I guess.
It's gonna take some time before they reach that stage. You're gonna need BKB on your Bloodseeker. Zeus is gonna need more damage items. Darkseer needs the pipe. And maybe a dagger at some point. I don't know. I rarely see people get dagger nowadays. Or maybe if you, even if you get it, it's so late.
Hold on, they're hunting. They see, they've got this ward in the lane, so they've seen PYW. 23. Ooh, doesn't have the cast range though to actually catch him. So, LGD on the other side of the map, they know that this is a pretty safe tier 2 tower to see, especially with this Aegis troll up and center, up in front and center. Not much to fear. In fact, they're going to take the enemy Tormentor first. Hey, Winter, I got a question for you.
Nothing you can do with your Aura. You're just gonna have to just watch and try to farm wherever you can on the Bloodseeker.
Do you think a Fortify should also fortify your Tormentor in case you see enemies taking it? You just fortify it.
Why are you asking
it's
me
like
this
Shallow
question?
Grave.
You always say I'm a bad balance maker, you know, if I ever have to. And then you're asking me. And you're asking me, oh, should you give the Tormentor the Aura?
Well, should you? Should you be able to glyph Tormentor?
Why not? I mean, yeah, sure. Why not? I think you're baiting me into saying something, but yeah, sure. Why not? Give your Tormentor. You see, you know, it's gonna make it so easy to grief your teammate.
Yeah.
Imagine your teammate is killing the Tormentor.
You could really torment your team a little bit there, can't you? That's a little evil. I'm sure no one would ever do it though. We're all good boys and girls here. 11 years of Dota, we're this far. Hold on, PYW, quick little smoke play with a toss back, a kill onto Ollie, who was just, you know, just farming aggressively, really.
He's just, you know, taking the garbage farm, you know. Taking the most dangerous farm. Nobody wants it, so there you go, Ollie, you know. Have some farm.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Do you ever sometimes question your teammates when you're playing support? They're telling you to take some farm on the map. You're like, oh, he's giving me farm, you know. And then you realize it's a very bad place to farm.
No, I take what I can get, Winter. You know, I don't get much in the way of farm these days. Okay, couple of big items have come through now. 23's got a BKB. This Pipe of Insight on top of Guardian Greaves are finished. And Lorinov, well, it's not great, but he's got a 4-staff on top of his Yasha and Kaya.
Yeah, more mobility. A Yaya.
Yeah, he's got a Yaya. That's exactly right, Winter.
I'm so confused, but okay. He has a Kaya and a Yaya.
Yeah, he's got a Yaya. That's what he has.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Did you make that up? He has a Yaya?
No, I don't think I made it up. People call it what? People have called it like Kaya before, right? Sanj and... It's a thing, okay? Don't worry. Kaya and Sanj is Kaya.
I'm just trying to figure out how you come to the conclusion of...
Hold on. BYW. Uh-oh. Yule Scepter is an aggressive used one as they are just encircling Jab. There's no way out for him. On the other side of the map, you've got Q desperately trying to finish off this BKB. He will be able to actually finish farming it, but he's not going to have a Darkseer for 30 seconds. He likely won't have a bot lane of barracks either, as there is no glyph available here for Aurora. Aegis has been reclaimed. Look at all of these buffs. Who is going to take down this troll? Who's going to step to him? Especially without a Darkseer. 23's not eager to do so, as there's going to be the jump in and no interrupt now for Echoes. They don't quite get the kill on the Lorinov. The 4-staff not going to help him. PYW had his man locked down there as Echoes forced to stand still a bit thanks to the rupture. But in goes New, looking to try and lock down even more as Q trying to push him back closer to the fountain. They'll at least land another silence on him. But this is not changing the impact of this fight as Captain Jabs, he's in deep. He gets off the back wall onto 3. The self-heal's not nearly enough to keep him alive. He is going to drop. He didn't have a Zeus in that section of the fight. Q, he activates his BKB, but for what? There was a Fortune's End the entire time. Sorry, a false promises. This game's already over. This game is over, and my goodness, LGD absolutely clapped back after the game 1 shellacking they took.
Just like that, you know, LGD, the director, you know, gave them specific orders. Okay, I got boys, I don't like how we lost the first game. This is the manuscript for the next game. This is what you're gonna do to your opponents. Please win the game faster than them.
And
actually, they did, right? The last game was what, 28 minutes? 27?
Yeah. And your thoughts on the Bloodseeker, Winter? Was this a Bloodseeker gone awry? Was this just PYW kind of getting them out of the laning stage with too much credit, basically?
Yeah, it just felt like he got bullied too much when they were making so many rotations and nobody came and helped him. When I say nobody, I mean he got help from the supports, but he needed one of the cores to come over. I wasn't really sure what the Zeus and Darkseer they were doing. I was mainly watching the top lane, so I wasn't sure why they couldn't come, but I felt like he was stuck at level 5, right, for quite some time, level 4, level 5. He couldn't go anywhere, he couldn't jungle, he had no more regen, and he just needed someone to come over to help him kick those invaders out of his lane, you know, and then he could go back to farming, but he just waited and waited, and he died like 2 or 3 times.
Yep, didn't receive any rotations, and well, the early game not really going their way. We'll take a look at some of our highlights to continue trying to break down this game, Winter, but you know, the only fighting chance Aurora ever really had in that game was going to be on the Jabs rotation, right? And it was a good rotation off the mech, saves the Zeus, but everything else falling flat for Aurora.
I think this was the first one, right? They rotated the Zeus in, but it was already like kind of too late. Like the Bloodseeker was like getting bullied. He was getting abused too much by the Tiny and Pango. and he couldn't really farm in the lane, you know. So it felt like they just needed to send someone up quickly to help. One of the cores needed to sacrifice their games, you know, to help the Bloodseeker. But you know, Jeb's kind of, he only came when he got a mech, I think, if I'm not wrong. Like he TP'd to one of the fights, but only when he got mech. So before that, he didn't come. So probably the Zeus, if the Darkseid doesn't come, the Zeus has to come, you know.
Right. Yeah, I mean, we could see in that HUD, there were 2 clips straight in a row where 23 is just kind of like running around the tower trying to dodge him in Fog of War while he's still level 5. And I mean, by this point, what do we even do? The control that they had on the jabs, a noble effort to try and fight into that Roche, but just being too late basically meant that they didn't have a chance. And that's kind of all she wrote. You know, this was kind of just a situation where the lanes break down in a way where Aurora could not afford them breaking down. And even a fast carry, something like a Bloodseeker, is going to have not much he can do into this fast and aggressive of a lineup. Just brutal, honestly.
Yeah, top-notch execution, you know, from LGD. Especially, I think, PYW and Neil, they played the lane really well. Then Echo on his SF just, you know, landing a couple of really perfect combo with the Tiny. And not to mention, you know, Shiro just, you know, farming a Storm and just using his body to initiate. You know, not a lot of carry players would be willing to do that. Duracha is going to do that, but yeah, now we find out that Shiro is also willing to do that.
Yeah, definitely. And they looked very strong, and they looked good doing it as well. And at a time where they needed to deliver, right? A 1-1 draw then to kick off the group stage for Group A for both Aurora and LGD Gaming. Winter, to very briefly dip into this topic, the difference between Group A and Group B, just based on how LGD performed in play-ins. Maybe this is a different LGD, you know, Xiaoba, you know, cracking the whip in the days off, and the director writing a new script for them to go down. But this is a tough loss for Aurora, who, you know, might need all these points if they could get kind of looking at some of the big names that they're going to have to face in Group A.
Yeah, this is definitely not a good sign, you know, for Aurora. But this is like one of those things where I mentioned this team, sometimes they don't really play well because they are kind of like all their cores are playing for themselves, right? Especially Jabs, you know. But I think this game might not be his fault. Like maybe Lorenov just needs to prioritize helping 23, because in the last couple of series where I felt like sometimes when they were losing the games, I felt like 23 didn't really get a lot of help. And similar to this game, he kind of got sacked. The supports were there, but they just couldn't do enough, you know. If they are not getting help from one of the other cores to come over to fight, because the enemies they brought the SF, they brought 4 heroes. I remember they brought 4 heroes top. I think it was the SF and the Oracle, and Aurora just didn't really respond by bringing their own numbers, you know. At the end of the day, it's a numbers game. If I bring more heroes than you, I'm going to kick you out of the lane. That's it.
Would you say that this was maybe a bit dangerous, right? Bloodseeker, he's not a weak laner, but, you know, he can be overwhelmed pretty easily, especially against a strong lane like a Tiny. And the fact that Jabs was playing into a Oracle basically meant that he was going to have a slow start no matter what, unless things really went horrible for the Oracle. Like, would you say maybe this was just like Aurora kind of overplayed their hand a little bit? They saw, oh, this is a sweet Bloodseeker.
Not really.
No?
I feel like it's just the execution. They didn't play really well to win the game. I think the early game just went too bad for the 23 Savage Bloodseeker. It was a really good pick. Just felt like maybe something need to go differently. Like maybe he had to, I don't know if he should go back to base and just TP out later, or because I felt like he thought that he had help inbound, you know, like someone is gonna TP to help him. That's why he was like staying around, and then he was like didn't really want to go back. He wanted to help fight, and he dies 2 times or 3 times in a row. But if those deaths didn't happen, he got his level 6. I don't think you would have seen Neil having such a good game, you know, because the Pango is not going to do anything if he shows up to the fight against Bloodseeker. But it wasn't the case, you know. The Pango just got his level 6 faster than Bloodseeker, and the whole game just became so different, you know. The Bloodseeker got bullied every time in the lane and just couldn't really play the game, you know, and he was poor, and he had to be playing catch-up. And Bloodseeker is not a carry that you want to be playing catch-up, you know. You always want to be snowballing, you want to be ahead, you want to be fighting. You want to be kicking the offlaner out of the lane, not get kicked out by the offlaner.
Right. I wanted to ask as well what you thought about the Zeus, not only as a solution to the lane and maybe the early tempo that an SF, but how you think the hero performed overall. This is a hero we used to see a lot, especially in like 735, and he's Well, I think this is what his third or fourth game.
I think the hero is still like the concept of the hero is still similar. Like you have global presence. You have I think you have a very long cast range in the rune fights. I think primarily why you see Zeus a lot is because when you talk about the 3v3 fights in the runes, mid laner plus your 2 support, Zeus is one of the ones that if you have the right support duo with him that provides him with stun, catch and frontline, he's going to kill everyone. And it's very difficult to fight into Zeus when he can just deward your orbs right in the runes. Just lightning bolt. He dewards you for free and you have no vision.
All right. I have to say that this was only the second Zeus pick of the tournament. Virtus.pro had picked it previously as... sorry, that's Virtus.pro that picked it earlier in their victory over Beast Coast. VP ultimately eliminated from the tournament here, ended up not working. Winter, we also see a lot of troll bans. I mean, is this just like another day at the office, basically? If you troll, win lane, win game. Is this kind of what the hero does? Is this why we see him get banned so much?
You know, troll this game just sounds like the guy that he shows up to work, but the work's already done. You know, that's how I felt about the troll here. The other 4 heroes, they have already finished the job or close to finishing the job. You know.
That's true. That's true. As we do take a look at our MVP here of the match, I believe we did select PYW. All right, is our Tiny for our PlayStation MVP. And was this the guy that really started the job and finished it all by himself? Winter, you spoke at length about that crash landing. How did he do?
He definitely started the job. You know, I don't know if he finished the job, but he definitely started and made it easy for everyone else, you know, like in the, you know, the track and field, like he's the first guy that already gave the whole team a huge lead, and the next few runners just have it easy. PYW is your man here with the Tiny.
I see. Yeah, and well, he didn't need to be the anchor on this occasion, as you had New and Echoes both connecting and able to continue piling on the pressure, ultimately just shutting down Aurora on that game too. And I mean, Winter, I think, you know, what more can you say? 2 one-sided games. Was hoping for a bit of a closer series here, but that's not what was in store for us. A couple different heroes that we see.
You asked me if I like BO2 or BO3, and this is why I like a BO3. Yeah. You get to settle the score. You know, first game you get whooped. The second game I whoop you, and then we need a third game to decide who is the better team.
Absolutely. So that's going to be a 1-1 here in our series. Let's get caught up and see how the other streams are doing. As of course, you're watching the stream 1 of 4. All right, there's 4 streams going. You got the main channel, you got the secondary, us on the tertiary and the quaternary. But let's take a look at our standings now to get updated with Group A to see how things are looking there. What do we have now? You do have not all the games finished up. Seems like we were the first series to finish. But Falcons losing their first game. Aren't they playing versus Heroic, I believe, on the main stage right now? They're playing versus Spirit on the main stage right now. Blacklist versus OG seems to have gone for OG in map 1. I'm wondering how Blacklist are doing there. You can tune in, I believe, to the D stream for that. That's going to be the 4th channel. And finally, on the B stream, it seems like that's the Heroic and Gaming Gladiator series, where Heroic have taken game 1 off of Gaming. Yeah, I mean, so far, right? Not a whole lot, not a whole lot of data here, right? But I'd say Heroic beating Gaming sure as heck proves that you know, the group stage top finish was no mistake for Heroic. We're in the era of the Brazilian coaches, Heroic and Entity. Well, there's Entity as well, kicking off a little bit later here. We'll see how they get going, but yeah, that's exciting for them.
Yeah, Heroic, kind of like a team that figured out what to do in the patch, at least what to draft, and I felt like there was a significant improvement from Hector as well as a carry for their team. Felt like his playstyle right now is a lot different from before. He's been showing up to help his team a lot more, less dependent on his team, and yeah, they're doing great.
Yeah. Well, Winter, we've talked ad nauseum now about this series, but fortunately, we're going to be bringing in one of the players, I believe, from LGD to talk a little bit more and get their thoughts on this series. Over to our interview.
Hi, hello everyone. I have Captain Y with me. He's very well. And we're starting off with questions. Captain Y, and guys, generally coming, but Autry haven't quite that well, and but you guys the group stages and have what do you think went wrong? And I want to hear your perspective. 所以Y 队就然后呢，最主要。
我觉得就突围赛3个队来说，就是我们队相对其他2个队来说，只是结果上，但其实过程上我觉得并不是有多好。我们相对于问题可能，我只知道我们队的问题更多打好的原因，可能更多的是一个是对版本稍微的理解了一点，试图就是向别的队伍学习到一点，另外一个更主要的选手更加深。
So, has said, even though our team has become slightly better than the other, it boils down to, I guess, a bit of luck and the fact that even though our results are better, it doesn't mean that our process, the fact that our team ahead in still or catch, I felt that one of our greatest strengths that allowed us to slightly faster better learn adapt more threats from the other team as well, which follows up to the next. You guys have been actually significantly better in the past couple of days with your team performing with much higher level of confidence and much higher level of excellence as well. So what do you think is the main cause of that? Now, 确实也是就是被快一点，然后也确实见到前2发挥，包括自信心都比较高。主要的被快一点了呢，还是？
Oh, okay, and unfortunately, I think we'll have to try and fix that interview audio. Seems like not quite working out there. Winter, I did catch the start of that question. I think he was, our translator was talking a little bit about how they are maybe faring in the patch or so far in the tournaments. Something about how, they haven't had so much luck, and well, now recently results have been going well. They've had more opportunities now to learn a bit from the other teams at the tournament, which is always a little bit interesting to see how they're doing. I was particularly interested to seeing, how and what is going to change for them to be performing better, because, or if this is to be expected now, because they did not start the tournament off very well. I had very low expectations for them, but they looked phenomenal in Game 2, didn't they?
Yeah, Y said something about they were trying to focus on their own team. He felt like they had a lot of issues that they needed to fix. It's not just a patch, and as long as they are able to iron things out, those issues, he feels like our team is going to move forward.
I'm sorry. I think we've lost your audio there, Winter. Not to worry though. We are going to be going to a quick break, folks. And when we return, we are going to be getting ready for our second match, which is going to be Weibo Extreme Gaming taking on Team Liquid. That'll be after the break.
Tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you. Take me down, leave me lost and found. Take me down, loud without a sound. And I will rise, rise, and I will fly.
I've got 33 from Team Liquid here joining me at Riyadh Masters. We're going to have a bit of a chat about everything related to Liquid and also some of the history within your career. But starting off, 33, how are you feeling? How's your day been so far?
I'm good. I mean, just a usual media day, so it's a little bit of waiting, but overall, everything is good.
And a long day too. You got a lot to run through, a lot of things to do.
Yeah, we have a bunch of media, and then still need to. I think we have some scrims today as
Okay.
well.
Oh, wow.
Because we are already playing tomorrow, so have to get ready.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's jump into this because I don't want to keep you for too long. But you've been on Liquid for a couple of months now, and I want to know how coming into Liquid and coming into a four stack that had been together for so long felt for you, and if it was a difficult, couple of first months for you.
I wouldn't really say it was difficult. At the start, it was a little bit weird, but mainly because the guys played the LAN without me in the KL because I couldn't go.
Yeah.
So yeah, we didn't get to play together on LAN for a while. I joined, and then we played some qualifier. We had a success, and then I joined for the bootcamp, but I wasn't playing. So
Okay.
it was a little bit weird.
Mhm.
But just because I'm not playing, not anything to do with like the guys. everyone was super welcoming and like made sure I kind of fit right in. And yeah, as soon as we kind of started playing tournaments and just being a team, everything fell into place very quickly.
Okay. So you didn't feel too much that you had to change your play style or adapt to how they were as a 4-stack? You could find this middle ground between all of you?
You always have to like adapt a little bit both ways, but I wouldn't say it was especially hard, because obviously when I join, I want to kind of learn from them how they do stuff, and they want to learn from me some stuff of what I want to bring in. And yeah, I think everyone was kind of trying to make it work, and it was a little bit of an adapting period, but overall I think we did a good job and we're on the same page now.
Would you say that was mostly gameplay that the adaptations had to happen, or was there also in how you talk about what needs to be changed, the team environment as well? Was there also a middle ground with those aspects?
Yeah, I guess in those aspects as well. Like every team operates a little bit differently. In Tundra, it was a little bit more professional at times, and I think some aspects of it are really good and some are less good. And yeah, just the stuff I thought worked well, I was trying to bring it into Liquid, and everyone was willing to give it a chance and kind of try things my way. And I think yeah, I think we found a good middle ground.
Yeah, it's nice you get to cherry pick the good from both. But what would you say exactly is that you learnt from the Liquid boys that were already there, and what do you think you brought to the team?
I think in Tundra things were a lot more strict sometimes.
Okay.
Not so much because anyone was like standing with the machetes and telling us you have to do this, you have to do that, but just
you don't have Blitz standing over you guys being like, play more pubs, play more pubs.
Just things were a little bit more intense, I guess.
Right.
Which sometimes is good and sometimes is bad. Probably sometimes it cost a little bit to the point where it's a bit too intense and then it's exhausting. And in Liquid, I think sometimes probably they were a bit not intense enough. So yeah, we try to find like some balance of like, obviously you don't want to feel like every game is like the most important thing ever, and if you lose it's like a disaster and people are stressed a lot. But you also want to give some intensity and some importance to things. So yeah, that's something we worked about. We worked on a bit, I guess.
I know that you also briefly talked about how it's weird doing all this big lead up to Kuala Lumpur. You didn't get to play with them. Obviously, the boys did really well in that event as well. And then you come to the Dubai LAN that happened. Did you feel that there was more pressure for you of making sure you were getting a top placement because they had previously done well with a stand-in?
No, I didn't really feel that way. I don't really think about tournaments that way. I just come into every tournament and I try to do my best, and whatever happens, happens. I think if you overthink, you put so much pressure on yourself and it makes it harder to perform and harder to focus. So yeah, I mean, in hindsight, it was nice that we did better than they did in KL without me.
Yeah.
But
that wasn't the goal.
No, it wasn't the goal. We just wanted to, play as a team. Obviously, it was our first tournament together, and just try our best.
Did you have to do any sort of team bonding to get more of the communication flowing in the team? Because you said they were all very welcoming, but was it easy and quick to make that connection between everyone?
Yeah, it was pretty easy. I mean, I kind of knew all the guys before. We've been playing against each other for years. We've met at LANs many times, and Dota players are all very similar. Like once you're playing together, the common language is already there, like by default. So everything is very easy.
Yeah. And do you think there was much change that had to happen in the laning phase between yourself and Boxy? Was there this difference in how aggressive you wanted to be? Or was that also something that it really comes down to what you're going to draft for yourself, and at any point it could be?
Yeah, I think it mostly comes to the draft. I think me and Boxy see the lanes very similar. Obviously, like post 4 players, sometimes they want to roam a bit too much, but that's the same with every post 4. I don't think there's ever an offlaner that doesn't wish his post 4 stayed in the lane like a little bit more.
Right.
But obviously, just in the moment, I wish I could win my lane. But I understand in hindsight that there's other considerations in the game, and that you have to think about other things. And yeah, but I think me and Boxy reached a good synergy in lane.
Yeah, that's awesome. And how confident are you for the team for this event? You guys have always done really well on lands, and luckily for you, Riyadh Masters is that land, but the event just before this one, it wasn't the result you were looking for. So where exactly would you place the confidence with the big patch change that has happened?
I would say we're probably in like the best form we've been all year. I don't want to like jinx us or anything.
Of course, that's not what I'm looking for here.
Yeah, so like again, I don't really come into tournaments with expectations, but our bootcamp was pretty successful, and yeah, everyone has been working like the hardest they've been all year. Everyone, I think, is really excited to play on a new patch, and yeah, we've had a good bootcamp, and we're just excited to see how it goes for us.
And would you say one of your strengths as a player has always been around the mentality? Because what you're telling me is that you're able to see tournaments in a vacuum, that everything else around it does not affect what is going to happen or what should happen. So has that always been your viewpoint of it, and has that always been your strength?
I'm not sure. I remember I used to get sometimes stressed, but I guess just you keep playing and you play for so long, and at some point it just, it just passes. Like, yeah, some tournaments are going to go well, some tournaments will go poorly, and that's just how it is. And how much you stressed over and how much you really, really wanted to win, at the end of the day, it didn't end up making an impact on the result.
Okay.
So yeah, it just comes with time, I guess.
And is that the same for nerves? Because that's what a lot of other people say as well, is like, it's just time that's going to help with nerves. So, you say time is just going to help with this outside viewpoint of a tournament.
Yeah, I think it's just time, but also it's a bit hard to control. Like, I don't know, sometimes I could have like no nerves at all for the whole tournament, and then one game that is insignificant, and suddenly I'm like, I can't last it, because I'm like, and I don't know why. It's like a game that's not even important, and it goes away very quickly, but sometimes nerves just come out of nowhere. So I think, yeah, you can't really predict it. And luckily for me, I'm not really affected by it, but yeah, it can happen to anyone.
Have you felt like you've had that at any point since joining Team Liquid?
No, not really that I recall, but it's just sometimes like random nerves just appear out of nowhere, even if, I don't know, sometimes you will play pub, you didn't even double down, but then the nerves are coming, and there's there's no explanation. But yeah.
Can happen in officials, could happen in pubs, but 33, thank you so much for joining. I appreciated everything that you've had to say, and good luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
Extreme Gaming is one of the top names in the Chinese Dota scene, and their current roster is primarily built from players from ESL One Kuala Lumpur winning team Azure Ray. With a core of AR players, XM, XXS, and Jin Q, the addition of DY and Ame has made Extreme Gaming the strongest team in China, and one of the only ones that can compete at a top international level. As the roster is fairly new, they have only attended 3 EPT events this season. Both the carryover points from the previous Azure Ray players, they had a bit of a head start in the season. The first EPT event for Extreme Gaming was Dream League Season 22, where they took down Team Spirit and ended with a solid 3rd place, falling to BB Team. ESL One Birmingham went quite a bit worse, however. After a fairly weak group stage, they lost to G2IG in their first playoff match and went out at 8th place. The most recent EPT event went a bit better, but still really not good enough considering what Extreme Gaming are capable of. 4th place at Dream League Season 23. With previous Riyadh Masters winners Ame and Jin Q on the team, Extreme Gaming are a team that shouldn't be underestimated, with potential to take down any team in the world. Will we see our first 2-time Riyadh Masters winners this year?
Team Liquid is a fan-favourite roster that has been near the top of Dota 2 for a long time, but never quite making it to the #1 spot. The core of the roster is built from Mickey, Insania and Boxy, who have been playing on the team together since 2019, with the addition of Nisha and lastly 33, who joined the team late last year. Team Liquid are a true powerhouse of Dota. After achieving 2nd place at last year's Riyadh Masters, Team Liquid kicked off the season with a rocky start at Dream League Season 21. In fact, Team Liquid never seems to quite perform at their top in online events, achieving similarly disappointing results in every season of Dream League this season. But what they lacked there, they make up for at LANs. Their biggest achievement since last Riyadh Masters was at ESL One Kuala Lumpur, where they managed to reach a top 3 finish despite playing with Saberlight standing in for 33. ESL One Birmingham sadly did not go as well, ending up at 5th place. Still, it secured them enough points to qualify for Riyadh Masters. Despite having a turbulent year, Team Liquid made it. Maybe they will be able to replicate the success they had at last year's Riyadh Masters this time too.
Welcome back to the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup 2024. Group A now just rounding out their first BO2 matches. We are on now to Group B for them to kick off their group stage. You're joining here, us, Seek and Strike, and Winter for the action. Winter, how was your break? Did you get a snack in? Did you get some supper?
Yeah, I got some acai berry.
Ooh.
Have you ever tried it?
Yeah, of course. I'm a millennial. I'm a Zoomer, whatever I am.
Yeah, I had it with some protein shake, with some almond milk. Didn't really go very well together, so I would not recommend you try it.
Well,
it's probably good for you, but it doesn't taste good.
I see. So the flavor's not quite there. Well, Winter, I think we've got a very, hopefully you have a bit of a palate cleanser, maybe a bit of spiced ginger or something to reset, because we have quite the match now that awaits us, Winter. That's right. We have Weibo Extreme Gaming taking on Team Liquid for our Group B kickoff. Now, Winter, this was our match to focus on of the day. We asked everyone in chat to head over to stcplay.gg to let us know what their prediction is. You can still go ahead and fill that out, I believe, for all the matches today. But if we do have an update, that would be nice to see. Where is your prediction at, Winter? If we made you go to stcplay.gg, where would you have put your vote on?
Weibo Gaming, Extreme Gaming.
Why is that? Why 2-0?
I feel like they're coming in with better form. I think Liquid didn't really look good about a couple of weeks ago when we saw them. Felt like, a lot has changed, obviously, 3-4 weeks ago, and the patch at the moment. So we might see a different Liquid. But based on what I saw last, I think XG is the favorite.
Well, XG here, not the crowd favorite, as it's a 13-87 split. Just noting that down to see how things will work out here, folks. We'll see how that gets going. Extreme Gaming, they did win the toss for game number 1, Winter, and they did choose first pick. So we'll see probably maybe a Dire or a Radiant, depending on what Liquid have in mind. But just a little spoiler here as we are getting ready for our first draft of this series. Winter, you spoke about the success of Extreme Gaming. Liquid have had a little bit more of a quiet year, not by any means a bad year. It wasn't the runner-up year that they had last time around, but they did still perform consistently. They got a few podium finishes, and overall they've done well. But you go back all the way to ESL1 KL, that first tournament last year in December here in Mitek, and you've got these guys not as Extreme Gaming, but as Azure Ray actually winning that tournament. How have they? Have they impressed you throughout the rest of the year? Were you expecting more? Is this exactly what you were thinking that Sinki would be bringing? What's the thoughts there?
I mean, they got a couple of upgrades, I felt. Like AME over Lu, and then DY over Tianming. I felt like those two players are upgrades, I feel like after winning KL, they got an even better roster. They just needed time to gel, and we are kind of seeing the fruits of their training together. Chemistry is better, everything is better. They work through a lot of problems, and here we are, with Extreme Gaming being at this level right now. I feel like they're definitely one of the stronger teams and the teams to look out for in this event. Definitely, at least top 4 for me.
Indeed. I mean, we'll see how well that looks for Team Liquid, a team that has gotten, I think, at least 3 top 4s this year. A 4th place finish, I believe, at Birmingham. I think they got a 3rd place at another big land. It is Team Liquid. Looks like, I don't know what Insania looks like. He's going to shake my hand. He's offering me a trade. What are you trading me, Insania? I do like that image quite a lot, the glasses shop. But we'll see how they are going to get going here. I don't know, Winter, what did you think? Obviously, Zai leaving this team after TI in Seattle. He had one of those, who was it, Pasha or Solo, was it? After one of the TIs where he said, yeah, VP's not sticking around anymore. Zai with a very strikingly similar interview where he said, I'm retiring and we'll see if I'm back. And, well, that allowed 33 to step into the team. They've kind of found their balance, I would say, a little bit more as of late. Although, as you hinted towards, Winter, their Dream League Season 23 finish was not particularly impressive. A group stage exit for them. Where do you think they stand here currently?
Hard to say though. Like depends whether they figure out their problems and they have like a good understanding about the patch, what to pick. Usually Liquid is one of those teams where I feel like every time there's a huge shake-up in the patch, they are one of the few faster teams that kind of figure out what is strong and what is not strong and what to abuse, you know. I remember during the ESL1 KL thing, they were kind of the first team, if I remember correctly, that abused the Lion when Lion got this mana drain multi-target magic immune, magic resistant thing like going on, and Boxy came out right away during the tournament with some Tranquil's Rift Band Lion doing that, you know, and everyone was like going crazy. And in the end, it actually ended up being a thing, you know.
Yeah. We'll see if they've got it figured out. They have what many refer to as one of the nerdiest offlaners, right? 33 coming through. I always really like looking at his Dota buff and his Dota 2 Pro Tracker right as we get some bigger patches. But we'll see how things get going as our first draft winter is just now getting underway. We'll jump in here shortly. Like I said before, we do have XG with first pick. And it's Liquid with Dire side. Let's go ahead and jump in and see how our teams are getting ready to perform for game number one of this BO2 series.
I kind of like the Brute ban right away. I feel like if you want to ban Brute against a specific amount of teams, Liquid is definitely one of the teams that I'm going to be not allowing this hero to go through, you know, especially on 33. You don't want to give him a hero that can abuse some kind of units to micro around, like be annoying. But at the same time, I feel like Brute is kind of a carry, more of a carry hero at the moment. He's not like an off-lane hero. I mean, I guess you can do it, but it's not so effective. I think the reason why she's strong at the moment is because you're weak in the first couple of levels. That's why you put him as carry. And the other thing about this hero is when you get the necrotic webs, you put one of the webs in the mid lane, so you kind of help your mid laner to win his lane by reducing the regen on the opposing mid laner. So that's why you get a lot of value at him as a carry, and it's harder for your opponents to abuse you on the safe lane when you're on the short side of the lane.
Now, Winter, both of these two teams directly invited as a result of their EPT placement, right? So they did not play in the play-ins. I don't think either of these teams have played for some time now. But thinking back to your time as a player, would you rather have gone through something like a preliminary stage of the tournament and then straight onto LAN, or would you rather be coming in a little bit more rested in what is a very long, I think 2-3 week event? Where would you rather be?
Nobody have any tape on me, so I can surprise them with some alchemist support, some fancy tech, you know. I like surprising my opponents with fancy tech, something they've never seen before.
I do reckon we're in for some fancy picks from Team Liquid. I was taking a look, and here it is straight away. They're not hiding anything. It's on their Dota 2 Pro Tracker. If you look at Nisha's, you look at 33s, this is very much a flex pick for them, but the Sand King already coming through. Another thing to keep your eye out is Boxy, the man on your screen here. He has been spamming the heck out of Morphling support position 4 and winning with it, by the way. I think the other pick's looking a little bit more, you know, normal, to be honest. It's just this Sand King that, again, I need to stress it, sorry. This is Nisha and 33. They both play a lot of this hero, so this is a big overlap now.
This hero is a good answer to Beastmaster, because Beastmaster wants to come near you with the Drums of Storm, deal damage, regen, like try to be a front line. But against Sand King, it's difficult when the Sand King gets the Aghanim shot. Sorry, not the Aghanim shot, the Aghanim scepter. So you kind of control back the area with your stuns, you're randomly popping around, and it makes it very difficult for the beast to come in. And especially if you have a vessel on your teammate, the beast can never stand in the middle of the team fight against a Sand King. I think it's a good and logical approach against Beastmaster. Now you remove out the Chen and Enchantress, so things that can steal your ball as Beastmaster, removed.
That's true, actually. No persuasion.
Yeah, so making sure that Beast can get a very dominating lane, a dominating start. Because if you kind of have to play conservatively with your balls, then you don't really win the lane. Because if you're just pushing out the lane and harassing with the Wild Axe, you're also giving the enemy carry farm.
Right.
But if you can control the wave and use your ball to pressure and kill, then you're making life really, really hard for the enemy carry. And Hoodwink Beast, Hoodwink is the next pick here for Team Liquid. One of the best position for heroes right now. It's insane. The laning, the heroes.
Are you back? We're back to Hoodwink. I remember at the start of the patch we weren't so sure for TI quals.
Yeah, but they changed the. What is it? The bounce, so you can bounce it on trees. I think what's the name of the facet? So you can bounce it on
facet.
On
it's
trees,
the
right?
it's the acorn trick shot or something like that, isn't it?
Yeah. So you basically nobody can trade against you at level 1 because before you needed to get a hero near the crit wave to maybe bounce it twice, but now because you bounce it on trees, so any other support can trade with you in the lane because you just get hit by 2 acorn shots with Blightstone and you're taking like 200 damage, so you can't fight him.
Right.
Right now, XG has gone for Treant Protector, which is, I feel like, very, very good with Beastmaster. You kind of help him sustain in the team fights. You also help him set up with the root overgrowth. You're walking around Invis with your shard. And I feel like, apart from Spirit Breaker, Treant Protector is the second best hero at hunting a Hoodwink because you can run around and find her in the team fight. Spirit Breaker, obviously, you just charge from a far distance.
That's interesting. I've seen this go a little bit both ways. I think in team fights you've got a strong point there, but in the lane I actually have seen some trees that really struggle to get on top
but
of
at the
Hoodwink, so
same time, like nobody fights into Hoodwink's lane right now as a position fight. It's so difficult.
That's true. That's a good
It's so
point.
difficult
Maybe I'm
to
barking
trade
up the
against
wrong
her.
tree.
And at least Treant Protector, you
Insania-
can kind of heal your teammates, heal your carry.
Right. Insania will be playing
So-
this ET5 with the Razor, and there's the Morphling for Extreme
Razor.
Game.
Yeah, the Razor counter. You drain his damage back. But more importantly, I want to highlight the absurd amount of magic damage. ET Aura with the Hoodwink plus Sanking. This is crazy amount of magic damage.
Yeah.
And who is going to build pipe? Guess what? Beastmaster doesn't want to buy pipe. So Rubik has to buy pipe.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, these Treant
Guess you
heals
get
aren't going to
mech.
be enough.
You get mech and pipe on Rubik this game. I think it's very, very crucial for them to be able to survive this burst from ET, Hoodwink, Sanking. Maybe we'll see. What do they do with this? They need to finish their draft right now. XG with I feel like another hero that can run around the map to play with the supports. Because Beastmaster is another carry. He needs a long time to farm and be ready to join the team. So they need a mid laner
Needs
that can.
stacks.
They need a mid laner that doesn't really need to farm stacks, and you can actually play with your Rubik and Treant when you are high level enough.
Well, I mean, I'll just list a popular hero because he's not banned. You still got an Ember Spirit. You still have no Storm anymore.
Storm,
you got a
right?
Void.
Oh, no Storm.
No,
Okay.
Storm just banned.
Ember, Void Spirit,
Primal.
Primal's okay-ish. Not really sure though. I feel like if there are no good candidates, maybe they can just go for another long-range artillery, another Zeus kind of hero that can just do damage. And you try to play for scaling.
Okay.
I think ideally
yeah.
you want to pick a hero that can lane into Razor. That's my first impression right now of their draft. They need somebody who can lane into the Razor if they are unsure of things, because the Razor can kind of be flex to
Flexed.
carry or mid.
Yeah.
So, but at the very least, you need to have someone that can lane against the Razor.
That's true. That's an important consideration. I think from my research, from what I've found, mostly Mickey has been playing the Razor carry, but you're absolutely correct. I'm sure Nisha could still play a Razor, and obviously the Sand King can be flexed to mid or off just as easily. So that's a good point you bring up. That is a good point. 30 seconds of reserve time here. Final ban into final pick. But it'll be, final pick for Team Liquid, I should say.
Yeah, and it's because it's XM, right? He doesn't play the Spirit heroes well. He plays more of the greedy mid heroes that sit in the lane and farm and push out waves, Right, Keeper of the Light. Not a Spirit hero, but he kind of is a hero that wants to look for rotations as well, or can be used as a defensive purpose where you just react to the enemy's rotations. Very good with the, I think, Beastmaster, the combo. You Chakra. I mean, you can abuse all these low cooldown spells.
Do you just Ember here if you're Nisha?
I mean, why not? You need
take-
someone to kind of deal with the Kotal, right? Somebody needs to be able
Right.
to find him. Razor is not very good at doing that.
I think we've seen the lane be decent. You can definitely out-rotate the Coddle. We've seen the Mage Slayer build, which worked very effectively, right?
Yeah, they kind of need a Mage Slayer hero against Beastmaster and Kotal. I think that would be nice.
I mean, because if you don't run that, what are you thinking? It's DK, I guess. But honestly, I don't love DK right now as a mid. I'm not sure how I feel about the hero overall. Not up to me anyway. It's up to Liquid. But I don't know. I wouldn't mind just seeing an Ember here, to be honest with you. Other popular picks for Nisha lately have been the Primal, the Void Spirit. Could be maybe an option.
Void Spirit could be maybe okay. You have the Aghanim's timing against Morphling Silence, but I think Ember is more of a reliable one here with their draft.
Yeah. They'll go with the Ember. I mean,
it
it's-
abuses the Elder Titan aura. You can set up for your Bushwhack. You set up for Sand King.
True.
You can kind of
true.
play around your magic damage. You can play from a distance, and I feel like it gives them everything they need with their draft, right? Because with Razor and ET, Hoodwink, these three heroes, I feel like their life is a lot easier if someone else can kind of help start the fights for them, you know, with the slide and into the Searing Chains. Because Sand King is not going to be that reliable until he has his dagger, you know. Before that, he's kind of like just trying to walk in and stun, which is not always going to work well for you, you know. So having the Ember kind of helps them play around that. So they have a lot of ways to initiate and catch, and Ember's going to have a good lane against the Keeper of the Light. And on top of that, you can kind of also mirror Kotal's movements really well on the map, you know. You just follow him, just like what we saw in the previous game from Lorenov. You just mirror the Kotal, and because of your reach, you can always be able to help your team, you know, deal with the Kotal initiations.
Yeah. No, certainly. I mean, that's basically exactly what I was just thinking, right? It's just seems honestly too strong. Yeah, this Ember last pick. I mean, it's not the be all end all last pick. It's no like Huskars and
It's
some
solid.
nasty cheese.
It's solid.
But it's
Very,
solid.
very
It's just
solid.
clean. It ties up everything in a nice bow, doesn't it?
Ties up everything with a nice bow. It's just like you had a nice appetizer, you had a nice main course, and then the dessert just brings everything together, you know. That ice kacang, that ABC. And then you feel good after you have everything. That's what
Is
the Ember
that,
feels now.
Yeah, you think so? I mean, look, I see it. I definitely see it. I just see here, Boxy. I'm surprised. I feel like, I guess it's not him who's always been on the Hoodwink, has it? But we'll see how he gets going here. Winter, I'll tell you what. I see this Liquid lineup. You got a Carry Razor laning with an ET. You've got a Sang King Hoodwink lane with what I expect will be quite the active Ember, if not rotating to side lanes. His supports are rotating to him. I don't know. I call me biased, but I'm leaning towards what the audience was thinking here. I wouldn't know if I'd say 87-13 necessarily, but I do favor this Liquid lineup. I think their lanes play very naturally into a very aggressive early to mid game.
Yeah, but at the same time, I feel like Extreme Gaming's lineup centered around the living armor, not the living armor, but the Trim Protector heals with the Sapling, plus your Beastmaster, Morphling. I feel like their heroes can be unkillable, you know, once you get the pipe up on your, probably a Rubik, and then you have the Kotal heal to top everyone up. I feel like their heroes could actually be unkillable, you know, in the team fights with all the heals, the Attribute Shift for Morphling, and then you have the Drums of Slom.
Right. I mean, look, that's certainly possible. I don't know if they're gonna get there, to be honest with you. It just seems overwhelming, the amount of damage. And here go Liquid straight away. Great, lovely ward here out from XG early, who will utilize this ward to not exactly scout this rotation, but future rotations as well as keep eyes on that rune. This is a common move, cut down the treant's trees, and now they're going to look for even more as Boxy leads them up to the high ground. Ame, his smoke breaks first. Of course, it is going to be that acorn shot, which removes half of Morphling's HP straight away. XM, lovely level 1 hero to fight with, is going to tease them a bit there with the Illuminate, and that shall probably end our little bit of saber rattling pre-horn. So you think the heals are going to be too good? There's going to be just too much sustain, you reckon?
with the pipe. I think if they can get a pipe up on probably the Rubik, because Beastmaster is definitely not gonna want to buy. I say that, you know, but because probably I've seen very little Beastmasters deviate away from the Aghanim, Stagger, BKB type of item build, you know.
Right. That's kind of what I'm also I wouldn't say banking on is the right word, but that's the logic I'm relying on here a bit. Aggressive ward up from XG. They take this cliff ward, which is going to see X success abscond to safety. Good effort there from Nisha, but won't find the ward. SinQ's got him there. Runes will go 2 apiece. Is this camp blocked? Yes, indeed. They've blocked one. It's actually 2 of Coddle's camps. How rude, but very effective here.
Do they have sentries to help? Okay, he's going to find out the hard way.
That's brutal.
What happened to my jungle? Yeah, this is extremely important when you're playing against Kotter. You need to block his camps to stop him from hitting that insane vessel timing, and then he shows up in your side lane and he just kills your heroes on the side lane. Ain't anything you can do about it, you know?
It's important.
Yep, and top lane you see the ET just starting to bully the Beastmaster with the Plasma Field, just very nicely done by them. Connecting the Spirit and then using Plasma Field to slow them down, just getting the extra few couple of briefcase punches onto
Can't
the
actually
beast.
catch up to SinQ because SinQ started off with brown boots. Insania with a bit of a bait there, by the way. He was standing body blocking the camp, I think, so he wouldn't get lifted out or something. I'm not sure, but SinQ did not block the camp, which means Insania's got a little bit more bonus damage here, thanks to that hard camp spawning in.
Yeah, they both kind of want to use the cam, you know. That's why I don't really blame him, because they want to push out the lanes. If you're Rubik Beast, you want to push out the lane and pull. I mean, sure, you have to kind of risk giving the ET the extra cam, you know, to get damage from the aura, but I think this is how you want to play this lane as Rubik plus Beast.
Okay, we'll see.
Because if the lane is static, you are not going to be able to have a good time, because Plasma Field and then the Elder Titan is just going to right-click you with Spirits, whether he gets the bonus cam or not.
Yep. I don't think SinQ will be very fond of stacking it, though. I think he'll at least try and avoid that.
Nah, probably not going to stack.
Mickey with a good interrupt there will at least ensure that the creep doesn't get pulled off to the side, as Insania is going to actually block the camp now. Okay, so he's happy to keep the camp blocked. Obviously, these Warpine Raiders are still alive. Yes, it's a small pull here.
I mean, Beast is totally getting bullied so much in this lane. You know, still not level 2 yet.
He don't have any boots.
God.
He doesn't have any boots. All SinQ can do is Fade Bolt, but that only reduces base damage, if I'm not mistaken. So all this bonus damage you get off the Spirit, which is the majority of it as a 5 ET, you're just whacking away. It's so hard.
And your ball is like not really that useful with the slow at 10% at level 1 to slow down the ET at the moment, and you have Plasma Field, so you're not getting away. And this lane is tough right now.
Talking to the admin, like, is it legal for me to bully this guy this hard? Like, I feel bad. This is an off laner. I'm just killing him. Look, he's out of reach.
Probably the other way around. Do you not feel any sympathy towards the Beastmaster here? He's still level 1, 2 minutes into the game.
Well, he'll get. I mean, actually, he is. That's true. I mean, he'll get it here in just a moment. Just you wait and see. We do have a quick pause. The goal win
how
ready.
About the opposite side of the map, Richie? You know, is our Morphling having a good time here in this lane?
Oh, another quick pause. That was very abrupt. That was some FPS issues. I was about to say, Boxy was not moving there right at the resumption of that game. Well, down bottom, Ame 9-2 into his adversary, who has exactly the same 9-2 actually. 3 denies for a Hoodwink though. How is that happening?
Yeah, if you add the supports, 0-3 on Hoodwink and 0-1 on Trian. I mean, this lane is tough for, I think, Morphling and Trian. Like, Hoodwink just auto-wins any lane nowadays.
Yeah.
I feel like nobody can kind of fight into the Hoodwink. Like, even if you're a Ogre, you kind of get into a lot of bad trades against Hoodwink. You know? It's just that difficult at level 1, level 2.
A little bit of Kale here. So we'll get a reconnect. Yeah. No, I mean, you're totally right. Winter, obviously, this is a very most unfortunate pause, as Liquid have 2 players currently disconnected trying to fix these FPS issues. But I always bring this up because Dota is a game where we have our internal clocks, right? Where like yes, there's the big clock in the middle of the screen, but also like when you play enough of the game, you kind of get a sense of like, oh, it's time to pull, it's time to move to this side, it's time to consider the rune, it's time to consider Roche, Tormentor, Wisdom. I think this is not as bad as like a pause during a Roche timer or when Roche is dead, but he says go with 33 still disconnected. But 33 with a quick tip there for Boxy as we did get resumed. But, pause is early game. Obviously, no time's a good time to pause, but when's your least favorite?
Early game is probably the best time. Because you're just playing the lane, right? You don't really lose track of things. But in the main game, you kind of will forget about, oh, is this ultimate already used? And sometimes you just forget after a long pause and you go out and push out one wave and you die. It happens a lot.
That's true. That's true. Just a little quick reset here. 33 is going to stun his way out of trouble there. This level 3 spike is going to be pretty big, I imagine, for Tree. You'll have a 1-2 build, right? So that double Leech Seed. Potentially, you'll get another point in Adaptive Strike here at some stage for Ame.
Probably just get Waveform. I think at level 3 right now. Let's try to play with Waveform and your Leech Seed in this lane. But I doubt they'll be able to stand against the Hu-Wing that long. You're going to run out of regen, so probably have to play more defensive. Just get some pulls, get your levels. I mean, mid lane is going to be probably the boring lane, Because Kotal, any lane that you see Kotal in is probably going to be boring.
That was 2 auto attacks. Sorry, make it 3 from Insania and 1 level 2 Plasma Field. That almost killed Sin Q. Mickey will steal a little bit of damage, but it's only a level 1 static link, so it's...
Yeah, this level 1 boost is definitely paying off already for Sin Q.
Oh, for sure. He's going to have to run home now. He's out of regen, but it's better than feeding a death.
Yeah, I always just get win lays against ET. I never really thought of just getting the whole boots, against ET.
Success. He still only has these level 1 boars, so doesn't want to get too aggressive here. I mean, he's going to take a lot of damage.
Just die here.
No, right? No, he's fine. The boar is good enough there for the slow, eventually. Not having a second hero to buff the ET is also very, very fortunate. 33 is trying to pull the wave into camps. Yeah, he's going to have to preemptively Barrow Strike away. Ame will gladly clear the small camp for him in his wake.
Yeah, Ame is actually doing pretty good now. After a couple of pulls on Trian. He's top of the CS charts at the moment. I mean, Sand King is just left alone right now. Hu-Wing is on his way of refilling bottles and stacking and trying to control runes.
Top lane, bit of a fight. There's first blood for Mickey. Gets it onto XSS eventually here with that level 2 now static link. And yeah, I'm just checking the jungle part of me for my silence there. Boxy, he's going to immediately re-block this camp. He's going to scout the stack. He's going to ensure that this other hard camp stays blocked. And, well, XM, he's going to have to find the farm somewhere else.
But where, though?
Right now,
he has to walk so far away if it's the camp a bit lower. And it's not that efficient for his movement.
So they'll send DY to clear the camp then on dewarding duty.
Nicely done.
Yeah. Another pause here, unfortunately. So
looking at the lane, so it seems like both carries are doing fairly well. Like Razor and Morphling, they're winning their lanes. I guess the Razor is winning harder because he's a Razor, whereas Morphling is still okay. He's winning less, but I think you're a Morphling. Late game you're stronger than a Razor. You turn into him. I'm just curious to see what is this Sand King's timing in this game. What is he gonna build? Is he going to get Aghanims right away, or what?
No. In fact, I think most Sand Kings don't go for Ags. When I was looking at their
so what do you get as your first item? You get
it's like a Shiva's usually. Shiva's Blink is what I saw. Let me just
it's against Morphling. You should get the Shivas for sure.
33. He's got quite a build. He's a man of science.
I feel like this is the type of game I might consider Aghanims because I'm playing to the Beast. Beast wants to come in and do damage with Aghanims.
33, he's very consistent on this build. Very, very consistent. One or two bracers if you can get away with it. Maybe a null talisman if he's feeling real greedy. Windlace phase boots. Bloodstone. Bloodstone Yules, Bloodstone Blink, Bloodstone Shivas. From there, we do see a little bit of a deviation depending on the game. But Bloodstone, pardon me for my...
so he's playing like a Konka.
Yeah, and by the way, this isn't just like 3 or 4 games of data I'm going off of. My man's played 14 games of Sand King offlane in the last 8 days. So it was, pardon me, it was very consistent. Little smiley face there as Boxy's just happened to be playing some Dota back on LAN. You know, Boxy in an interview Winter said that Liquid, you know, back in the day, they used to get really nervous whenever they would go to LAN. And during the online DPC, quite famously, they would do super well online, and then they would go to LAN and kind of sometimes not do so well. Then, you know, now they need the LAN to hype them up a little bit more, as here go Liquid in the mid lane. Big heals on the DY, blood grenades toss, load to a crawl. Oh my goodness, Insania ripping him to shreds. Plus 100 damage here, essentially, as Nisha giving them a little bit of a lashing on the way out with that last sleight of fist. Rotations mid. Rune ultimately does go into the battle for Nisha as top lane Mickey, realizing there's no help here for XSS, is only slowed by the boar.
Yep, mission accomplished. Nisha gets the rune. They get the
In the
D1.
meantime, I'm sorry to interrupt you, 33 is farming all these stacks that Boxy's been making. So Boxy sticking around for the experience here as we can see that Nisha coming out with a nice lead here thanks to all of the D-ward blocks and that ally bottle refill. It's a nice stat, but you really need to give a lot of credit to Boxy, who has blocked his camps, has stacked and refilled his bottle. Actually, obviously, he's blocked the cobbles stacks, is what I should say.
Yeah, he's just being very, very annoying. Like thinking about what the enemy mid laners wants to do in the game, and he's just trying to prevent it, and at the same time stacking and allowing your own offlaner to get ahead, you know. So
right.
Definitely
33's playing he's playing one of those offlaners that, like a Pango, can kind of be left alone. He's got like a pseudo escape.
There's definitely a lot of thinking, you know, he's been doing throughout the game, and Nisha is just walking and trying to scout out how many stacks the Beastmaster has.
Okay,
no way
pretty
he's
good.
taking it.
Insania's like, ooh.
there is my battery for my damage, you know. I'm not gonna clear it, but I'm gonna get damage from this.
He's gonna set up an observer ward, and he is just going to sit on XXS here, I think. Mika is gonna drop back into the jungle, continue farming. He's the richest hero in the game. Ame, not too far behind, who's also had a pretty calm game so far.
Yeah, this Beastmaster is like poverty level right now compared to the Morphling and the Razor.
Uh-oh. Treant. Yeah, it's a nice Echo Stomp, perfectly zoning him out. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide as Nisha looking for more now. There's a regeneration rune that spawns at top. Nisha's going to jump on over to that and beat XM to it. As well, speaking of the punch, in goes Insania. That's some good damage here. Nisha, regen rune active now as the Bushwhack connecting onto XM. Puts him down. They're going to chase after Sin Q now. Got vision thanks to that Astral Spirit. Oh, and Nisha committing hard here. That's the remnant that he's got remaining. Fortification not going to be used here, as they're going to try and at least get this kill onto Insania, if not at least his courier, which actually tanks 2 tower shots for him. MVP courier right there. Holy moly. In the meantime, XXS is going to start up this stack, but he's been scouted.
I felt like it was intentionally blocking the damage with the courier, but now the stack, I mean, they're going to need a lot more people to if they want to steal it. Okay, Sand King is here, never mind. He's here.
Sand King's here. Oh man, Max, Sandstorm, XXS, 3 points in Wild Axes. He knows something's wrong here. Something's not right. Nisha, get away from me, you thief, he says, as 33 kicks off this. Oh my goodness. He clears these so fast with Caustic and Stinger. Jeez. There it goes.
On Earth, that actually disappeared so quickly.
Yeah, the triple stack. Liquid, reading XG like a book. And they've read this one before, Winter. I know exactly all the twists and turns.
Came all the way here to steal a stack. Unbelievable. And 33,
he's good.
Epicenter.
Oh, just couldn't quite reach him there. The Burrow Strike, only a level 1. DY still alive under the tower thanks to all the healing he's got. He'll be just fine, but they can't even kill this Sangin. He's so tanky.
So imba,
this menace. Here comes Nisha. He's looking for more. No, he's not going to commit that hard there then. And then you see what's happening in the other side of the map. It's Boxy's just making more stacks. He serves his one king, and that is Sand King. More stacks for you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I blocked the coddle. Yes, yeah, he only has Urn. Don't worry, guys. Amazing. 33 stealing enemy stacks. Right? This is I mean, it's just disrespectful.
Now this looks like a lot of fun, what he's doing here. I mean, they're just completely running over their map, taking their farm, making sure they stack their own. I mean, this lead is just gonna go bigger and bigger. This Beastmaster, I'm not sure how XXX is gonna come into this game without stacks.
I
And
mean,
he's this far behind.
look, Lee, you spoke about the Beastmaster. You got a point there. You're perfectly valid. But something I want to, like, you know, remind you is, oh, you know, Beastmaster, he'll get drums, and then we're going to get a pipe on Sin-Q. Really? Are we going to get a pipe on a Rubik this game? Can't even get his darn arcane
Here comes
boots
XM.
on. Okay, here they go. Mickey. He's not dead. He's not dead. He's not dying. He's not dying. Oh, okay. He's just turned and killed XXS. XM being forced out as well as he's going to fail to collect the kill here in return. Insania, he's chasing for more. XM caught now between a rock and a hard place as he is finished off by Insania. Oh, my goodness. 7-0 right now. This is brutal. You know, 10 years ago to the date, it was the Germany 7-1 Brazil. It's are we seeing it here? This is crazy.
10-0 ancient stacks for 33 for sure, at least.
I mean, this is wild. The only respite that Weibo Extreme Gaming had is the FPS issues on Boxy's PCs. That's the only time that they've had to breathe. They have not had any of the resources on their map available to them.
I mean, all their hope right now is on Ame. Ame is the only one that actually has a game, and he's the top level hero on the right now in the game.
That's true. What's he building? He's gonna go Manta style.
Manta.
Yeah,
Manta to kind of deal with. I mean, help you kind of destroying the searing chains, which is going to be the main thing that's going to hold him in place in the team fights. And after that, he's gonna need a lot more items. I'm not sure.
What do you think? I mean, I've seen a lot of morphs go for like a Vlad's just to let them fight a bit earlier for the base
But
damage.
if you want to
and-
go Vlad's, he would have already bought it. I think he's gonna just go for like the big
true.
items, like Manta into bigger items. I don't know if you go Phylactery this game, or you go for just right click.
I reckon you just go right click. I mean,
I'm not sure. I didn't see this hero a lot recently, so I don't know what's the actual build right now. I mean, it does feel like if you're trying to play like one carry all build, you're gonna need lifesteal, Satanic plus maybe Skadi. Just make sure that you survive in a team fight, because morphing, as long as you're alive in a team fight, the enemy is not killing you, you're gonna do a lot of damage.
okay.
And if
here's what Ame does.
Okay, go ahead. You go ahead first.
He likes power treads. Yasha, very consistent here. And then basically Manta into usually the Morbid Mask, Crystallis, Daedalus, BKB. He has gone for this phylactery build into Conda once. That was against Sven. It was against the
in the
TB,
kind
I
of
think.
games where you cannot stand in front, that build would probably be suitable. Because if you can't stand in front, then you're just like poking in and out using your Kanda to do damage. But if you need to be in front, which is probably the case for them this game, then you're gonna need a BKB.
Okay. Well, let's see what he wants to go here. So we have resumed. Right, once again, I mean, we've had a couple pauses now, but in between the pauses, it has just kind of been a basically a beatdown here. Liquid, they have XG's number. It's not like XG are playing particularly bad or making egregious mistakes. It's just Liquid, you know, really stressing the strategy parts of this.
You know, I feel like they're losing to Boxy, because the lead right now is because of what Boxy is doing, that he actually slowed down the Kotal and he helped steal away the stacks from the beast, you know. That's why they're this lead, and obviously the 7 kills, you know. But majority of that came from the map efficiency, where they are able to make sure they stack their own and they stole their opponent's stacks.
Because look, Ame's not really been affected by the scroll whatsoever, right? It's the other heroes. The other 4 heroes that have been having a terrible game. XXS finally gets the sensation of being able to clear 1 ancient stack. Okay, that's something. That's an ogre axe, but we need a lot more of those.
They need time, Richie.
They don't have time. Well, actually, they've got some time. I mean, Nisha's been able to just go for a full Maelstrom, though.
I think he has been picking up every single rune, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's
he got
true.
every single rune. Now he has an Arcane rune. He's playing very aggressive. He's pressuring. He has the Maelstrom done.
I wonder if 33 is going to play any differently once he gets his Bloodstone finished. Because that's about to be online after he clears the stack. And coming his way
I imagine that would be his timing, where he just can't die. You can't fight into the Sandstorm with Bloodstone. They're gonna need to save the vessel just for the Sand King, I imagine. That's the
new
only way
record,
they can kill
by
him.
the way. So he is the official inventor of Sand King Bloodstone. You've seen it here on this patch. So for all of those who don't know how to play against a Sand King Bloodstone, well, let's see now what XG are going to try and do against it. They've got a vessel. They've got a vessel on the coddle. He has 1 stack in it, and not because he's gotten a kill. It's because he's died with it while it was empty. And, well, he might just get another stack here because Insania is not scared of that vessel debuff he has. In fact, it's going to allow Nisha and Mikke to pick up a kill on Excellence and Q, respectively. 0-9, a 5k lead.
Yeah, they have never been able to hold on this Ancients area, you know. Every time I look over the Extreme Gaming map, there are a couple of Liquid heroes in the Ancients area, you know. Like, XXS hasn't been given a break to farm out this Ancients.
Nope. I mean, Nisha's bottle. Think of Nisha's bottle. Poor bottle hasn't even gotten a break.
Look
Another
at the
room.
map, you know. The 4 of them are always occupying, like 4 heroes on Liquid, and then the Sand King is on the right, farming his own Ancients, you know. So they're getting everything.
All right. No one's really pressuring his tower.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, if you ask me who's the carrier of Liquid, I'll answer the Sand King now.
The Sand King, yeah. I mean, I guess that, you know, Mikke's had a very flexible play style, right? And I mean, he is playing a Razor after all. It's not too unusual to see him come out and skirmish whenever he's got his items. But yeah, I mean, it does kind of look like that, doesn't it?
Is he ready
Sand
now?
King hard.
He's showing up. I guess he's ready.
I think he's, but it's just going to be like, oh my goodness, look at that Sandstorm. Not since Finnish DJ released his hit single Sandstorm in 2001. Not since then, Winter, have I seen a more impactful Sandstorm. It's going to create cultural significance.
Oh, how much I missed that song. The Rude.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
That was how many of my lunch and dinners were spent, you know. Listening to the Sandstorm, the Rude.
Sandstorm? Well, XG are going to have to relive their past now, as 33, he is not stopping here. He sees DY. Okay, here goes the spell steal. They roar him, keep him in place. They missed on the Illuminate. I don't believe it. I think they would have had him. The dead to rights. Now they've lost the Treant Protector. The control onto Ame. Finally, they take down the Razor. Ame showing up to fight, ready to brawl here. Has a net damage stolen of 10. Has at least booted the invaders. But Nisha, you're going to continue the fight here with this amplified damage rune. Is eventually going to call it quits. A 1-for-1 trade as Extreme Gaming finally, they're on the board. 1-10 and a big kill at that.
Emperor Ame shows up. Shows Liquid. Don't you mess with my subjects, you know. I'm still strong. They may be poor, but I'm not.
Look at this. Ame's like, guys, can you believe it? These guys blocked my camp.
Insane. Who was it? Was it? Must be Boxy, right?
Nah,
So
that
annoying.
one was Insania. I have to say, that one was Insania, but yeah, I wouldn't put it past Boxy. He's been setting himself up to get framed for that kind of a job all game.
I mean, like you brought up earlier, this team has got to be one of the nerdiest teams ever, you know, doing all this very annoying AUI ideas. Dragging the creep wave with your Visage familiars, using Courier to stop the push.
That's right, yeah, 33. Was it AUI? Was it 33? Was it a bit of both? Was it Snay? Maybe it was Blitz all along. That's what no one was saying. Blitz is like, guys, just troll this guy. Remember, you ever see that Cap and Blitz video where one of them was playing Silencer and they just bully the troll over and over again to make sure he can never cast his ulti? That's what they're doing. They're just basically not letting Coddle play the game.
I somehow remember the game where they were playing against Rubik and no one learned any spells. So Rubik had he had nothing to steal.
Yeah, I remember that one as well. They picked like Enigma and RP and all the big ultis, right? That Rubik's love to steal. They didn't level a single, so they only took stats. It's another one. It's the mental damage, you know. You're like, why is the sandstorm so big?
I mean, I don't know, man. The last fight they used Vessel on Sand King and they couldn't even kill him.
I don't think they did. They didn't Vessel him, did they?
No, they did Vessel.
Oh, they did. Okay.
But I guess Army committed on the Razor instead of the Sand King.
Well, maybe that's the call, honestly.
I want to kill my counterpart, the other carry, you know? That's why. He doesn't see 33 as an equal to himself. You know?
Oh, okay. But X says he has an item. He's got his boots. And that's something. This Kobold is fighting versus the Boar. Actually might win, but it's overaction onto Boxy, who's going to eat that first Dagon 1.
Oh, that's got to feel good.
Yeah.
That annoying squirrel that has been bugging you the whole day, and you get the sword on him. You know that when you're going to bed at night, and you hear this humming beside your ear because there's this one mosquito just in the room and you can't deal with it. And finally, when you get the sword, oh, the satisfaction.
Mid lane, there's going to be a big Echo Stomp. That's a big one onto 3. The full Glapier's finished up into the Earth Splitter, connected out of 3 with 33 to follow up. 2 kills for him. Ame, he gets the waveform away, but he's awoken from his sleep in a nightmare. XM trying to hold them back now as Ame turns into a Scorpion. He's going to be rooted a second time now. His damage being drained as Mickey has got nothing to fear. The overgrowth from DY at least stops him from taking down Ame. But it's going to cost him his own life, and Liquid, it costs him only a few spells here to absolutely run down XG.
Well, they saved the Morphling, so that's got to be some good news for that, for XG. I think the Morphling has what it takes to maybe solo carry the game, you know. He has to make sure he doesn't die, keep scaling, keep getting his item, get his Daedalus next. As long as every fight he gets to turn into... I'm not sure if you should turn into the Razor more or the Sand King. Feels like the Sand King is a much better target now.
There's the Lincolns of Ame. He got him away with the Lincolns. Now he's going to go back for the Crystallis, Daedalus BKB.
Yeah.
With 33, what are you going to be doing?
As long as he's unkillable.
Wow, that's brutal. You're even doing like negative damage to 33 now whenever he pipes. Out. So no pipe yet. It's actually going to be a Guardian Greaves first for Sin Q. So as far as magic block or any pipes or anything like that, we don't have one yet for XG, as you said they would need one. Is that going to be like punishing? Is it already like too late for a pipe, do you reckon?
I mean, it's already so late, you know. I mean, Triumph Protector is queuing up a pipe, you know. This is not a hero that farms quickly.
No, not really. He is a tree. They're not known for their what is
I mean, he has a shot already. I mean, his bread and butter is the shot. You need to get the shot no matter what. But trying to finish the pipe, it's a dream, you know, at this point.
Well, it's at least not a pipe dream. God, that was so reflective because he did get his shard from the Tormentor, so that's something.
Yeah. At least, you know, Gaben is showing mercy, you know. Here you go,
Ame.
you know.
Oh, Ame, what a read. He's going to TP out. He doesn't want any of this. X success in the meantime, though. He's going to get caught holding the bag as he is pinned to a tree. It's just so much damage. It's really just so much damage that they do, thanks to the Astral Spirit buff.
Yeah, look at the damage tab. The Acorn shot did like 1,000 damage almost. Acorn shot plus Bushwhack.
So Acorn did 400, and then Hoodwink did 300 with Bushwhack, and a further 500 basically with the Sharpshooter. Yeah, I love this. It's such a great feature, especially for everyone watching at home. Like it's crazy. It really is.
Yeah, Elder Titan Aura basically.
It's a banger, certified banger. Blood damage and pops for Nisha. He'd probably still love to find a fight after this. Oh, wow. Mickey's actually not building BKB, by the way. Did you see what he's queued up? Actually, I think this is
he doesn't want Morphling to replicate him.
Yeah.
and morph
Pretty
into him.
much.
So you get the Lincolns, and it's also useful against the Beast Raw.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Spell Steal is obviously great at breaking Lincolns, but it's a little bit more of coordination that XG will have to pull off in the middle of a hectic fight.
And if you are comparing team items right now, Liquid has a lot more auras. They have drums on ET, they have pipe on Sand King, Hoodwing has Mech, and you have Mage Slayer on Razor. If you can get the debuffs of the Mage Slayer on Beast, on Kotter, on Morphing, that would be really, really good.
You have
Combine
a
that with
Veil
the pipe.
also amping the damage, right? The Veil on Nisha with Elder Titan's Aura. I mean, it's good. These are mean auras. Not very friendly. Gleipnir as well for additional control on lockdown, which is great at locking down a Morphling through his Lincolns. Basically forces his Manta. And then you have this ET who's going for an X.
That's why he's going for BKB. I mean, the longer the game goes, I mean, ET is going to kind of be a counter to Morphing. He goes next to you, you lose all your armor.
Yeah,
but once you get the Aghanims, it'll be very possible for the AT to actually do that.
Yeah, I mean, as long as ET is able to stand his ground in the fight, and by that I mean stand on top of Morphling, Morphling is going to be
You could also get the shard later, so you can just teleport next to it, or whatever you want to call it.
Nisha sees his man. Ame. Uh-oh, but it's a bait. It's a trap all along, and now Nisha, he finds himself far overcommitted. Not even the mechanism heal from Boxy will be sufficient. The surprise Orchid from XM is going to potentially be a window back into this game. Nice surround there by Extreme Gaming. Catch him off guard.
Yeah, very, very good. Punishing the Ember for not having a defensive item. Usually you would actually get a Yules, at least to deal with the overgrowth from Treant Protector, but Nisha deciding that the game is going too well, so he just decides to skip it. Wants to go into the Shivas right away, like you mentioned earlier. And now this is a hefty price to pay, that one death to the Kotter with silence. It's gonna
Just
give Morphing
Winter. Certainly it's not that
I mean, it's a
impactful,
big
is
kill.
it?
It's such a huge kill because they got a lot of gold and XP and time, And Morphing is the one, I feel like he's the ticking time bomb. He's the strongest hero if you get to late game compared to all 10 heroes in this game. He's going to be able to do a lot on his own. And the heroes like Treant Protector, like he's just making space, placing some walls, As long as Emperor army is farming, you're going to be super happy if you're XG. You wait out this Aegis and you find an item timing which will allow you to fight, which I feel like it's going to be on the BKB of Morphing. Once Morph has BKB, it's time to try to take a team fight.
I mean, that's close. That's in 200 gold. Are you you're giving him the mandate of heaven here, From? You're saying he's the one.
He also wants his level 20, Richie. Once you get level 20 with the waveform talent, the damage talent, then you have BKB. You're going to be doing a lot of deeps in the team fight.
You're the Lisan Al-Gaib of this Dota match then. I mean, it's,
you have Chakra. I mean, you just keep, I feel like in the team fight, you just Chakra the Morphing. He waves in, you Chakra, he waves again, with the level 20 talent, and he's going to be killing everything.
Yeah, that's true. Basically halves the cooldown there on waveform with one Chakra. That's not bad. And then you got the Drums of Slum, right? XXS eventually, he'll be doing stuff as well. You got the surprise Orchid, you've got a Vessel. Okay, you're starting to sell me a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. But I mean, you got a pipe, you're gonna have a Lotus, you have kind of Mickey who is, I mean, has he been addressed? Does the Morphling address this problem? Doesn't really get through, oh, okay. Well,
I feel like Razors usually they don't stand up to a equally farm Morphing, I mean, Morphing is more farm than a Razor at this point. I mean,
that's true, yeah. And now XXS has a BKB on top of his Drums of Slum. DY sneaks a ward down. That is scouted immediately, though, by Liquid. They've got their own vision set up on that high ground. XG are far too early for Roche, so they will just hold this top part of the map.
One creep for Army to get level 20. I mean, he has the BKB. They want to go.
Mickey's going to go through the gate. He's got Aegis for like 20 seconds, but they have already found themselves the Treant Protector, trying to sneak around the map. That'll be punished. Mickey from behind. He's going to close the door, or attempt to anyway, as Extreme Gaming trying to sneak their way on out. Nisha catching him just barely there as XM. Yeah, he's going to shatter to that Earth Splitter that Insanity
no
places
BKB.
down.
No chance. I mean, they got caught by the Hoodwing with Gem, Boxy just having the Gem now, catching the Treant, now dewarding. Just instant value, you know, with the gem.
And that first stage just well utilized, I'd have to say, by Liquid. They do lose the Ember unexpectedly, but well, actually, that's not stopped him from farming his Shiva. Still a Shiva's first for him, but it's now completed. XXS,
Well.
they missed the bushwhack on him, but they won't miss much else. He does have that Ogre Seal Totem, but he can't get up to the high ground anymore. Rune active, he will be safe and sound, actually. Liquid don't want to go chasing too far here into the fog of war.
Ame's TPing in. He wants to go.
He's got his 20 talent. He does.
I still have Roar.
As does the Sand King that we saw. We've got Roar. We've got Roar. Yeah.
And he needs to finish Dagger as well. It's hard for him to get a good Roar without Dagger.
33 farms so much in this game.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking who is the carry. I actually don't know if Razor's the carry. I mean, they're all carries, you know.
I mean, you can't. Yeah, it's certainly. I mean, up to 3, right? It can't be a Sand King, can it? It's got to be like. I get what you're saying on the Razor, but it's got to be Ember.
Yeah, but I still want to ask the question. You gotten all this farm on the Sand King, but late game, what are you gonna do into the Morphling, you know, against the Morphling? What can you do? I feel like you're a very good target for the Morphling to morph into, so it's gonna make it hard for your team. I mean, there's just too many good targets. You can change into the Ember or the Sand King or the Razor. Maybe even the ET though. Maybe it's a good idea to change into the ET.
So, I mean, look, the Winter, the way that you're talking about this, I mean, look, let's be honest. 3-18. We're about to hit 30 minutes in. 9K net worth lead here for Liquid. They're smoking up. They're going to get ready for this next Roche fight. Are you saying that XG, they've got basically a 50-50 chance to win that fight?
I'm saying there is light at the end of the tunnel for them. That is all I'm saying. There is hope.
Maybe not for XXS. Oh, wait, hold on. Instead, the action's going to be mid, where they found a Coddle. Coddle, again, no defensive items for himself, so he is easy pickings here for Liquid as they about face and take down their prey. Ame, he's going to try and take the fight around him. DY cancels his TP to land the overgrowth on a 3 heroes as Ame, he gets pinched by that sharpshooter. Good damage there. 33 jumps on in, Bloodstone active, as well as the Epicenter just buying a little bit more space and time and vision, forcing the BKB now of XXS. XXS, he's just getting walked into his high ground as they have the kill. In fact, they kill him with the Lotus Roar. Ame, can he take down BK down the low ground? He's safe and sound for now, but Ame, he needs to try to escape, but he's pulled back and killed off now by Nisha.
He can't fight when ET is next to him.
No, he can't.
Oh boy. Let me ask you, Richie, how many carries do Liquid have in this game?
I would say like, I'd say probably 4. 3.5.
Let's just go with 5, man. Heck, everybody.
3.5. This Hoodwink is not, you know, she's got Guardian Greaves. Look at this fight. Look at this fight. Okay. It seemed to me like XG at some point they're like, no, we need to fight now, because you can see they cancel this TP and they go for it, but it's so desperate.
I mean, you see how Amir is already doing so much. Where he turned into the Sand King, and then he's trying to wave on a lot of heroes at the same time. But still not enough, you know. Like I think here he tries to get a wave onto 3 heroes. He stuns and then gets a wave. He was a very nice move. Yeah, he walks back, he waves on 3 heroes, but just not enough, you know. Like ET, just next to him with the shard, and not even with the shard yet, you know, just walking over. I mean, he was dead either way, with or without the ET.
Yeah, the natural order is very painful, isn't it? No, I mean, look, you've got a point. I see what you're saying here as well. I mean, maybe if they don't reflect the roar and he's not on the low ground, he waveforms deeper into the base and he's not killed, and this game looks a little bit brighter, but, well, the way she stands, 4-23 now.
He can only tank one more death. If he loses loses his life one more time, the game's over.
Right. Do you think they should? Do they need to fight for this Roche? Is second Roche make or break here? Or do you trust the high ground defense?
I feel like they should try and fight the Roche. I think their heroes have I mean, it's pretty good for them to fight around the Roche with the Kotal, with the Morphling, and the Beastmaster.
I don't think they will. They've taken Tormentor. That will signal then Liquid to Liquid. Sorry, there are many enemy heroes currently. The tier 3. By the way, now Aiden has the Ag Scepter, so that's in play. He's also building a Blade Mail.
Huh, alright. He's always having all these very interesting ideas on how to play support.
Whatever, dude. He's a carry. He's 5-0-14.
Yeah, he's a carry now.
Mid lane. Big catch here on the XM. I'm sure they were expecting them to be in the Roche pit. Instead, XM dies in the
no.
river, eyeing up that shield rune. As Liquid, they continue their smoke play. Probably just gonna.
Well,
end
it
up
means
call
that you're not
Alley.
gonna be able to control this area, your Ancients, if your mid hero is down. And now immediately Liquid smokes up, looking for a +1 kill. They saw DY, I think, pushing out the wave before, so they're gonna look for him. They need a gem to be here. Boxy's here with the gem, scouting.
DY giving chase. Oh, trying to juke in these trees, but DY, there's no way out for him. He is caught and killed. Pipe of Insight buying him a little bit of time,
nice
but
oh, such a beautiful move. The way they transition the kill onto the Cortal and mid, and immediately Boxy is like pinging. Somebody's watching the tree and push out the bot wave. Like he showed briefly, just a brief while on the lane to push out, and he got caught.
well played there, Liquid. And now, maybe patiently, they choose their moment when to strike. And they're still not going in a Roche.
Didn't they see the Roche before? I'm pretty sure
I mean,
knew,
they
right,
must
about
have.
the Roche.
It was like a 1 or 2 minute Roche. Okay, now 33 for sure he's gonna see it. Yeah, and now they know. I imagine Nisha pushes
They've
one
been
more.
so
He'll
busy
try.
on the map, you know, farming camps, killing heroes. They have no time to kill the Roche, Richie.
Okay, careful. Nisha. Okay, now he gets the Remnant away. They were maybe going to try and set up onto him there with a Blink Roar, but he was hopeful. But now I think it's hopeless to contest this Roche if you're XG. Instead, it'll be a high ground hold for them prescribed.
Yeah, I wonder if they can actually kill the Sand King. Sand King has Craggy Coat, Lotus Armor with the Bloodstone and BKB Pipe. I mean, do you think the Morphling has enough damage to kill him in the middle of the team fight? I mean, from the last fight, I kind of feel like Ame wants to turn into the Sand King every time and maybe ignore the Sand King and try to kill the rest of the heroes first. You need to take out the Elder Titan and Hoodwing, I feel. Target them, kill them. I think once ET is dead, it's gonna be a lot harder to kill the Morphling in the team fight. So he should be the first hero you try to go on.
Here's the step. Ame, he needs a lot more experience. Then he gets 25. He takes 40% cooldown reduction.
Okay.
That puts
Chakra
his
with
cooldown
that.
to 7.2 seconds. Then Coddle hits him with a Chakra Magic, and all of a sudden that's a 1.2 second cooldown. Bada bang, bada boom. You find Aurora on Anisha, you double waveform him, he's dead, you win the fight.
Dire are scanning.
I buy it, Richie. That's a good plan.
I think it's got to be Nisha, right? I think now the Razor's too tanky.
I always like your plans, you know. I like you when you're telling us where to go for dinner and when to go for dinner. I always feel good about your plans.
I don't see any other way to do this game.
Yeah, Morphling has to kill everyone. You stun someone with Beastmaster and you have to kill with Morphling. That's pretty much straightforward.
Well, he's got now his Butterfly. Ame next into Eye of Scotty. Would really love to get that 25 talent. It's getting there. I mean, again, you do have to remember, though, that whenever Insania is standing next to Ame, he looks tanky. Wow, 53 armor. Wow, how are you going to kill him? Hiya, too tanky. All of a sudden, 0 whenever ET stands next to him. Oh, not 0, +8, right? Or 5, or whatever he's got from the towers. It's not much. If he goes the other way, if he goes Strength Morph, then he just gets blown up by ET's ult even harder. I mean, it's just a miserable matchup for Morphling, especially when ET's also got a darn Blade Mail. No, thank you. This ET is problematic. Oh boy, and speaking of problem, there's an amplified damage.
I don't know how much this Blade Mail is gonna do, but it might be not needed.
Well, yeah.
I kind of feel like I'd much rather you get like a disabling item like Hex, you know, against Morphling. Like you need to catch him and kill him. I mean, I feel like the Blade Mail is not gonna be like that great of a value. I mean, sure, it gives you some armor, but.
Alright, Mika is yoinked that amplified damager in. You have XG taking refuge here in their triangle. They will capture their outpost. Liquid.
Yeah, it's all about the Morphling for Liquid now. Can they actually kill him? He's the only one actually doing damage in a team fight for them, and they have to be able to kill him.
No way they could. Okay, that was close. I thought they were just going to catch him there for free. Smoke breaks pretty quickly here from Liquid as they smoke from the mid-tier 2 tower up the stairs. They don't find much. hold on. Maybe they catch Ame here. Are they going to connect through here? They see him. They picked him up on the ward. Boxy.
Oh, that was
with the bushwhack. It's just a
that was
little
so
late.
close. That was so close.
That it was scary. Do you reckon this 35% Sandstorm, Slow, and Blind Talent's going to make any difference at all in these fights against a Morphling? I mean, he's got BKB, right? Surely
I
not.
think the blind is going to be good. 35% blind.
Actually, it is pretty good, right? Because even if X Success gets on top of you, he's going to be missing him and his units, except for the Hawks. I don't know.
Yeah,
if
because you think about it, if he has no BKB, then he can't kill the other heroes.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he can ignore the Sanking, but if he can't even kill the ET, the Hoodwink, then it's
Ignore
going
the
to be a
Sand-
huge problem.
Are you seeing how big that Sandstorm is? How is he going to ignore that Sand King? That's like going outside in Malaysia in the day and just being like, ignore the sun. How, brother?
Bring an umbrella, Richie. That's what you told me.
Damn, that's
you see me coming out to lunch with you. You're like asking, where is your umbrella? I'm like complaining, why is it raining? You know, you should have brought your umbrella.
That's true, actually. Yeah, people here. I mean, it's because people here don't walk. That's why. That's the real reason. Yeah, I mean, we're getting here at 20K, 4 to 25. On this Aegis now, on its last legs, last 30 seconds here, Liquid, they have not found the opening and they've been looking for. XG playing it clean, playing it close to the chest, playing it tight, and not giving any opportunities for Liquid to find a pickoff. That being said, this has been a bit of a net worth gain. 6-7K is it's nothing too crazy, is it? But it's decent farm now that Liquid have managed to accumulate on a lot of their heroes and levels, honestly. You've got Boxy, who's a higher level even than the enemy offlaner, so.
Dire are scanning.
I mean,
we've
Liquid kind
just
of has to bide their time still. You know, I don't think that they should rush anything because one wrong move, then this Morphing is going to take over the game. I mean,
By
you
the
have
way,
this 20k lead, but you have to be careful still.
Right. 33 is gone for the +10 epicenter pulses at 25. He did not go for the blind miss. And Nisha's about to hit 25.
I guess that's like so much damage. It's like extra almost 1,000 damage. Also, like 800.
I mean, it's pretty crazy. You go from 20 to 30. That's huge.
Dire's top tower is
That's
under
a
attack.
was that a 50% damage increase? That's not that bad. Hold on, are they just gonna like run up and kill DY right now? Poor guy's just trying to get wards on the map. All right. Ooh. Oh, I don't know if they saw him there. They might have. I think they did. Yeah, smokes are breaking here. DY, oh, get out of here. Oh, he's got Cloak of Flames, man. He's aggroed the small camp. Liquid, they're like, there's been a tree protector here. Oh, no, DY, it's a horror story. He can't get out of here. He's backpacked the item, but it's not going to make a difference boxing. I mean, they just have his number. There's no way out.
Yeah, I like how he actually tried to backpack it and maybe save himself. That's when you know this guy plays a lot of Trian, you know.
Yeah, right? Oh, my goodness.
That's
Well,
a
not
nice
meant
try.
to be
He
here.
bought a lot of space, Richie. He bought his
He
team 1
did.
minute to farm.
Hey, and more so than that, he tanked a smoke. We've seen how deadly Liquid have been with those. These aren't your pub smokes where, you know, it's about as good as when your teammate says, guys, pause, I'm going for a smoke. This one's way better.
Professional smoke. A professional one.
These are darn good.
I mean, Liquid is going to have to find that one pick off that's going to allow them to go high ground. Like, it has to be the Morphing or the Counter, I think. Those are the heroes
Right.
you need to catch.
Right now, Liquid, they're just looking for a thread. They're looking for any thread to pull that's going to unravel this game for XG. Doesn't need to be a big one. It's just any small thread. They pull hard enough, this game will fall apart and into their lap.
Yeah, look at the wards, you know, they've been placing like all these lane wards to enable the catch onto anyone that's farming outside of the map, like both wards.
All these nerd wards. Okay, there's an
Raw.
initiation. Is it good enough? Ame, he's got good damage. And actually, he's got the kill on a Sand King. Mickey now, he's in a bit of a rough spot as the BKB activated by Ame. XG, will they leave the cover of the Will-O-Wisp? Will they leave the relative safety of their high ground? If they will not, happy with the kill onto the Sand King, they will
Holy
regroup back onto the high
crap.
ground.
They killed the Sand King in one row. 3,500 damage from the Morphling in one row. Alright. Morphling definitely hits hard.
So does this Beast, man. I mean, Beast also did. Well, I mean, let's not sleep on that damage. 1,600? That's not half bad.
Yeah.
They went through that
Yeah,
pipe
yeah.
barrier too, real quick, didn't they? That was.
Yeah, probably regretting not getting the blind. Yeah, no.
I guess, right? 5 of those were from auto attacks. I mean, yeah, true. That's fine. Liquid will just farm until they get level 30s. It's Team Liquid. They hold the record for the longest game I've ever casted. Insane ended up with like 2 Divine Rapiers and an Ags and a Moonshot.
Yeah, but at the same
darn
time, if
AA.
that happens, you're gonna have to deal with a level 30 morphing as well.
Liquid, they're built for this, okay? You wouldn't understand. They're forged in the late game.
I remember some position 5 Chen with Rapier. Okay, that probably wasn't Insania, right?
No, that was Celery. That was Gaming Gladiators and PSG Quest at Bali Major. I'll never
Let's
forget
see.
that game. 3rd longest game in Dota history. Okay. He's just getting aggressive. He's just killing some boars. And then pushing up to high ground is not easy. Look at the casual wave clear that they have here between the Illuminates, the Axes, the Fade Bolts, the Morphlings.
Yeah, this Shuan is just being so annoying
DY.
here, pushing out the waves.
Uh-oh. Yeah, he's
Can't
caught
keep
this
it
time. This is going to be a lot of damage. Oh, no, at 33, he's actually going to hold on to the epicenter. He's like, all right, you got me. Well played.
I mean, this guy has a pipe, you know? He's not killing him.
Dyer's top
That's probably true. 20% magic versus a nice buff. And so, Winter, Roche number 3 is what awaits us here as Liquid still holding pretty steady. That 20k net worth lead, Winter. Right now, Dota Plus is one of the Liquid fans we have in chat that voted on our STC Play quiz or prediction. Pretty close. I think they said 87-13. It's 89-11. But you can see this kind of plateau that they've hit. And if you zoom in close enough with a little tiny electron microscope, you'll actually see a little Morphling right there. That's where he is, right there. Yeah. I mean, he's been a problem. It's been a problem for Liquid.
He is the last 10%.
That's right.
Those
I
are
gotta
the
get like
hardest.
you know
Those
when
are the
you
hardest
like get
ones.
a nice pair of sneakers and you want to like protect them, so you get like the hydrophobic spray, so the water, that's what Liquid needs here. They just, this might be too late though. The water seeped in. It's getting a little tough here, isn't it? And actually, by the
Just
looks of things,
dry the morphling outside of the sun. Just like Malaysian weather, you put a
right, yeah. And, assuming it's not 40% humidity. Liquid, they are going to miss this Roche. Either that or XG are trying to set the sickest bait of all time. 33.
Holy.
Okay, so Roche is going to go through first. They're going to see Roche is here. But Liquid, they're going to send forward the Astral Spirit where they see something that's a little sus out there. The 33 doesn't care. He's going through the gate. It's bait. The rest of Liquid here to support him as 33 jumps into the pit. Doesn't find a single enemy hero. But there they are. The trees. They move. They speak. They're dead. DY. He's dead to start the fight as SyncQ finds at least a lift on Mickey. Is that going to be enough to try and turn the fight? Ame. He's in with the BKB. Mickey. He refreshes, but he's dying just too darn fast. 33 gets off the ultimate as nobody is dying in this fight.
No one's dying.
Exorcist with the drums of Slam, but he is being beat down now into it. Pull Mickey's. Get the kill there onto 1 as he's got Ame on his first life. Ame without a buyback. And that
has to
just
be
might be it here.
Oh, poor DY. The first time it was the Cloak of Flames betraying him. This time it was the Stormcrafter.
Oh, no.
He hit the proc there, and they immediately knew he was in the trees, and they just threw the spell over, and they found him.
I don't believe. Oh, his luck. He's being betrayed by the things he can't control, Winter. And now there's no buyback. Not
this
a
should be it.
single buyback to XG's name.
Liquid, they're definitely gonna try it out to see if XG has buybacks.
Oh yeah, they're gonna do a little quick check here. 50 seconds. I mean, and there goes 33. He's found his jump. SyncQ does get at least the jump away. Back to full HP. Continue to buy time. That's the Fortify out now. Liquid, they will refresh the Fortify as soon as they destroy this ranged barracks. Sorry, the melee barracks, rather. But that's the last one that they will get unless they leave and come back 6 minutes later. Trying to burn as much time as they can here. 30 seconds until your Morphling respawns. Down goes your tier 3
AC
tower.
Elder Titan killing your Rex.
Oh my goodness. That is pretty scary. That's already mid. Liquid, I think they realize at this point, but they don't have buybacks, boys. Insania plus 366 damage. That is now the last fortify. Liquid, they will be forced back. They did not secure the Megas, but they have a Roshan waiting for them. A Rosh with the Refresher Shard, Roshan's banner, and an Aegis. As XG, they live to fight just one more day, but things looking ever desperate by the second.
Can't wait for Insania to get some Mask of Madness, man. Dude, he just needs lifesteal.
I don't think he lifesteal. I see what you mean. Because he's got momentum, right? So you don't really need to go mob anymore.
Yeah, no, it's the lifesteal. It's not so
Yeah.
much for the attack speed. It's the lifesteal.
Here's that last fight you're looking for. I mean, we missed it because we were yapping.
We're gonna see the last fight here. Smoking in.
Oh, hold on. The last fight's happening. Aegis in the inventory here for Nisha. Will they commit for this fight now? Ignis not really gonna end up doing too much now as XG. They are not gonna be able to contest here on this occasion.
Yeah, not much they can do. Just didn't have enough time there to be in position, and now it's back to the high ground. Yeah, just back to the high ground. I mean, it's tough, right? I mean, you're just this far behind, and it's not much you can do, but just wait on your high ground. Just try to hope for the best. Try to find an opening with the team fights, get the right jump. I mean, they have really been having a hard time finding these jumps onto Footwing and ET. If you don't kill, especially the ET, I feel like if they don't kill ET, they're not gonna win the team fights at all. Like somehow they need to jump in with the beast.
No, but he's tanky. He's got 3,000 HP. He's got an AC. He's got Blade now.
Just raw him, and Morphling is gonna wave in and just kill him. I'm sure you can kill him with one roll. I mean, they killed the Sand King with one roll. You know, why can't they kill the ET with one roll?
Okay. I mean, that's a fair point.
Sand King has 40 armor. Actually, ET has 40 armor as well. Never mind.
Yeah, no, but ET's got more HP. I mean, not by much, like 300. So, but Sand King's holding the pipe, so I think Sand King is
actually easier to kill compared to ET.
Probably.
Okay, ET has Blats now, so he has more armor and the lifesteal.
Oh boy, and he's going to be bringing more damage as well for his team. Speaking of item upgrades, 33's bought the Aghanim's Blessing, so he has this. What do you call
Torrent
this?
Storm.
Yeah, Burrow Strike Storm.
Burrow Strike Storm.
Burrow Strike Storm. That used to be my my old caster name before I switched to my current one. It's a little too long.
Is that where it came from? Seek and Strike?
No. It's a joke. It's a bad joke. just let it, just let it die. It's fine.
I thought you were serious.
That one died on the vine. Okay. I mean, we are getting to that point where even Box is starting to dip into some carry items. Casual Crystals, 2 Acorn Shot charges here, and the Mindbreaker on top of the
Let me ask you again, how many carries do you think Liquid has?
4.5. They've got 4.5 now.
Why can't you just say 5, bro?
I don't know if this Sand King's really a carry at this point. I think he's just... Well, we'll see. I could be proven wrong.
So
Liquid
he has carry farm, but he's not a carry.
Okay.
There you go.
Burrow Strike's going to whiff. Flame Guard stolen, not the most intense. As the Ignis drop down here immediately. There's the Searing Chain stolen. That's a better steal here for the Rubik. Calm, cool, and collected push here from Liquid. Roshan Banner is protecting these creeps. They need to get in there and destroy these things. At 33, he's in, but the Burrow Strike doesn't catch anything. He catches the Roar instead. XXS, he needs more damage, so they force him to have him away. As now Mickey, he's caught here, pulling back XXS, who does manage to get back into the fountain safely. Not as lucky here is Sin Q. He is killed, does not have buyback. The rest of XG cores do. That is Megas here as Liquid. They've got what they came for. Will they push for the win here and now? Seems likely as Zayna's got plus 480 damage. Nisha and Searing Chains here on the XM. There's another Ignis cleared just as quickly as it was spawned in as Tier 4s are being assaulted. XG, they need to find an opening here, but they don't have the Rubik. DY, he's already used Overgrowth as well as Insania. That's not a BKB, that's just his Astral Spirit buff. Allows him to get up close and personal, doing so much damage to these towers. Nisha, they catch him with a silence. They did too much here. DY trying to hide out here in his nature's grasp as Nisha is focusing down these buildings. 33 already looking for a jump in with that refresh shot as there goes now the last Tier 4 tower. XSS doing what he can, but he's not living. The drums of Slam, they can't beat him hard enough. And Ame, he's died to EET. Yes, that Sadia just slapped him to death. DY gets it, Sadia, as Boxy takes down XM. It's a crazy fight as Ame, he's going to buy back. The blinding light trying to protect him, but caught there by the hoodwink. He is going to die back, and that has got to be it. XG, they hold out looking for a miracle. His name was Ame. He didn't show up here. Liquid, they will win here. Surely they'll win. Indeed they will in Game 1 over XG.
I mean, Insania just ending that game, telling Ame to bow down to the true king, which is the Elder Titan. And that mopping just disappeared. Holy.
Yeah, he actually died to a creep there. He died to a creep. Boxy's like, guys, he's just
he has to be the
over
MVP.
33.
He has to be the MVP of that game, man. Like, how annoying a position 4 player can be. Like, blocking your camps, putting vision, stacking own camps for his own offlaner, stealing the enemy Koto's camps, stealing the enemy Beastmaster's camps, setting up, like with the early gem, catching this Invis Treant Protector walking around the map, then allowing them to get Roshan. Like, he's just been doing everything correctly in the game, you know, for them.
Yeah, I mean, that was just... it was a clean game. It was a clean game. I mean, the rest of Liquid, they look... you know, probably like they wanted to finish that one maybe a bit sooner, I think would be an understandable reaction. But otherwise, happy for the win. You know, it doesn't really matter how you get it as long as you find the win here in the group stage. That's always going to be the most important part. As we will quickly now take a look at our highlights, which I mean, this felt from so long ago.
Yeah, this
goodness,
was like when
the
Sand King came over with the Bloodstone. They vesseled him, but Morphling went in to kill the Razor instead of the Sand King. I mean, they killed the Razor, but Sand King got out. They got a good trade here.
Yeah, and I mean, it looked decent for a while.
This was also another move where XG, they were kind of coming in with a smoke on 4 heroes. Treant Protector was walking in front to scout things out, but they didn't know that Boxy had a gem. So everything got ruined.
Yeah, I mean, and actually, they had good moves. I mean, they catch the Ember at some point here, don't they, with the Orchid? I think might be the next replay, but... I mean, I have to give a lot of credit, to be honest, here to XG, who, you know, we're playing a pretty miserable game and still made it look as close as that finale was. I think eventually Liquid able to just kind of be overbearing and shove that net worth, you know, basically into the base of XG, and there's not much they could have done. But really making Liquid, you know, work for it is an impressive feat here, despite being down that much in Game 1. I mean, what a way to lose a fight.
Feel like a game where XG had no chance to win. You know, they always had a chance with the Morphling, but yeah, Liquid just they were able to kind of squeeze them. You know, like a constrictor, just like a python around them. It's slowly but surely squeezing the life out of them. I mean, they kind of made some mistakes here and there. You know, they gave away kills. You know, and Morphling kind of felt like maybe he still had a chance in the game, but ultimately Liquid just tightening the noose and just
he's in need of a pillow. Probably at one point he was playing like such a fiend. He probably picked up the pillow and threw it at Coddle, just to be like, yeah, man, you know, really do the mental damage.
Yeah, just Boxy, like, for me, like the MVP of that game. You know, like he just did so much. You know, you cannot ask for your position 4 to do any more than that. You know, he's just been doing so much with very little as well. You know, it's not like he's sitting in lane pushing out waves where in your pub games it's quite common to see Acorn shot coming from the trees, farming out creep waves. He's not doing that. You know, he's just moving around, always constantly looking for something that he can do for his team.
Yeah, always setting up and always finding just impressive kills and overall a very impressive game out from Team Liquid. Look, it's 35-6 in 52 minutes. Doesn't really tell the full story. They're a lot closer. This sort of a series. We'll see now what Extreme Gaming will come back with us as we do head to a break. And when we come back, it's Extreme Gaming versus Liquid Game 2. We'll see you soon.
Feel that air conditioning, my friends. Feel that power of the gaming hall, where so much gaming is happening right now. Very exciting. Let me welcome you with an extended arm and a big smile to the gaming hall. Look how big it is, baby. There's a lot of games, a lot of things to do, a lot of people to annoy. So let's get started, huh? Oh, okay, all right, that's pretty hype. I don't know any dance moves. I do know one. There's no way. Do I have to face her or can I turn? Okay, I know an American dance move. It's all good. Yeah. She's so happy. That's great. That's the most cringe that character has ever been. Wonderful. What about the lawnmower? You can do that one. It actually looked kind of cool. They have a streaming studio here. You can actually live stream to your chat. There's someone on there right now. And then other people could just stare at you streaming like this. I've never had such a close parasocial relationship in my life. Oh, wonderful. I love you. Thank you, chat. It's me, chat. Oh. You can also do VR here. It's fantastic. This guy's in a VR experience right now. He has no idea what's going. I can get as close as I want. He doesn't know. Absolutely. Oh. He's fine. He's having the time of his life in there. He doesn't know how close he is to death right now. Wonderful. Thank you. All right. Are you having fun, sir? Yes, yes. Fantastic. So, welcome to the middle area here. This is where people can chill out. You can play games. They got PS5s. You can watch games and watch mobile games. You can play board games. If you're like 90 years old. Team Liquid also trains their players here at the Team Liquid booth with this beautiful reaction game. If you want to get on the Dota team, you have to get all of them correct. And you can't grab the wrong one like Insania. You actually have to grab them all correctly. So we'll see if I'm Team Liquid worthy here. Hello? How many do people usually get?
The best one gets 7.
7?
Yeah, 7 out of
1, oh, out of 8. I don't have to count. That's very good. Thank you. How hard is it?
Very hard.
How many can you grab?
I tried it. I grabbed 6.
6? Yes. You're quick, man. You'd definitely be able to be on the PUBG team or whatever. Dota, I'm not sure, but we'll check. Okay, you wanna, here, can you hold the microphone while I do this for me? Thank you. Now, good microphone etiquette. You have to get right in their face. Just like that. Can you do that?
Yeah, I can do that.
Great. All right, you got it. All right, 7.
You can do it 7.
I can do 7. I'm ready. Yeah.
1 miss.
Thank you, expert. Call me, Blitz. Call me, baby. Hello, yes. Hello. Did you guys get lost? I told you it was big. I wasn't lying. Over here. Follow my beautiful voice. Over here. Please. Yes. It's a very big building. Come, my friends. There's so much to see, so much to do. It's very large. Don't get lost. Come. Come, my friend. Now. So here at the center, there's so much stuff you can do. You can go into the center of the center and play a bunch of games. You can even go on a little LAN here. They got a whole area to play if you want to relive the LAN pub environment. There's many games. In fact, We got the Mobile Legends Bang Bangers! So good to see you. I'm a representative from Dota. I bring peace and love from the Dota scene. Are they throwing plates over there? What's that game? Sorry. Good aim. All right, let us spin the wheel. What are we hoping for? We got t-shirt, normal skin chest. Oh! Epic. Oh, chests. Come on, bang bangers. Oh, okay, we got the t-shirt. Very good. Thank you. Thank you so much. It was very hard. This is an extra small. What are you trying to do to me, brother? Ain't no way. I'll put this on for you. All right. You want me to have a small? I'll put on a small, bro. It's fine. This is the hospitality you show to a Dota representative? There's a PUBG area. It's very cool, very modernized. Hello there. They're fighting to survive in here. They're fighting for their lives to be the chicken dinner. Ooh, the iconic pan and level 3 helmet. I'm not gonna take that. What do you think? No, are you serious? You can put that on? Oh, sick. Hell yeah. The best way to use this is on the belt if people try to shoot you. And then you can run around. It's very good. Thank you. Winner is me. My friends, it's a beautiful place, very fun, lots to do. If you're at the Esports World Cup, come on by. Air conditioning's great, lots of fun. If you're not at the Esports World Cup, hope you enjoyed exploring it with me. I sure enjoyed exploring it with you. Back to you, host. Yeah. Great.
Thank you to Slocks for that wonderful content piece. It was the most content piece of all time, I think they've been saying, Winter. But looks lovely there. It looks like everyone's having fun as the teams are starting to lock in and prepare ahead for Game 2. Thanks for joining us here for the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. I'm Seeking, trying to join me is Winter. Winter, for those who missed Game 1, how would you kind of describe it? Because it's really easy to look at a scoreline like that and go, oh, obviously it was a stomp. But there's a little bit more to it than that, right?
Yeah, it was a slow death, but they definitely had chances to escape from the boa constrictor, which is Liquid. Extreme Gaming, they were behind from the start of the game, but I felt like they did everything correctly to give themselves a chance to get out of the map, try to have a way to win the game, and they almost did. It was close, but unfortunately they need to try not to be in such a big hole, at the start of the game for the next one, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's going to be a better position to start this game for sure.
The hoodwink needs to go. No hoodwink, please.
And not to preempt us, sorry, by too much, but Extreme Gaming bucking a bit of the trend here. They had second priority. Actually, it's really Liquid who bucked the trend, because Liquid had priority and they chose Dire side. I don't know if I've ever seen someone choose side since a long time, since basically last TI. But Extreme Gaming then chose second pick with their leftover, so that's very interesting to me.
Dire side. What works better on Dire side?
You have.
I think it's just
Mine,
mainly.
right?
No. I think it's just mainly for the lane, because the safe lane. I talked to you about this before. On Dire, the safe lane is just easier to control because it's easier for the position 5 to block off the medium camp that the opponent's support is going to pull, and when you're dewarding, it's also a lot easier for you to deward with the sentry. You don't have to try to find the ward. Whereas on Radiant, you have to go through a lot of trouble to do it.
All right. Yeah. Well, we'll see how things get going. We have our second draft now just kicking off. We'll see what adjustments, if any, are going to be made as we have our draft now live and getting ready to go here. I'm excited. I'm personally very excited here. I'm hoping for a bit of a more even start, as you said, because I think these two teams certainly already displaying why they've deserved to skip the play-in phase, a direct invite to the group stage as they head into battle for game number 2. Team Liquid up 1-0 here.
Yep, Hoodwink is still in the pool. So I wonder if the other reason why they wanted second pick is because they felt like they needed an extra ban to remove some of the heroes. Monkey King.
Well, I mean, if they did, they didn't ban Hoodwink with it.
Yeah, it was definitely not Hoodwink. Monkey is more annoying than Hoodwink. The hero is stronger as well. Wait, a Rubik first phase ban. Alright, okay, that makes sense. They want to open with Weaver. But does it tell us that the Weaver is going to be a carry or the Weaver is going to be a support?
I believe this is another big flex for Liquid. I'd be surprised if it wasn't.
Yeah, but would you say that you would be more inclined to ban Rubik if you're planning to put it on the core? Or actually, maybe you don't care. Yeah? Even as a support Weaver, you're still going to give away Shukuchi, which is a big problem.
Yeah, it's not like this hero like a Jakiro where you can just afford to put like one level in it. It's just not how the hero just doesn't function without it, really, does he? That's what you need. And XG Weibo will go back with the Beastmaster.
This is a very solid, still a very solid offlaner. I feel like a little bit surprised that I think this hero is just getting a little bit more priority over Darkseer. Last 2 weeks we've seen Darkseer definitely be the first priority in terms of looking for an offlaner, and now Beastmaster. I mean, I kind of knew Beastmaster was good. I don't know if I told you that. Like maybe we had some discussions about it, but right now it feels like Beastmaster has completely taken over. I mean, it just feels very hard to stop him when he can get himself his own ancient stacks with his ball, and when you get to your Aghanims timing, you just farm insanely quickly.
That is true. I mean, you say that, but I think specifically it's if you can get your Aghanims timing or a win, and we've seen that if you can properly delay that timing with some nicely timed invades and smokes and ganks, then that really does throw his entire game basically out the window.
Yeah, like what Boxy did the last game. And another hero that can kind of do that is, I feel like carry Gyro. Carry Gyro into Beast, you can kind of punish him in the lane with your Barrage, and when you beat him and you kick him out of the lane, you can go inside and steal the Ancients. That would be the carry that I would be looking out for if I'm Beast.
It's actually Liquid who ban out the Hoodwink, by the way.
It means the Weaver is more or less going to be Boxy's hero, I think. That's why they're banning out the Hoodwink. And you don't want to give away Hoodwink because Hoodwink is just that strong of a hero.
Alright, I think XG, they have the pick now after this Sand King ban. They ban out that 33 Sand King. Nisha plays it as well, I should say. So this is like a flex pick here for Liquid, really. Is that value ban.
So they go for the ET. Good combination with the Beast as well. You got a setup for your Earth Splitter. It's kind of one of the few position 5 heroes that can lane into the Weaver. Weaver is extremely also hard to lane into. Very similar to Hoodwink. I think Weaver is probably stronger than Hoodwink because you got 3 spells at level 2. But they're both very strong at securing lanes, you know. And you see all the plus 5 players, they're figuring out what heroes they have to play to be able to deal with this insane laning pressure coming out of a lot of these position 4 heroes. And Sven is the next pick for Liquid. Not sure if it's a support Sven or a carry Sven yet. We've seen a couple of support Svens.
Yep. Apparently he's one of the most picked heroes as well. He's 5th most picked here according to our stats. Good win rate. Have seen him, as you say,
carry Sven seems a little bit better right now. You can burst the Beastmaster. You can also, I think, win your lane pretty handily. Sven plus Weaver if that's the lane, or Sven plus another hero. But they're gonna keep things open, so maybe it might still be a support Sven because they go for the Darkseer, so everything is still completely open for Liquid. And immediately after Darkseer, we see another Troll just to deal with the Darkseer's lane.
That has been the solution here.
It was the was it the exact same lane? Was it Troll ET or was Troll with something else?
No, it was a Troll Oracle in that game that absolutely destroyed.
Troll ET probably could be a lot worse. You got the slow from the axe into the ET, briefcasing you to death.
You think it's worse? I would think the Oracle's even worse, because not only does, I mean, he's got the ultimate dispel against you, right?
Yeah, yeah, you have a point.
I mean,
They're
it's,
both bad,
they don't
yeah.
sound fun. To your point, none of them sound fun, right? As
All right,
a
so they go
Jakiro
with
doesn't
Jakiro.
scare me as much.
So who is going to be position for? So I guess Shinkyu will probably play the ET. Jakiro doesn't feel like he's kind of hero.
No, not enough
Is
shenanigans
Jakiro
for him.
a position 4 hero right now, which I'm not aware of?
Let me check his Dota 2 Pro checker.
Let me see if it's. I guess the lane is stronger if you have Jakiro plus Beast and ET and Troll, so melee range lane. Like,
He
we
doesn't
just have
play
to.
any.
It feels like it's not his hero. I think ET is his kind of hero, but not Jakiro. We'll see what Liquid responds to this. They are going to have to decide whether the Sven is going to be an appropriate carry into the Troll. I mean, you have the vacuum into the Sven stun, into the cleave, you know, so that's pretty devastating in the team fights.
I wonder if they go for like more minus armor here on 18. I mean, what's left for you?
Like what,
as far as
Elk?
minus armor?
Alchemist? I don't know.
No. Say Venge maybe? I don't know. But it'll just be
Yeah,
the
Venge.
Primal Beast. Who we're
I think
starting to see more and more.
Venge will be a good, I think, last pick to finish up their draft. They have Primal to abuse the minus armor. You have Sven as well, Darkseid Illusions. And Venge is an Insania special hero. He loves that hero. It's not particularly strong on the support now, but maybe he might consider it. Actually, no, I think he would probably lean more towards a CM. I think CM position 5 feels more suitable with this type of lineup because the aura is very beneficial for all your heroes. Primal, Sven, Darkseid, Weaver, and Primal and Darkseid kind of always want to end the Weaver. They always want to fight. And CM kind of gives you that type of momentum in the game because you don't run out of mana. You have a lot of small spells that you can cast to catch people off, and you fight and you kill heroes quickly.
I was going to go in a different direction here for Insania. I could either see the Oracle less so because you don't really have anything that's great with Oracle as far as like lifesteal or stuff like
Oracle,
that. But I like Ench. I like
Oracle
Ench a
with
lot.
Sven is okay. I guess you keep the Sven alive. Don't allow him to get burst and then he kills people.
What about Ench? Dispel the ET in lane.
Yeah, not bad. Ench is definitely
Steal the
good.
Beastmaster creep.
Yeah, Ench is, I think, probably better than the CM as well. After you mentioned
DY tends to play the ET by the way, so that's where we should expect.
So it's a
that
position
hero.
for Jakiro. Okay.
Presumably. I
So
don't
you
see it
play
going
him
mid.
like a Snapfire or hoping position 4. So you just farm and you get Gleipnir on the hero and then you set up kills. Gleipnir into Ice Path. I'm not sure. I've not seen it. Maybe I just didn't play enough Dota. And I'm too low rank, to see it.
To see like the crazy strats.
Yeah, the Jakiro position 4. I mean, it's hard, every 100, 200 rank you gain, the game just completely changes, so
Oh yeah.
it's hard to tell.
The only like exclusively Chinese thing I've been seeing at this tournament so far, and take it with a grain of salt because one of those teams is gone and the other was almost gone, was Muerta. Only Chinese teams had been picking Muerta during the.
You mean as a carry or as a support? Carry,
Just
right?
in general, like at all. I didn't really see too much. I think it was carry a couple of games.
Okay, they go for the techies, so it means that... What is Insania playing? Is he playing Sven?
He's playing
I feel like
Sven.
he's playing
Yeah.
Sven.
He's playing Sven. Yeah, bro.
Carry is Weaver, so position 4 techies. So they decide to go for the Sven support after all. Very strong lane with Weaver. Sven stun, Weaver's chasing with the bug, so that's definitely a lane winner. And now Techies is also another lane winner, so Liquid kind of wants to snowball from the lanes again.
It's not a great, well, not the traditional Darkseer partner you think of, but he's strong in the lane, as you say.
He's okay. I think
XG.
he's decent against ET because you have the disarm, the taser against ET, which is always nice. Sometimes I think you can get an early point. And the slow
That's a
from
good point.
the sticky bomb is kind of nice to kite the ET around in the team fight. Sorry, not the team fight, I mean the lane. Alright, Fishman. Fishman is back into... I mean, Sven is kind of good against the physical damage with the heavy plate and your war cry, your shard and everything. Not really sure about this pick, but they have an insane amount of like minus armor right now. From ET, Slada, you kind of make army kill things in 1 or 2 hits. But I don't know, I feel like it doesn't feel that good for the lane. I mean, he's not gonna have a bad lane. Slada into Primal, he's gonna have a good time.
Yeah.
Melee against melee matchup, but I'm concerned about the side lanes. I feel like Liquid has the upper hand when it comes to the side lanes, and if the mid lane is gonna just break even, Primal against Slada, and you're losing both side lanes, I feel like we're gonna see another repeat of game 1.
Look, I see where you're going with that, but I'd like to point out I do think Extreme Gaming this time they have better supports who are scarier to run into. You've got an ET
That's true.
And a Jakiro, whereas last game you had a Rubik and a Tree who were just like they were just there. You know, you just like ran past them and took the stacks, or basically Liquid could do as what they pleased. I'm a little bit more nervous running blind into these kinds of heroes, even if they're just barely level 5 or 6. But you're right.
Yeah, then the rune fight as well, the 3v3, because if you're talking about Primal and Slada, the runes are going to be extremely crucial. I mean, if you can somehow manage to start the lanes well, it means that you're going to have a lot more freedom to run around to control the runes, place down wards, and just make sure that you help out your mid laner though. I think this game is going to be extra important to help your mid laner.
See how it goes for that rune control as we get underway with game 2 of our second game here of the opening match for Group B at the Riyadh Masters. Thanks for tuning in, folks. It's Liquid who won in game 1 basically an exsanguation, I believe. Is that the word? I don't know. They got bled dry. Did Extreme Gaming in game 1. Hoping for
they
a
ran
better
into
start
Dracula?
Here.
Is that what you're saying?
A little bit, yeah. Honestly, it's kind of what it felt like. I don't know if either team scouted the wards there, by the way. XM was on the high ground when he put that one down. Oh. Sanya going hunting for a ward.
30 seconds to battle.
Yeah, you can do it with Sven. Sven is, you have armor, you move quickly, you have a stun. Don't do it if you are playing CM, guys, please.
That's true. By the time you turn around, the top tower's already fired.
You're like, you're
3
turning on the
shots.
tournament. Oh, this is how you should play position 5.
Nope.
Runs up the ramp to check for ward as a CM and just dies.
All right, so this is always cute. Both teams trying to pretend like they don't have the exact same vision. Boxy's like, yeah, guys, I'm totally gonna.
Yeah, who deserves the Oscar, Richie? Radiant or Die?
I think Boxy earned it there once again. I think he's great at these mind games. He always knows what the enemy mid wants to do, what the other team's thinking about
He's a good
doing.
player. He's a good actor. Is there anything the man can't do?
No, honestly, I don't think so. He's good. Let's go to Dota, man.
All right. I'm just interested to see what this Jakiro position 4 is going to do in this game, because I have no idea.
It's good at killing beetles, isn't it? Or I guess the swarm beetles.
Ah, yeah. Maybe that's why. Yeah, that's true. You just you have 2 right clicks.
You have 2 right clicks. I mean, they do an embarrassing amount of damage, but it is 2 auto attacks against things that count.
Yeah, good at killing off Tombstone, killing off power cogs, beetles,
dewarding. Eggs are, wouldn't recommend it, but it's better than using your bare hands. That might be it. That might just be it.
Yeah, I'm definitely trying this hero out later or tomorrow.
You haven't played a lot of Jakiro, have you?
No, it's. I mean, I don't play to try heroes, I play to win my games, so I'm not going to play something where I'm not confident with.
Sometimes that's boring. I will say the other thing to note here for SinQ, which bucks the trend, I believe, a bit, is he's gone for Liquid Fire over Liquid Frost. So I'm wondering if this is just because they want to pair it with the push from the Beastmaster, potentially. But here we'll see. He's going to get right onto those beetles. XXS.
Okay.
We'll right-click it once. He's got the armor
Still
back. He's still dead, though. But it did kill the beetle faster.
I mean, double trouble or not, you're still dead.
That's true. That's true.
Okay, fine. To be fair, it's a Sven plus Weaver lane. This lane is insane at level 2. I think almost anything dies in this lane.
Yeah, leave the victim there. That's a little bit crazy to see, isn't it?
Yeah, you get your Warcry and stun from Sven, the Beatles, Gemini, and the Shukuchi from Weaver. You're just not running away from that.
No, they've got move speed. They fight good. They fight well into you. Sorry, because of that Warcry heavy plate. No, it's tough.
Actually, on the bot lane, on the other hand, the Troll's doing well. At least so. I'm wrong about 2 side lanes going badly for them. I forgot it's a Troll AT.
Yeah.
So this lane is still good for the Troll.
I do think like DY is not going to have as great as a game I think as Insania had early in that last game. I think these are just kind of different heroes that he's going to be forced to fight into. But as long as he makes sure that they don't skip the wave, that he can rotate away when needed, and that they don't kill Ame and push the wave too hard, I think he'll have done his job successfully. As then they go again top lane. And you can see Insania still with that heavy plate. No, it's just fine. That's funny. I didn't see the Hawk had a beetle on it.
Yeah, they were forced to use the Lotus. Actually, no, he didn't use the Lotus. I thought he used the Lotus. Just a big wand there. I mean, so overall picture, Liquid is winning one side lane, their Weaver lane, and they're losing their off lane, I guess. So pretty even. Sada is doing better than the Primal, which I think this is very normal.
Well, hold on. The top lane's going not bad for XG. Not only are they chasing down Insania, I mean, they're fairly even as far as CS 16-1 to the 17-2. I mean, Mickey's got a creep wave under his tower.
There's a wave in front of the tower. He's going to get some here.
Yeah, he's going to get a big wave here. Okay, well, is he actually?
Yeah, maybe not.
Is. Nah,
he's going to be low though.
Yeah, but no mana. Right, so it's just enough anyway for a bit extra. Take one of those and call me in the morning. Quick little deny that. Not half bad, but there's the bobble refill on mid. Oh, as Nisha gets XM up to the high ground, continuing to chase the kid. Mickey down top, actually. So this is not really worked out for Liquid.
Is Jakiro that strong? He's like another lane bully.
Yeah, I mean, he always was as long as he had the mana.
Yeah,
mostly it was axes, though.
I mean, doing so much damage with the lane. Yeah, Axe plus the dual breath and your liquid fire spam. It's a lot of damage. I mean, liquid fire is kind of like pretty painful too. You know, at level 2, you do 150 damage.
Look, it's not bad, right? But I think again, I don't want to downplay how much work the axes are doing in this lane. To be honest, Axe success 2 points in those, going into the arcanes immediately.
So time to re-evaluate. So it seems like XG they are winning both their lanes, their side lanes.
Yeah, they're doing pretty hot mid too. 28 and 13 denies into 21 and 5. I mean, it's kind of what you'd expect, but Nisha's already doing some shenanigans here. He's going to just stomp the wave here combined with the camp. These don't fight each other anymore. Not after Envy. They will try for the Jakiro top lane. This looks pretty good, but look how much damage Mickey's taking from this. Oh, goodness. Played it so aggressively as if he had time lapse instead. He's lapsed there on a bit on the HP. Insania now, he's going to be connected upon as DY through the gate. A 6 assists X success for the double kill. That's not worked out so well, top.
Mickey dying again. Now 6-minute rune. So I guess it will be... Liquid gets the rune. Nisha gets it. Still not level 6. It's almost one level behind. The Slaughter.
Such is the lead that they managed to build. This is this is like a very different game. We were hoping for a better start from Extreme Gaming, but now we find ourselves hoping that Liquid don't end up too poor to a start either. We want a close game. We'll see what's in store. As Extreme Gaming starting to play a little bit more around the mid lane here, getting some tower damage done. Nisha with the Invis rune takes the point and Pulverize. We'll see where he rotates to. He might think about bottom.
Troll kind of knows what's going on though. Like he's going to just go back and farm in the safe area. Like he's blocking his creeps as well. He's very safe. He knows something's up.
This is really well
done. If they
done.
dive him, he has a stick and he has a Lotus. It won't be easy to kill.
And his entire team has TPs. There they go. Nisha is not even going to bother with the Pulverize 33. He's got himself a Surge, so he's going to be able to get away at a moment's notice. They do force TPs. It's something. But it's not like they can lay being Liquid. Liquid can't just like TP top and find kills because the lane's pushed out. And obviously then XG could go through the gate and chase you down. So, well, good moves, good reads here by XG. Liquid in the meantime, though, I mean, you still got Boxy. He's still managed to stack you up pretty nicely here for Nisha, which is going to go a long way towards, I wouldn't call it recovery, but, you know, kind of get Nisha back in the game. He is the poorest of them all, though, I have to say, of the cores.
I do feel like there's not much they can do in this matchup. I mean, they're going to try to go on XM.
Maybe they can. They got plenty of damage. Waiting for the blast off. Ultimately unnecessary. Boxy gets that kill. That's a big one on the XM.
And a much needed one. It's going to give them the rune as well. Bottle refill for Nisha. So he's going to maybe try to look for another kill here. Go into the jungle, see if he can find the troll.
They'll lose the tower top, but if they can pick up a kill here or just steal some stacks or do something, that might be well worth it here for Liquid. But again, I think Ame, I mean, he's pulling creeps 8 minutes into the game, brother. He's not putting himself in any harm's way at all.
Yeah, it's the right move. You know, every single time you see the mid laner go missing, don't be greedy. Pull away, so go jungle. You know, just farm under the tower.
It's just the right thing to do here, honestly. Doing a darn good job at it. So, once again, Liquid, the team that always has loved to stack, they're going to keep stacking here. Oh, look at Insane. He's using Warcry for the additional move speed so he can stack 2 camps at once. And he got him? Oh, nope. He just missed. He just missed on the left camp, but he got the top camp.
Yeah,
not bad.
On melee heroes.
Yeah.
That was a good attempt.
I think Sven could probably do it at night, though. You got that additional move speed and then amped by Warcry. It's doable. It's pretty cool.
Yeah,
these guys always.
I'll try it. I'll try it later.
There's
a lot of things to try.
Throw a stun his way. The follow up. Yeah, plenty of damage. Drops a Macropire. XM finds himself a sleeping dinosaur. They're gonna wake him up now with this Earth Splitter, where Nisha has no way out. I'm not sure if he'll find that kill was totally worth it, unfortunately, for him. Insania behind the tower here. He's got God's Strength active. I don't know if he'll really get much here. Yeah, he'll just TP away.
Yeah, go for the runes. 10 minutes. Very important. Oh no. The big fish gets a haste.
Ooh. That's not a fun one. That one's not fun at all. But, I mean, this is a very different game, though, already from even just game one. Ame, once again, he's off to just a roaring start. In fact, he's not even going Battle Fury like we've seen a lot of trolls do first. He's just going straight Ags. Just phase boots Ags.
What the hell? Just to dispel the Surge Iron Shell?
He's dispelling
Warcry.
Yeah. It's 200 240 damage.
Time to get the shard.
Yeah, that's the way you make him real sad, I suppose. But it'll be a while until then. And well, in the meantime, Sin Q, he's going to eat another gank. Ends up on the low ground where the Echo Snap might just be enough space for him to get out of here alive. Insania thought about chasing after him. Very quickly realizes DY's got plus 114 damage just early on with XM now connecting to the mid lane. There's a Blink Dagger being flown his way now, but for now, Nisha, he's the one who's going to pick him up. 33 drops the wall, replica from behind. That vacuum, it's not super good here early on. There's another crush down to try and get XM away from this. Nice stomp here, catching all 3 cores. The stun, though, from Insania is still going to catch up to DY where he falls just short of the tier 2 tower. A big chase. Liquid commit all 5 heroes for that. You don't get the Troll, you don't get the Primal, and most importantly, you don't get XXS, who, compared to last game, Winter, I mean, he is in Beastmaster heaven. He's
Day and night.
Do you have eggs? He's got eggs. This is how it's supposed to look.
This is paradise, Richie. XXS with his eggs, 11 minutes. Last game, it was probably around closer to 20 minutes.
It was probably, yeah, it was pretty bad. I'll look it up here and see what the stats are, just so I'm not talking out, you know, out of confidence. It's even above average for this patch, according to our stats.
Alright,
that's not the stat I
somehow
want.
Liquid manages to stabilize the game with those couple of kills. They have managed to reduce the lead a little bit. And now they have another rune on Nisha, so time to play around it again. Shield rune this time.
It was a 17 minutes except our last game for our Beastmaster this time. He gets 6 minutes earlier. The Drums of Salam beating for XXS already. But as you say, I mean, the items coming online as well for Liquid, right? And anything out of the ordinary here?
Yes, a power
really.
trade stocks here. That's out of the
true.
ordinary.
And he's not going for mech either. He's just going to go straight pipe for now. I wonder if he will build a mech or if anyone on his team will. Quick little roar for Insania up top.
Probably the techies, I guess.
Yeah, seems likely, right? He's got the arcanes. Is this what 33 does on all of his Darkseers? And of course, with what's it called?
You do hit very quickly with quick wit.
Right, there's no doubt about that.
He's going for a pipe to deal with the Jakiro ET and the Aghanim.
Apparently it is. Yeah. We'll probably see a pipe, a Shiva's, Shard, and then we'll see what he decides to build into.
I don't know, it just feels like the game is going to be very, very hard. I don't see any like clear timings at Liquid. As right now they can fight into XG. I mean, this Beast X is already allowing them to get Roche, and now Troll's going to have Aghanims as well.
Yeah.
They have 2 Aghanims and a Dagger on starter. And Extreme Gaming is definitely in a very good spot in this game.
Right. Mech for Sin Q is about to finish up here. We were wondering what he was going to build. Mech first.
He's actually so rich on the Jakiro.
Pretty well.
15 minutes max. Yeah, he's going to have it now.
Primal Beast. So this is the beast I thought you were talking about. It's Nisha's Beast, or Primal, who is almost at his own BKB. He's got Amplified Damager. There is a roar down bottom. It's just for this kill on the Boxy. The drums will do it, even if he is hit by the taser. I imagine if you tase someone who's drumming, the beat becomes highly irregular, though. But not for XSS.
That's a good one, Richie.
I don't think it's that good. I think it's just kind of morbid, really, if anything. We'll go
no
down
one's
bottom.
telling you to beat the drums when you're getting tasered, you know.
It's listen, it's you just wouldn't understand, you know. It's kind of the death metal I like to listen to. It's a bit more hardcore.
Yeah, definitely not the music that I am accustomed to. And you would
Wait,
call me
so
a boomer.
That's true. I do on occasion. I do. Okay, but it's actually so the Sven's
with
gonna
wall?
build the mech. Hold on, what is going on here? XG found themselves trapped in the enemy hot triangle, but DY here who has 3 heroes on that Echo Stomp. 33 trapped onto the high ground. He can't get himself down, but the fight's still going well here. Insania, he's gonna activate the God Strength. He's not the carry here, but he is on top of his man. He wants to kill it to DY. Can't quite catch up to him. In the meantime, they kill the Beastmaster through the Aegis as well, just trapped in the river. Insania scared off the rest of XG. And Liquid, they rebuke the Triangle Invaders.
There was a really, really nice fight there. 33 coming in clutch, getting that 3-man wall, starting things off. They were all slow. They can't really get away, forced into a bad fight. And yeah, just Sven able to stun a couple of heroes, and that was it, you know. Fight was over. They were just not ready, you know. Don't have the numbers, so they can't fight.
XG, though, they want to continue applying pressure, knowing that the ultis are not in play here for some time. Boxy gets himself to the tier 2 towers, but not much further with that blast off. They will return now for that tier 2 tower. Tanked for the wagon. And the tower pressure, I think is this just like a death ball? I mean, it's only Liquid Fire level 2. But are they just gonna like continue running around the map here? Look at XXS, he's top lane. He's got the roar now onto. He's just got the solo kill on Anisha. They were connecting with the smoke, but ultimately he's got more than enough damage. You see Insania farming now under this observer ward. He's just tossed the stun. Still has that maxed Warcry ready to go up. The Blink Dagger, XM. Oh, you're in his pool now, Insania. Just no way out here for him. Tons of bonus armor, but ultimately I want delay his death on more than an auto attack or two.
Like he sees the troll getting Aghanim's and then he switches his build. Like he switches it to Shard now on the stand instead of finishing the mech.
It's smart. Yeah, it's smart. It makes work right undispellable, of course. So it's certainly a nice upgrade this game.
Here comes Nisha.
Yeah, Nisha. Oh, avoids the Echo Stomp here. Q, he is going to be left behind. They do commit Earth Splitter. Buys Nisha a little bit more time. Well, buys Q a bit more time. It doesn't buy Nisha much. 33, he jumps in. That's that Pipe of Insight keeping him alive. He does manage to just barely get away. Wall of Replica now, slowing Ame, slowing XM as Mickey eager to join this fight with a full Gleipnir, but he's caught. They had his Sentry Ward down. He just ran straight into his death. XG, they played their hand. They played it cool. Liquid runs straight into their deaths there, despite a promising start to the fight. And XM, he's not done. He's looking for more. Round 2 versus Insania. Still doesn't have the shard. Finds the stun there onto the Slardar, who's going to continue giving chase. This regeneration continuing to run as even Nisha now gets himself stunned up. The Echo Stomp as well. Nisha, he might have just sacrificed as well to save your buddy Syndrome. Ooh, turns into a 2-for-1 special. XG, they want more. 33, he can't run from this. They even commit the battle trance. Ame, he's going to kill them all. 15-7 in a complete roundabout from game 1, Winter.
Yeah, this timing from the Slardar and Troll is just so powerful. Like the Troll going for the Aghanims with Yasha, no Battle Fury, just combining it with the Corrosive Haze. It's just way too fast, you know, the pace of the way they're playing their heroes with the items that they're choosing to go for.
And look, I mean, they played that
Weaver,
so
he,
cool.
he has a Gleipnir, but wait a minute, Ame, no Battle Trance.
Yeah.
He's quick.
He's very quick. It's in live. Yeah, it doesn't have battle trance, but can they actually catch him? Oh, the Echo Stomp is perfect. Ame, he's just too fast. Sorry, I was looking at that replay. It was just such a brilliant jump, well timed there onto the Weaver. No one even casted a spell onto him until he was stunned immediately.
Yeah, I was gonna say
it was so good.
It's a difficult matchup. Like Weaver into Slardar, you get caught by one Corrosive Haze stun, you're just gonna die.
Yeah. Well, XG, they 10k up now, Winter 20 minutes in, and all of a sudden all that hard work Liquid were putting in to keep this game relatively close for, like, you know, minutes 5 to 15 have just seemingly slipped away from their control. They still look good. I mean, they still claim that Aegis extremely fast, but XG, I mean, do they hit any roadblocks here? Are there any Liquid timings that you could see changing the pace of this? I mean, for now, nothing's really changing in 33's outcome here. He didn't get to cast a single darn thing. Boxy, he'll leap away. I'm not sure if he makes it much further, though. XXS continuing to beat the drum as he chases him down for the double kill. I mean, you got this BKB on Primal. It kind of feels like that's about it. I mean, even this Ghost Scepter is not going to do anything for Boxy against the Troll Ags.
Yeah.
What do you...
Yeah, their heroes just don't really match up well into what XG had. I mean, if they don't really come out of the lanes with some sort of advantage, then you're gonna fall behind. Like, without the mech, I mean, how are you gonna team fight? There's just so much minus armor. There's a lot of physical and there's a lot of magical damage between their heroes, you know, of XG. And as a support Sven, I tell you, I've experienced this, you know. You go into the lane, you feel strong, but if you don't snowball hard enough, you're just going to be very, very useless into the mid lane.
Yeah, that seems that way a bit. Mickey, he puts in a bit of tower damage on that tier 1, but he'll be forced away as soon as Slaughter blinks into his lane.
To put a hero damage into this game, he's gonna need like so many items. I don't know, Lincolns for the raw, then you're gonna need like some armor.
33, Wall Replica, Drums of Salam, okay, blast off, does buy him a bit of time, in goes Nisha now with the Pulverize, they're trying to turn this, but they're just not doing enough damage, and Ame with the Battle Trance active, just rooting Nisha in place. This dinosaur made out of Play-Doh, he's taken down, cut to pieces, Insania the last one standing, and that is a full 5-man wipe. They might just call it.
It's a Beastmaster with Troll. On your high ground with Jakiro liquid fire.
Yeah, it's a serious push here.
Oh,
take another look at that. Just look how quickly this fell apart. I mean, just 2 heroes planted in the wall. It just didn't matter. My goodness.
It just died so quickly. So much damage
so
from
violent.
The slums of drumming.
The drums of Slam, you mean, not the slams of drum? So it's a very different instrument that you play. And it's just like against Troll, against Troll X again. I mean, all right, Insania is so close. He's so close to getting the Warcry. Okay, he sold something, but now he has it. He didn't have enough, but now he does. I don't know what he sold, but he's got this.
The headdress.
Like
he sold the headdress.
Oh yeah, he did. But like everything else is gonna feel so
Despair.
bad. Right?
Having to sell items to buy the shard because it's so useless if you don't buy it.
Well, yeah, gotta get something going. Because what?
Yeah,
Reactive Taser, dispellable.
Aghanim's
Ghost
rush on
Scepter,
Troll against this Sven.
It's nasty, isn't it? Uh-oh, Boxy. He'll break, well, it's not really much of a smoke, but he'll be murdered here. Rooted and killed. All right. Oh no, and next time he's got a BKB. Nisha's going to pick him up and start pulverizing him as Insania, pretending like he's a core, trying to do some damage, but they've got their sights set now onto Nisha. He's already dead. XM continuing to fight here. It's a decent back wall, now onto 4, but who's doing the damage? Mickey tries his best, just cannot muster a single thing. Nisha's out of this game immediately as it's GG well played here. Extreme Gaming, they close out this game with speed, with haste. They have somewhere to be. It's a 1-1 draw.
I mean, just with how to play Troll Clinic, you know, this is basically a guide. What you should do: throw into Sven, into the counters, and you just get Axe early. You dispel the Warcry, you dispel Surge, you dispel Iron Shell. I mean, you can dispel even like the Taser and everything else there.
Yeah.
It's just a very, very smart item build, you know, and you can kind of play around the Corrosive Haze with the Slada. You're killing everything, and Beastmaster is the true carry, you know, drumming away, dealing damage in the team fights, and everyone is just in sync, you know, with the item timings.
What do you think about the support Jakiro? Do you approve of this bit of experimentation, the script from the director, or how do you feel?
Director?
Sorry, that was our last game.
I mean, I feel like I can see the idea. It's very similar to having like a Snapfire or Phoenix position 4 where you can secure your offlaner's lane, and then you farm, you kind of get your team items, and you make it impossible for the opponents to win the team fights, you know, and you're very fast-paced because you push towers quickly with Liquid Fire.
Yeah. And just 2 points in it for the most part. Like you said, it's mostly the Beastmaster, the summons, getting the job done, and then Troll able to join those fights extremely early on. Really, well, there's a timer on that here. As we can talk over a few of our highlights here. But really, I mean, this is where it turned. This is the last time Liquid looked good, huh? I mean, from here, right, you lose Nisha, and then all of a sudden your Troll's online, your Beastmaster's got X. I mean, maybe this is why we see teams really prioritize the Beast so much, right? He's incredibly popular in the pubs. I think he's the most picked off laner. He's starting to get much more contested than even like a Darkseer. I don't know. Just this momentum he gives you, huh?
He gets there, he gives you Roshan, he gives you so much, you know, like basically you have a secondary carry which kind of gives you aura, a very, very solid laner. Like, I feel like if you open a draft with Beast and you have to purposefully just pick a position 4 hero that can give him a good lane. I think that's what the Jakiro did this game. Like, gave him a lane and just kind of allowed the Beastmasters to snowball. Because the last game he kind of got bullied from the lane, you know. So the Beast, he was up against what, Razor plus ET, right? Yeah. So what was Sinkyu playing the last game? He just couldn't do anything.
Rubik, wasn't he?
Yeah, Rubik. So he couldn't do anything into that lane. So the Beastmaster kind of just became irrelevant the whole game. And this time they made the adjustment. They first picked the Beast, but they picked appropriate position for to secure the lane. And such a big difference, night and day.
Dude, and look how happy Sinkyu looks here. Look at this. Look at this. Look at that reaction. Oh, it was short. I cut off a bit, but he was pretty pleased there, just laughing, you know, bantering a bit with his teammates, I'd imagine. And I mean, for good reason, right? He looked absolutely incredible here. Liquid, they will fall in game number 2 to a really nice, when I casted with Oliver, he used to call this like a ladder lineup where like all your timings come online and then like there's another one and like another one and another one. And they all looked really great here, didn't they? XG, a 1-1 draw, but Liquid also in a strong game 1 here. It was fun. It's a good series overall, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was definitely one for the they highlight the games today?
I think so. I mean, this one much more one-sided than our first game, but ultimately was it was quicker. It was more decisive, wasn't it? Right, this kind of Beastmaster ended up looking a lot stronger than what Liquid brought in game one, which eventually overwhelmed and overcame, but did take its time to really get there.
Yeah, I feel like both games were quick, but it was like a good demonstration on how to overpower your opponents when you get a small lead or abuse your lineup's timing. So I think in this game, it was the item build from the Troll, from the Beast, the double Aghanim's, which kind of sealed the deal, for Liquid.
Yeah, the spells ended up being a little bit too strong there. We're just getting set up for an interview, folks, so do stick around with that. So we still are waiting for that. We'll hear a little bit from someone from XG just to kind of get their thoughts. And we have an excellent interviewer on site who will be able to translate everything for you there as well. So make sure you do stay tuned. Yeah, I mean, Winter, I think for me, the biggest kind of question. Okay, actually, that interview is already ready, Winter. So let's go ahead and throw it over to Jin and a member of XG for a winner's interview.
Hello, everyone. I have the mid player of Extreme Gaming here with me. XM, congratulations on your win. That was a very convincing series. Even though it was a draw, but the second game, you guys dominated Team Liquid. So I just wanted to find out, what was the mental pressure after game one, and how did you guys manage to do so well in game two? 首先 XM 就是恭喜你们在刚才第二把里面战胜了这个理会战队。第一场你们当时也算是就是被撵了很长一段时间，但是第二把你们却是非常强劲的打回来了。就是你们这个心态是怎么个调整过来的呢？
就是我们找到了第一局的一些问题吧，因为兽王线上崩了，当时是把兽王的小猪共享给了辛勤，但是他操作的很烂，然后第二局我们就不给他共享了，然后就线上打得很好，就比较轻松吧。
So the reason why they won game two apparently was because they figured out a lot of mistakes that happened in game one, and one of the key things was apparently the Beastmaster, because they were doing some kind of unit sharing where they allowed Jinkyu to control the units to actually to do more harassment, but Jinkyu was absolutely terrible at microing, so they figured, you know what, we're not gonna do this anymore for game two, and XSS just dominated the lane. So clearly, this was an excellent adjustment. Now I want to find out as well, because given how the Chinese scene hasn't done exactly very well in the group stage, in the play-ins, does that give you additional pressure? As at one point you were potentially like the last hope of China. 就想问，因为在这个突围赛里面，就中国战队整体的发挥也不算是非常的理想，然后有一度呢，你们可能当时都差点成为全村的最后的希望了，就是对你来说，有没有这个感觉责任重大呢？
多少是有一点的吧，就是我们肯定就是尽量打好，打出好成绩。
He does indeed feel the pressure, and I mean, for every pro player, the aim is ultimately to do your best. But he does certainly feel the pressure from the Chinese scene, and he does want to, achieve better results with the team as well. Finally, we have one last question. Slaughter and Keeper of the Light. These are heroes that, again, we have not really seen you play that much of, and is that new weapons that you have in your arsenal? Are you on the same level with these heroes as your legendary Viper? 就想问，就是大鱼啊，还有光法界英雄，我们其实并没有怎么看到你之前玩过。然后现在是不是又有新的武器了呢？是否也像你的毒龙一样，就是已经就是熟练到一种不选必 ban 的一种状态了呢？
主要看队伍需要吧。我们最近都是一选影魔的，我的影魔现在也是强无敌，好吧
？Well, it depends on the draft needs of our team, but apparently XM has revealed to us that his Shadow Fiend right now is absolutely unstoppable, unbeatable, and invincible. So all the teams out there, you better watch out for his Shadow Fiend. Back to the panel.
Thank you, Jin and XM, for that wonderful interview. Winter, my Chinese, it doesn't really go past ordering and whatever my girlfriend has taught me. So I have to ask you, when he was talking that first answer about we fixed the problem, Sin-Q can't micro the units. Was there a hint of sarcasm, perhaps, or was that actually something that perhaps they were trying in that offline game?
It was dead serious, though. I felt like it was probably a real thing that they actually messed up in the lane, you know. I mean, we can't tell, you know, from watching the game, so we wouldn't know. I mean, and the part where he just mentioned, oh, second game we just switched the heroes and we just win our lane, you know, so we could win with Beastmaster. The first game I just didn't have a lane, you know, it's just that simple.
Right. I just think it's so funny, right? How game one, he's like, yeah, you know, game one, we gave Sin-Q a Rubik, and that was too complicated for him. So then we put him on Jakiro, and we fixed our lane. It's hilarious. But here, time to look now for our MVP of the series. Was it our Beastmaster? Was it going to be, of course, our mid lane XM Slardar? Time to tune in here for our PlayStation Tournament's MVP award. It is XXS, especially for game number 2. Took him to school, didn't he? The young, what is it? The primary age student, I believe, right?
The primary age student going back home after the first day, the first game, you know, the teacher said, your homework is wrong, you know, your math equation is wrong. The second game, he came up with a better equation. Oh, I just needed another position 4 hero, you know, it's not me, it's him.
That's right. He said, but teacher, I did them with my friend. We did them together. And your teacher's like, well, probably don't want to be doing more homework with that friend. As we'll take a look at some highlights here for our offlaner. As we could take a look here. What is this, game 2? Yeah, game 2 here. Already in pretty deep now on the killing spree. I mean, what a turnaround. Just like mentally, he's like, no, give me the same hero. We know what the problem is.
It's not me.
I also think, like, it speaks volumes to how healthy the team communications are, that he can unironically be like, guys, the problem was Sin-Q. Give me the hero again. Absolutely own on game 2, and then Sin-Q is just like laughing, having a great time at the end of the series. You know what I mean? Like, it just, something's working there.
Yeah, just classic Sin-Q, you know. And one thing funny about his name, you know, he had jungling on his account. Sounds like some griefer you will run into in pub, you know, and you just do some weird shit and lose you the lane. That's probably kind of happened in the first game.
Well, that's not what happened here. They looked good. They were smiling, and they find themselves now even in our group stage standings as we quickly check in and see how the rest of Group B fared while we were covering our Liquid XG series. Let's see, what do we have? And okay, so Group B, so Group A, Heroic. Wow, Heroic with a 2-0. They're lining up now on this stream, so we're shortly going to go over to them after a quick break, of course. And then we still have a lot of other matches running. So far, only one draw. And once again, Winter, we are the first stream to finish here on the very first day. So that's certainly something. Any surprises here? Not really. Let's see, who was playing here? You had BB Team versus Beast Coast, Entity Quest, and then, pardon me, Tundra Mouse. Yeah, these are about how I thought the first round would go. How far do you think Entity is going to make it here? I mean, they looked great in the groups, in the play-in, sorry, but what do you think? How far does this last? How long does this last?
Well, they look like they have a lot of potential, at least for me. I love a couple of strats that they've been running before and certain combos that they're abusing. So definitely want to see more, you know, of them, you know. I just want to, you know, give my boy a shout out, Astini, you know, coming up with all these strats.
Yeah, these look good. And we'll see how they continue to play as we get back into Group A, and we're going to get to see them here very, very shortly. That is going to be our next match upcoming on this channel, folks. We do have a little bit of a break here, allowing the teams to get set up. But our next match is going to be Heroic. Pardon me, that is for tomorrow. Uh-oh. sorry about that. Hold on. I got a little lost. It's Heroic versus LGD Gaming, but it's not going to be with Winter and myself. We're going to be heading off for the night, folks. Thanks so much for tuning in. Cryptic and Z Quixotics, sorry there, are going to be taking our place for Heroic versus LGD Gaming. Winter and I will be back tomorrow when the EWC Riyadh Masters returns. But until then, guys, make sure you stay tuned for Heroic versus LGD Gaming after a break.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
welcome to another thrilling edition of Facet Blind Ranking. I am here with heroic best in the world here. We got Analog and KJ. How you doing, gents?
Hello, guys. I'm Analog. Hi.
This guy's introduced himself 3 times today. I know who you are, Analog. Are you worried about this?
Yeah, people have to know, you know. Every time you say Analog KJ, the Brazilians.
Yeah.
Just so we don't be the same, you know.
I am Analog. Yeah, that is Analog. That is KJ. Today we'll be ranking some...
I mean, almost, you know, like, did more, some years of getting...
Oh, okay, yeah.
More Dota years and I'll be like you.
Oh,
you know?
thank you. I hope not. Don't end up like me, my friend. Enjoy the hair while you have it. Let's play our game here today. I'm going to give you guys facets. You're going to rank them from 1 to 10, 1 being the best, 10 being the worst. The trick is, I'm only giving you 1 at a time. Are you guys familiar with facets? Have you memorized all of them like good players?
I think we work with that. I think we know some of them.
Some of
Part
them?
of our job.
All right, fantastic. Well, let us begin then with our first one, Quick Wit. This is Dark Seers.
I'll have to know by the name.
No, I'm going to tell you, calm
Okay.
down, relax.
Right, yeah.
I will tell you. Quick Wit, Dark Seer's passive, he gains attack speed as he gets more intelligence. This is your first facet. You must rank it 1 through 10.
I know my offlaner always take this facet, so I would say it's
No, wait, it's just a facet, because like what makes it broken is a facet plus the innate. So it's just a facet, you know.
Assume the innate is good as well, you know?
I don't know the Dark Seer innate, but I think this facet is good. Like, I will rank 6.
Huh?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Like, 1 is the best,
One
right?
is the best, yes.
It's like 3. If you count the innate together.
Ah, okay, 1 is the best one. Okay, I got it.
No, we have to decide that. So we're counting innate together.
Yes, of course.
Okay, so it's the 2 thing.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's like 2 if you count the innate together. 2 or 3?
Okay, I'll say 4. I'll say 4.
Okay,
we can
3.
have different.
3 then.
No, you can't have different. You're a team. You gotta make a team.
We have 1.
Yes,
Not you, not me.
Look, it
3.
got nerfed. It got nerfed. So it's probably 4.
It got nerfed.
It did get nerfed.
Okay, 4.
4.
I think it's a 3.
We're
We're gonna regret that.
That's pretty high, but okay, 4 it is. All right, very good. So you guys don't have a lot of Dark Seer experience then, as I heard from this discussion?
No, we have. It's
Yes.
every game ban or pick. So
Oh, okay. Well, all right, very well. So next up is One Man Army. This is from Axe. You know, Axe gains strength based on his armor as long as he's away from his allies.
9.
Super nerfed.
9.
Yeah, super nerfed. 9?
For me, it's 9.
Or 8. It's a nice one as well because.
Can I choose one? Because you chose the other one. So for this
Yeah, I'll go for 9.
Okay, 9 it is. All right, so this one is, you just don't get this one because it's way too nerfed now? Is that accurate?
We're doing the combo with the innate, and the hero is not that strong anymore after he got nerfed.
Sure. We were seeing that in almost every game. Did you guys enjoy the Axe time? Did you spam any of that in your pubs? Did you try any of that?
I just play my role,
I
but
used to play it mid when the mental works and you can.
Oh my God, those were
the
good
shard,
times.
you know, your attack was a very.
that was not good times. Good times X was when you buy 2 stout shields in Dota 1,
Holy shit.
and then you go 2 vanguards.
The double stout shield meta, that was nasty stuff, yeah. Oh, that's only for the bald guys in the chat there, so yeah, for sure. Okay, next up is Enchantress's Spellbound. And cast range of enchant is increased if the enemy is a hero. Enchantress has increased attack range against that target.
You're the Inch expert. I'll live for you. I just trust you, you know. Just say the number, I'll trust you.
Damn.
I'll never even contest it.
How good is this one?
If you count the innate together, the ranges are.
Why do you keep saying that? You have to count the innate. You don't get to deselect the innate.
This was like an ability draft of fast you could put on any hero.
No, it's just like, how good are they in the world of Dota against each other? 9? This is 9?
Wait, the X wasn't 9 the X?
No,
the
X was 8.
X was 8. Yeah.
Ah, it was 8. Okay.
I hope there's not worse ones, you know. Otherwise, we don't have slots for them. But actually, we want Enchanted, and then they ban my Enchanted because they think I only play this hero.
Yeah.
Okay, so this one's going for 9.
9.
9 it is. Okay, Full Trust. Is that
Yeah,
so
not even contesting. He's the Ancient expert.
good?
Everyone bans it, otherwise you're gonna lose. Even with the 9 facet, you know.
Even as an expert, how do you think about her innate? What do you think about that one? The double neutral item. Is that a meme or is that actually good?
It's kind of meme, but in theory, I think what the big brains of Dota thought was like, you get the team, you get super fast because you farm jungle, and then your team get like super fast because H is usually for tempo, right?
Sure.
You're gonna play fast. So if you get faster neutral items for everyone, in theory you're gonna have a power spike for like the 8-minute rune. At 7 you get like lots of neutral items. And if you are good, you can catch them in the air. You know that?
What? You can catch it in the air?
Yeah, like when you have one, it goes to base, the other one, right?
Yeah.
But if you're fast enough, you can catch them in the air. So you can give to mid.
Oh, so you like put yours in your backpack slot, then catch it while it's in
No,
mid-air?
you just catch the other one and you go to your backpack.
That's some crazy ass meta. Okay, got it. All right. Speaking of catching things in the air, this is Leeching Leash. This one, Pounce applies to stacks of Essence Shift when striking enemy heroes. So you get this for Slark. You pounce and you get an Essence stack.
I don't even know that was a fake.
Yeah, me neither. This is my first time. What the hell is this? That sounds wild.
I don't even know the other, just know the Barracuda. Yeah, there's a Barracuda.
The Barracuda, that's
Yeah,
right. Well,
I
this
think
is
the
not
other one is
Barracuda. So this is.
Okay, that's. No, but Barracuda is an 8. It's not the other fastest.
Alright, I don't even remember it's like exists, honestly.
Okay, so where are we putting it? 9 and 8 is already taken?
7.
Yeah, 7, not that
Seven?
bad.
It has to be 7.
Yeah, it has to be 7, right?
7? Okay.
I mean,
You think this is better
it's 7
than
or 10,
Axe?
right?
No,
It's
if
7 or 10. It's 7?
No, it's 7 because the Barracuda is OP.
Yeah, but that's not the Barracuda.
That's not the Barracuda. Though.
Oh, the
Barracuda
Barracuda
is
is in 8. Okay.
It is, right?
Yeah. No one else.
You
in
work
this
with this
piece-
game, you have to know.
I understand. No one else in this game has ever talked about innates. This is all you're talking about. It is facet. It is facet. Okay, this is the facet game. What the hell? All right.
Innate fam.
So where do you want?
Okay, 7 is good. 7, yeah.
Or it's 10. No, I think it's 10 actually. Pounce and get edgy.
No, pulse and get edge is a good thing. I think probably people get this one.
That's true. So it's 7.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, going on next. Unbreakable. This one is for Lone Druid. The Spirit Link, only damage dealt by Spirit Bearer heals Lone Druid. And Lone Druid's morph his Spirit Bearer into an enraged form that gains bonus armor, cooldown 75% on Entangling Claws.
We don't have a laundry expert. But
we had one.
We had one, yeah.
Last year, our offlaner, he played like 25 pubs of Lone Druid and didn't lose a single one.
Holy.
Like in the TI, when we were playing TI. So we managed to not play Lone Druid a single game because everyone banned it.
Okay, that's fantastic.
PPP.
Yeah, so what I remember from it and from his words in the new Lone Druid is the hero's garbage.
Okay.
So I'm betting for a 10 more than a 6.
Wow.
It's 10. It's 10 for sure.
This is the 10? This is the worst one? Okay. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Are you guys sad you don't see Lone Druid these days? You like Lone Druid?
I like.
But not that much.
Okay. All right, next up is Rewards of Ruin. This is an innate, I think, or is this a fast one? I don't remember. Pugna receives 1.5 spell amp per destroyed enemy tower.
Sorry? They saved the
Pugna.
They saved the trash ones for last now.
1.5 damn spell amp per tower.
That's good for Pugna mid. Kappa.
It's
not good. It's not good, but we don't have more.
11? Oh, no.
Top 11.
All right, guys. Where are we putting it? The lowest you can go now, I believe, would be 6. Yes.
Yeah, for Pugna mid is very
very
fine
good.
in
Very
it.
fine.
So yeah, 6 is fine. How good? 6 is fine. It's way better than the one main army. So like, yeah.
Oh, the one-man army. That is true. Okay. Sounds good. Let's put that in there then.
Jesus, that's so bad.
What do you mean it's bad?
It's 2 amp. It's 2 amp for tower.
I think it's 1.5.
1.5.
Jesus,
That's
so
strong.
bad.
No? Okay.
If you take 3 towers, which you can certainly do as Pugna, it's like a Kaya. How much spell amp is a Kaya?
Kaya, I think it's 8.
It's basically
8
a
or 10.
Kaya.
It's a Kaya after 3 towers.
It's pretty good.
If the Pugna was pause 1, he would not get this innate anyway. He would get the heal 1.
All right, next up. Frostbound. Chain Frost lingers on its target. If it fails to bounce, can bounce again to new target if available.
This one is OP.
Really?
This one is
This one's
OP.
OP.
Okay,
This
where are
one's
we
like,
ranking
it's
that?
like, true. The hero itself may not be that good, but the facet, just the facet is good. It's like 2.
Okay, we don't have a 1 yet. We don't have a 3.
Yeah, so this is a solid 2.
It's going so like coming a lot of face it. So
No, but this
I
one is
think-
good.
Yeah, I think 2 is fine. Like even the hero not being that good.
Okay, a
'Cause,
2.
I don't know. The next one gonna be like a super trash one, like Downbreaker.
Okay, take it easy.
Something like this. you
We'll
know?
talk about the next one. The next one is Lunar Orbit. Moonglaves rotate and provide damage reductions while active on Luna.
This is good.
That's not the shard.
Nope.
No, the shard. I don't know what the shard does.
You were grilling me about not knowing shit. You don't know Luna Shard?
No, but I'm support.
Okay.
You have to know everything. You work at the game.
That's true. That's true. So where are we putting this one? Lunar Orbit, guys.
It's 4 or 5. It's not that bad.
sure.
It's good for Luna jungle as well.
I don't know. I'm down for 5. I never see this hero in.
5 is fine.
5 is fine?
Since the faces come, I never saw this hero again.
Okay. All right. You think we're ever going to get support Luna back?
No, but we can get jungle Luna.
Oh, very exciting. Can't wait for those days again. Wonderful. All right, next up.
By the way, try it on your pubs. It's gonna be so good.
What the hell's
Everyone
wrong
should
with you?
try it.
Don't. No.
Luna
don't.
jungle is the next thing. Like KJ just said, I agree with him.
Level 1 Luna jungle? Or?
Yeah. Level 1 Luna jungle. Don't help anyone. Don't buy any sentry. Just go straight jungle. Buy Gloves of Haste, rush Midas. You're gonna see it's very good.
I'm professional jungle. Gloves of Haste, Cutting Blade, then you rush Madness.
Okay, great. Next up is Overwhelming Devourer. The name changes every time. Astral Imprisonment. Affected heroes gain a mana allergy debuff for 5 seconds. If they cast a spell, they heal Outworld. And Insanity's Eclipse also does the same thing.
That's good. That's
okay.
good.
It's okay.
That's all OD gets. We don't have 2, right?
1 or 4?
1 or 4?
It's 1.
It's probably 1. It's probably 1.
Have you guys seen an Outworld Devourer in a while?
We played against 1.
Oh,
Yeah.
how'd it go?
With
We
it,
won.
with this facet as well.
Oh, okay.
We won, right?
Yeah, but he was destroying the game. He did roach at like 12 minutes.
Yeah. He really did a lot from this thing, I think.
Yeah.
I think.
They had TI winner
No,
in
yeah,
their
but
team.
people get this facet on all these good heroes, so yeah.
All right. And number 4, then, is Scattershot. Shrapnel, slow and damage are increased, but the duration is decreased.
God bless, we chose OD1. God
15.
bless.
This is top 15.
This is 15? Is this like the worst facet? I've actually seen this, and I think that this might be the worst one in the game. Like, it actually makes Shrapnel worse.
Yeah, that's so bad. Like, top 140 best facet in the game, you know?
Yeah. Have you ever selected it? Have you ever seen this even?
I seen sometimes someone misclicking it and never saw it again, you know? That's the level of this facet, like just rework this thing.
Okay, all right. So what do you guys think about your list? Did you do well? Do you think you got the best ones? Outworld is number 1, the most broken one. I believe your most dog one was the Unbreakable Spirit Lone Druid.
It's different. The problem with the Outward of our facet is that his ultimate already did that, right? So the facet is actually bad in theory that it didn't give anything new.
Yeah, but
No, it heals, right?
Yeah,
it
the
heals
heals.
HP.
It already healed before.
HP?
Yeah.
The ultimate?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
You ultimate people when they use spells, you get HP.
No.
We both work at the game.
Bro,
we both
I work
with
with the
Dota
game
too.
as well. I'm professional.
Trust us, we work in the
Look,
game.
But
Twitch
I'm
chat.
a laner, I play OD.
Yeah, absolutely. He knows.
See ODs.
I've seen an OD before.
No, OD does that, but no one remembers that.
Oh, fantastic.
Maybe
Well,
in Dota 1, yeah. I never played this game.
I'm not the bald one.
all right. Well, thank you so much for your rankings. You guys did fantastic. I believe that you did very, very well in our game, so well done. You can see a lot more of these guys coming up soon. But thank you for watching another thrilling episode of Facet Blind Ranking.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with ZQuixotics as we are diving. Well, I was here with ZQuixotics. He is invisible now. We are getting ready to jump into our final series here today. It is going to be Heroic versus LGD, and he's back. There's my guy. What's up, Zach? How you feeling, man?
I'm good. Just doing a quick Ricky impression. That's all.
Yeah, no,
I'm
it's
here.
good.
I'm ready.
the good old role play. At least someone's taking it seriously.
Yeah, you gotta. We're Dota casters. You have to embody the characters in order to be able to talk about them.
It's true. Yeah, the best Ricky impression is just not picking it. You know, that's the best way to do it. Make him truly invisible in Dota. Let's talk about today. It's been a really cool first day of group stage. There's been a lot of great games already played. We're getting towards the tail end of it. Is there anything that's been surprising so far today to you in terms of like maybe picks or just like general outcomes?
I didn't see anything too crazy in terms of picks. For results, I mean, it's like one series played so far. We're getting into the second series for Group A now. But I will say, I guess, Team Falcons versus Team Spirit, it's not that crazy because, like, those two are really good teams. But it did go 2-0 towards the way of Spirit, which, again, is that surprising? I don't know. I guess it's like which team is on top between Spirit and Falcons for a lot of people. And I guess right now it's Spirit.
Yeah, it could be. Coming up now, we have our series of LGD versus Heroic, which I have to say I'm very excited about. We got to cover the plans, but we didn't get a single Heroic series, and I was truly heartbroken because this is probably one of my favorite teams in the world right now. Non-bias, of course, but as someone who's been following these players, this org, and of course a lot of their support staff from South America for years and years, it is really cool to see them doing, honestly, this well. Like they crushed the plans. They're looking really good. They're off to a fantastic start so far in groups, and we'll see how it goes. Right, LGD played probably one of the most ridiculous games of the play-ins. Right, their 90-minute game against Nouns to actually qualify. So they, you know, had a moment. But yeah, I have to say it's gonna be a fun one based on the way these two teams have played.
I think so. I think going back to if there's been any surprises. For a lot of people, maybe Heroic doing so well in the play-in stage was a bit surprising. You and I have gotten to see a lot of Heroic, so we know they can do it, but sometimes they do seem a little bit inconsistent, and I think they themselves speak to that. So yeah, it's a surprise to the audience. A lot of people rate LGD a lot higher, which is pretty understandable. There's a bit more visibility to LGD, I'd say, in the past. But don't sleep on Heroic. When these guys show up, they look really good, and they're coming in hot off that play-in stage where LGD was also playing. They barely squeaked by. I will say they do seem to be warming up as the time has gone on. So hopefully they're getting into that full stride, because it's not easy versus Heroic if you're still struggling.
I'll be honest too. Like their series against Nouns was not clean. Like Nouns was actually winning both of those games, but could not close it and just had a couple mid-game mistakes. But LGD played consistently, so as long as they can keep that going, you know, that gives them, you know, a good potential run here in the group stage. But it's time we take a look at Heroic, the first team here today in this series. Is some of you may not be familiar with, based on the audience reaction and predictions, this team's stacked, baby. It is Analog, K1, Davai Lama, Schofield, and KJ. These guys, absolute masters in their craft. Very excited to see how they do today. I love their poses. These are solid.
These are fun. They're fun.
they're not messing around.
Yeah, it'll be fun to see them.
Yeah.
Now we got more poses.
Yeah, this team is. I love the fact that like they brought Davai Lama in for this, because Davai had a pretty long run in North America, right? Back in the old D2 Hustler days. Like he was one of like the main players for D2 Hustlers. He scrimmed a lot against a lot of these South American teams, even stood in for some of these South American teams, went over, played in Western Europe, and now he's back here with Heroic. And I think he was like a pretty good fit for this team. So I actually really like what they've done with this roster. It makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, and we've gotten to talk to them a little bit, and they're usually pretty hard on themselves. If they don't feel like they're playing well, they'll say it. They're like, we were really bad, we deserve to lose, you know, that kind of thing. Even in wins, like, no, that was still really bad, we can play better. And I'm pretty sure he said something similar. I think I heard Davai Lama say something similar, even in the play-in stage, but that they're starting to get there. So even if it's not this tournament, they seem to grow every time we see them play. I think it's really exciting. Definitely keep your eyes on this team, guys.
Yeah, I agree. But I think we might have the ability to take a look at their opponents, which is going to be LGD here. And I think this team as well, like people maybe a little bit unfamiliar with, like there's some big names, of course. Obviously, you know, we have PYW and Y, but New, Echo, and Shiro. Echo and Shiro, I think, are a little bit kind of like up-and-coming talent. Like, Echo joined the team fairly recently. Shiro, obviously, one of the big standout carry players from, like, the 2022 DPC era, where he was playing on various teams, ends up getting poached by LGD, and now he's here with this all-star roster. And, like, LGD, if they can keep it together, if they can keep playing kind of consistently, I think this team can absolutely go far in the groups. And, I think for a lot of Chinese Dota fans, they need that, right? Because two of their teams were, you know, knocked out immediately. We almost lost the third if it wasn't for LGD making it through. So it's just them and Extreme, and I'm curious to see how well they're going to do.
Yeah, they are definitely a team with powerhouse players, and I think that's why their kind of like rough performance so far has been a bit surprising for a lot of people, because we know they're capable of a ton. These guys are awesome players when they're on top of it, but they seem to have been struggling so far. Hopefully with I mean, it's a long tournament, so they've had a lot of time to play these matches. Maybe they were nervous, maybe they're getting used to, you know, the travel, but I hope they're getting back into form, because it really is fun to watch this team when everyone's on point.
And I'm happy to see some of the drafts like bans already. We've seen so much Hoodwink that I have been surprised the hero has not been getting first phase bans, because she just seems like an absurd hero. We were kind of messing around with our production team during the you know, play-ins, being like, yeah, just show us damage at 10 minutes and we'll just wager if it's Hoodwink or not every single game. And it was literally every game except one where it was almost top damage dealt. So there's a reason this hero is starting to get a lot more attention in the bans here.
Yeah, it's a really good hero. Not surprised to see it banned. I want to say I'm surprised to see SF not banned and Clockwork not banned, but it makes sense. Like, when you look at these bans, these are the heroes that have been getting popular. Actually, we haven't even gotten to see very much Monkey King because so many teams are banning him. With Simi and Stride, the flexibility between core or support is just really scary, and he can be everywhere on the map. So a lot of pro teams don't even want to deal with it, so they're banning it, and that means heroes like SF and Clockwork, who were at the top of the banning priority just maybe like a patch ago, now we actually get to see them played instead of always being banned out.
Yeah, dude, so the thing is about this Shadow Fiend, which I'm really excited, is this is
70
probably
bans. 6
yeah
hits.
That is, oh my, I didn't realize it was that high. I knew it was high.
He must have been dominating in the scrims.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what it was. Like, people started experimenting more with it in the scrims, and I think people are realizing that you can first pick it and it dominates as a carry or as a support, right? But that is wild. Yeah, 92% of draft contests is Tiny, and then 90% for the Monkey King. These don't surprise me at all. I think Darkseer is bar none the best offlaner in the game. I don't even think it comes close. You can literally first pick him in
close, I think.
Okay, Beastmaster is close. You are right. You're right. Beastmaster is close, but I think Darkseer is literally uncounterable, and I think that's the issue. Like, you can pick heroes that beat a Beastmaster in the lane, but they have the same issue of like, all right, well, we've been stacking our ancient camps, so what are you gonna do about it? And then they just suddenly have like Beastmaster has an Aghanim Scepter at like 12 minutes, and Darkseer has like, you know, Mechanism, Guardian Greaves Pipe at 20 minutes, and you're like, huh, that's weird. I thought we beat these guys in lane.
Yeah, I guess that's true for both of those heroes. But at least this game we're going to have something different. The SF's flex, we're going to see a little bit more as we get into the later picks. The Razor, I imagine, is being picked as the counter to SF. Just put it in the same lane. But you can run like this off-lane Razor if it's carry SF. And that's a little bit different, right? That is a lane that needs to win compared to the Darkseer and the Beastmaster we were just talking about. He could potentially be paired with that Clockwork, which would be a really strong lane, but I like this pick, the Weaver, so that could be carry Weaver mid SF. There's Flex, could be support Weaver, and support Weaver really strong versus just a lot of lanes, right? He's just very annoying with the free Geminate attack, and then you usually start Chikuchi. In fact, always start Chikuchi, and just having both those spells at level 1 really helps your laning stage, whether you're playing carry or 5 support or 4 support. So I like that pick versus this Razor and Clockwork.
I was going to say the exact same thing. I think the ability to flex both of these heroes is really cool for an opener. It's very greedy as an opener typically,
That's true.
But because the Weaver can be played as a support, it's kind of okay. Now that we see the Ogre, it's likely to be a 5-position Ogre. And I am very curious how they want to do this, because there is the learning curve, right? Which we see a lot of, pretty much 100% pick weight on learning curve. I don't think any pro takes the other one. But the level 2 timing on your lane is really scary. And I think if you pair that with either the Shadow Fiend or the Weaver, it can be really cool. But I'd imagine it's going to be the Weaver now.
You could still move things around. That's really interesting because I agree. The level 2 power spike with learning curve is pretty strong, but Razor and Clockwork, like that, if that is your offlane, they're strong right off the get-go. Level 1, that's scary. So I thought you might see maybe an even stronger position 5 who's also strong just straight off of level 1. So that you're gonna have to play a little carefully, which if you did say want to run SF carry, I feel like his level 1's also kind of weak. So you gotta make sure you don't get like run over in that very first level and it ruins everything from there. But if they're picking it, then I'm sure they feel comfortable that, yeah, we just get through that first level, we'll be okay after that. I'm curious to see how that'll go if that's the lanes we end up with, because, yeah, you could still move these heroes all over the place. Pango, even a pretty flexible hero, used to only be the mid. You always knew it was going to go there. You knew he was going to be picked or banned, but nowadays, you know he's going to be picked or banned, but he can go off lane, and he's pretty good there with the double jump.
I'm pretty sure it's going to be News Pango. Like, I think for the most part, like, they're much more likely to run this in the offlane into either Weaver or the Shadow Fiend. I think it's fine. But I think in the mid lane, it might struggle a little bit more 1v1 against the Shadow Fiend. So I think it's probably News Pango. You just go the Guardian Greaves. You go the Pipe. It's just the same offlane build for most heroes in Dota right now, right? You just pick up all of the barrier and aura items. He's a good Crimson Guard builder late game, which right now doesn't really tend to seem to matter too much against these heroes, but we'll see based on the rest of the draft. Rubik, I mean, that's a classic, one of the most stable supports of the patch right now.
Yeah, some nice steals, good response to the Weaver, but you can even steal the spells from Ogre Magi. Those are all pretty good. The SF steals are a little awkward, but if you can get the ult, that's pretty nice. But I like the preemptive idea of Rubik as well, because when you look at Heroic's draft, you have a nice negative armor synergy going between SF Weaver, and then Ogre with the Bloodlust will buff up that physical attack, but you are lacking in crowd control, so these last two heroes probably need... Okay, I'm going to go 2 ways here. Ideally, a lot of us would think you want some initiation, some crowd control, and you go for that. But something I love about the SA region is that their drafts always throw me off, and I don't get it until I see them play it. And I feel like sometimes they just see something, and I would not be surprised if they continue to lean into physical damage reduction, no stuns, right clicks, and then just fight nonstop around it and somehow make it work. I almost wouldn't be surprised at this point, but I do think some kind of initiation would be really good dealing with heroes like Pango and Razor. You kind of want to jump these heroes before they really get to do too much to you.
Okay. I actually was going to make a comment about Snapfire earlier, and I'm glad I didn't. So we see Snapfire come out on the 18th pick for Heroic, which to me doesn't seem like an all too strong 18 pick, so I'm a little bit confused as to why we're seeing it here. It's good and bad against Clockwork, whereas like you can cookie people out of cogs, but you also get your ult canceled almost immediately if he sees you. This hero has an abysmal win rate, despite having one of the highest pick rates so far in the tournament. And sometimes when we see that happen, it's because they're picked early in the draft and they're easily countered. She's picked a lot into Phoenixes, which makes sense. But there's nothing quite like that this game. My guess is they're going to run this force Snapfire into the Clockwork lane. You go Little Shredder level 1, and you just melt the cogs. This has been the main thing I've seen Snapfire do in lane against Clockworks.
That is true. You take away the power cogs and you actually farm up a decent amount. You have 6 shots on the Little Shredder, so you can get about 60 gold if you kill 3 cogs, and if you auto attack, maybe you get a 4th one too. So you do have to be very careful with how you use that. I suppose that could be the idea behind it, especially now that you've seen Rubik. That's probably Rubik 4, Clockwork 5, right? Whereas before it could have been in either lane. So now you're probably running Snapfire 4. That makes the most sense. We did see Divide Llama earlier today play a Wind Ranger off lane, and he talked about, he's like, I like playing weird stuff, you know, and then I just buy Guardian Greaves, and that's fine. Snapfire's an actual off laner. She is just out of the meta in that regard. I think that could be cool to see, but maybe we'll see what these. Yeah, I mean, the LGD thinks it's going to be an off lane. They're banning out Brewmaster Slardar, or like they need an off lane on the side of Heroic. But that's what gets you, right? Now they're banning off laners. You're like, ha ha ha. I actually needed a carry.
I mean, the thing is, like, Schofield actually is very good at Snapfire, so I would be shocked if they're not just giving it to Schofield. But you're right. I mean, they could do something weird. I think Slardar was the #1 pick for them. Like you said, all in kind of the minus armor. You have Weaver, Shadowfiend cores. Just give them Crows of Haze. You know, your Weaver eventually gets like Gleipnir Deso and just starts shredding heroes, but you don't have that option. You could look for something like the Tidehunter, which still gives a little bit of minus armor. It's a good body to put in front. You do have to worry a little bit about Razor, like burning armor with Static Link. That's interesting, I'll be honest, because the hero did get pretty massively nerfed, and we've seen people kind of like stray away from the Night Stalker. But it does give you a lot of good vision to play around in fights.
I think the laning stage, assuming he takes Night Reigns, we're going to see what facet he goes for. Night Reigns still gives you the early laning stage because your ultimate refreshing cooldowns didn't even come into play until, you know, around like 7 minutes. So I think that was always Night Stalker's weakest point, and you could play him in the past before that ultimate refresh cooldowns.
Dang it, I should have said it.
Dang, Bloodseeker. Yeah, I mean, it is good to prevent, because this is probably, I mean, let's see. Yeah, Carry Weaver, so you can prevent him from running around. Night Stalker likes to run around. Bloodseeker, he's not super popular, but a couple teams have been picking him a little bit more as a counter pick. Mainly Aurora, and I guess now LGD.
Yeah, South American teams like it as well, so I think Heroic kind of expected this, but back in, like, if we go back a couple years to when Night Stalker was really strong with the introduction of his new Aghanim Scepter that gave him, like, AoE Void and stuff, the pretty much two best counters in the game to him at the time were Naga Siren and Bloodseeker, and they actually banned out the Naga Siren. So I think they were kind of baiting Bloodseeker here, saying, we dare you pick this. And we'll see how it goes, because it is definitely an annoying hero for Night Stalker to play around. If you pop Dark Ascension, he ruptures you, and you don't really get to enter the fight. So you have to Dark Ascension from Fog and then blink in. And so it makes the game a little bit more of like cat and mouse here for the Night Stalker. But you're right about the Weaver as well, right? This is a hero that loves to play just all over the fight. You have time lapse at least, but I'm pretty sure you take the rupture damage when you get back after time lapse. So it's a little spooky.
I don't know. I feel like if Heroic gets through the lanes and they're doing all right, you do have a really nice tempo going with these heroes. These are all cores that can come online pretty quickly, and they all work together nicely. So that could be really scary. But if you fall behind and you need to start trying to make plays, you got Snapfire ult, but who's setting you up, right? It's so hard. It's just KJ. Oh, back to King Jungles here. He's got like the one stun for your team, you know? It's so awkward to land that ultimate, especially because you mentioned, right, that Clockwork could just end that ultimate so quickly. So Heroic's got to get through this laning stage, which they have strong heroes, right? Don't get me wrong. I expect them to, but sometimes things don't go to plan.
I am curious how this is going to go. I am, because I think looking at the fact that it's PYW on Clockwork, he's probably one of the most, like, I would say, powerful or influential Clockworks in the game right now. Like, his Clockwork seems to always have a lot of impact, and Clockwork is one of those heroes that can absolutely take over the game given the opportunity. So we are going to jump into this one, ladies and gentlemen. It is game number 1 of Heroic versus LGD here in this group stage. And we'll see. Both teams head out into the mid lane, get some wards placed here.
Ooh, they're just about to pass each other. I think they both realize what's going on, where that ward most likely is. Yeah, LGD rushing over. They suspect a ward's been placed down here. They want to see if they can deward it, bait around it perhaps.
All right, looking at any of these facets, I think the scatter shot's a little bit interesting. Bloodseeker went Blood Rush? Really? And Dynamo for Razor. Double Jump, Expanded Armature, and of course Arcane Accumulation. A lot of those seem pretty normal. The Blood Rush for Bloodseeker, I am a little bit unsure of. Mostly because this hero hasn't seemed super good in general, but the active movement speed as your bonus just does not seem very good because it also costs mana.
Well, perhaps this game you could just outrun a Weaver, which would... That's pretty crazy to think about, but maybe with that active you can do that.
This is actually
this range creep.
Yeah, kind of a cool idea. Like getting this range creep, it will basically push the lane into the enemy tower, which is kind of what he wants to do here. Mid lane, Analog is just going to let Echoes go for the full drain, but he will triple raise stack him, so Echoes cannot come near this. Bottom lane, K1, he's gonna die. That is first blood for New. It is PYW's Clockwork every single time. The problem with this lane, you have Learning Curve Ogre. All he can do is put his body in front of you, and he was, I guess, just a little bit late to the lane. I'm not 100% sure. Unable to assist.
Got hit by a couple cogs, it looks like. I mean, that's what I was saying, right? These heroes, like, you gotta wait till the level 2 before Ogre gets really scary. So really good on LGD to capitalize on this level 1. Weaver with Shikuchi usually can get away, but sometimes you get knocked back by the cogs while trying to Shikuchi away. Shikuchi ends, suddenly you're a slow hero. Second lowest strength in the game after Medusa, tied with Drow. So you are extremely fragile at the start.
Top lane. Actually, you know what? We didn't even talk about this. They swapped the Clockwork and Rubik. So they actually intentionally dodged the Rubik or the Snapfire into Clockwork lane. And speaking of which, Snapfire top lane in some trouble. Shiro is gonna fall low. They get the kill. Divine Llama's got a chase. Does he get the vision for the Void? He will in a moment. He finishes the job. As now Y needs to get away from the big old scary Night Stalker, but he's got a full creep wave to tank, so he will just back up.
Some of it might be to swap. Some of it is also probably that Ogre Magi is so bulky that as a ranged hero, Rubik usually just wants to poke for free, but poking an Ogre wouldn't really do much, but Clockwork offers more of a threat versus melee heroes with that battery assault and power cogs. And if I think about what the team needs, you kind of do want another initiator, right? You want someone like Clockwork to have a lot of farm, maybe compared to the Rubik.
Yeah, I'm like trying to look at spells this game for the Rubik to steal. And it,
top lane.
Oh, that is a really good usage of Schofield's level 2. Again, he doesn't have full bore, so going scatter shot here is a little, or ricochet, sorry, not scatter shot, ricochet. It gives you a little bit more potential kill threat, but also Bloodseeker has to be very careful playing in the close range.
That's true. So far, going well for them. And Night Stalker already at 2 bracers, doing pretty decent in the last hits, especially in those
Huge
denies.
wave, dude. Oh my god. Look,
Yeah,
he has like a triple wave at his tower.
Yeah,
he's about to be top CS. Bottom lane, we might see King Jungle's in a little bit of trouble. Again, does have level 2 Ignite here since he is, you know, on the learning curve. So.
Then the denies are even bigger than usual because Bloodseeker depends on healing through these
Ooh,
last
Snapfire.
hits. Ooh, nice TP.
He TP'd mid just to help with the. Is this to help with a 4-minute rune? Is that actually why? That's wild. That's a really heads-up TP from Schofield.
Good punish though, because now Schofield's too low to really fight
I mean,
over
he has
it.
a Lotus. They're gonna send some additional help to the bottom room with a Clockwork. So. Yeah, an Analog gonna get trapped inside the cogs. Does not have any way out. 2 points Plasma Field, 2 points in that static link. It's enough. I actually really like the Dynamo facet on Razor. I think it's definitely the better of the two. I think for a while people liked the other one, but Spell Amp goes a long way on this hero, especially as you get more and more stolen damage late game.
Razor himself has dropped off a little bit, but I don't know if it's like the Falcons effect starting to play again. He seems to just come up every time, no matter what they change to him.
Yeah, team started scrimming against Falcons, and they get first picked Razored, and they're like, huh, we're still losing to this, I guess. Lava, level 5 on this Night Stalker, might just get a solo kill here onto this Rubik. I will go and telekinesis him away. Now going to turn his attention over to Shiro. He's getting a rotation from the Ogre as well. So much damage with the Snapfire as well. As one more auto attack does the job. And, you know, we were unsure, but at first night, he is 3-0, level 5, top CS, top denies. He is having a fantastic time in this lane.
I was wondering if, you know, okay, so he has Night Reigns. The start is good for Night Stalker. Maybe it'll flip. Ooh, mid lane, a second kill on SF.
Yeah, they definitely got him. And guess what? Echoes with his level 6 will just chase down Schofield. This mid Razor is absolutely owning right now, as they will continue to dive here, looking for King Jungles underneath the tower. He's got nowhere to go, and Y is going to try and just tank the tower. Blood Grenade does go out, but they will swap the aggro. Echoes. Woo!
Swap the aggro?
Echoes!
Swap the aggro?
Oh my goodness. Okay, he's all right.
Wait. Oh.
Oh, he canceled his TP for a haste rune. That is,
All right, that's a little awkward.
Yeah.
He went full greed on that.
Yeah, definitely.
But I get why, but yeah, okay. He'll still be happy, right? You kill the SF first, then you run down Schofield here, and you probably thought that was all you were going to get, but then you saw Ogre turn around, you get another kill, and they got some good tower damage. Actually, it looks like it got handled decently. They had a big creep wave there, but I guess after Razor took his entire health bar and tower hits, they couldn't do too much with it.
Yeah, so far, Echo's looking really good in this mid lane. And again, Analog, he is an SF specialist. He's probably one of the better ones that we've seen in this tournament so far. So they have put a lot of attention bringing this Clockwork into mid lane multiple times to try and slow down this Shadow Fiend, and it's worked. Definitely has worked. Whether or not it'll continue, we'll have to see. As bottom lane, the Weaver is getting poked and prodded by this Pangolier constantly.
He doesn't have 6 yet.
Yeah, I mean,
that's
Rolling
quite
Thunder.
get the. Yeah, couldn't quite get the chain stun off of that little trench next to the tower. I think that's what he was hoping for, to get a Weaver kill there before the 6 came out.
Whoa, he went earned.
On the
Pango.
Oh.
We don't, I mean, it is an old build. We used to see it every once in a while from like mid Pangoliers, but lately we've just been seeing like, you know, mech into Guardian Greaves, because what else do you build on offlaners these days?
Spirit Vessel, apparently.
Yeah, I guess. Needs to keep his distance here on K1, obviously, as if this Clockwork gets in range, he will absolutely go for the trap. I'm surprised we haven't seen, I'm surprised we haven't seen K1 rotate top yet. This happens pretty often from this team, especially when he's on Carry Weaver. They might do it soon, right? Divine Llama's level 6. We could see them rotate to the top side and focus down the tower.
I think they almost didn't need to do it this game because Divine Llama was doing so well that it's kind of overkill. It's like, I solo kill him anyways. You're really just taking my XP if you come here, so why don't you just stay bottom? And in fact, I actually think we need to see Divine Llama move around a little bit. Since like that mid triple kill really went that way of the Razor, and Pango's been doing okay. I thought maybe we'd see him move over, but now that I look at it again, you know, Weaver and SF both pretty good at jungling, so despite some of the early deaths, they seem to be doing okay, so maybe they're just gonna keep trying to hold what's happening here.
Clockwork's been doing a decent job flaring bottom where the Weaver is. Like even onto the gate a couple times as well. So he would, I think, would have scouted a rotation, which has been really smart.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Ooh, Seeds of Serenity is massive for K1 actually. This completely salvages the the harassment from the Pango. Well, almost completely, as PYW again trying to sneak his way in through the trees here, but we're gonna see some big rotations. It's Echoes as well as the Rubik. Here they come, Rolling Thunder's out. He just gets chain stunned. As Schofield coming in, looking at Echoes here on the Razor, does to be a little bit careful as the Dark Ascension comes through. Analog going for the Requiem, but canceled. He's gonna be able to send it now as Davai Lama helps finish off the Razor. A 1-for-1 so far. The Rupture is out. Wait a minute, Shiro's dead under the tower. And Davai Lama, he's got everyone pinned back on the backside. This Night Stalker just looking so dang strong. The question is, can they get more? Pango would be amazing, but maybe you settle for a support. PYW falling low, telekinesis to throw them back, but Analog with a raise from downtown. And Davai Lama, his ult's ended. K1 on the side, though, does have a little bit of space. Cookie to get this Night Stalker away. Do anybody else go down? There's going to be the Bugs on through. Looking to go for New now. A big Blood Right out from this Bloodseeker. Shield Crash comes in. Lots of barrier to play with as they're going to look for Schofield. There's a Razor back in this fight as well somewhere. He's on top of Analog, who's going to die. What is going on? This fight was like 2 minutes long, dude.
That was a really drawn out fight there. It started off really nice for LGD. They bait out the Weaver Shikuchi, and Shikuchi's on cooldown as Razor then shows up, so they're able to kill the Weaver right off the bat. But then in the process of diving kind of hard on that, all the rotations come in, so then they start losing heroes. And at that point, I think Heroic probably needed to call it back off because they tried to chase down this Pango who has all the barriers and this Cloak, and even earn like some extra healing like in between these fights. The Seeds of Serenity he picked up. Yeah, look at how damage that Pango's doing, 9.5k already. So they take so long, and we're so early in the game that the heroes who got killed off at the start respawn and show back up. Look, they're not done. They want to do it again.
They bring the whole team down here, and
so good versus Weaver.
Yeah, they're gonna get a double kill. So they do continue this threat on the bottom lane. They really want this tier 1 tower. They're gonna come through the portal, which they will get seen here. Schofield has a ward. Mortimer Kisses are out. Why? Has to pop a Sakuchi. Yeah, that's the scary part. Rubik's got Sakuchi
so
now.
Versus Weaver. It's such an easy steal, and then you have the max invis run up and just insta-lift them. All right, so now that all this fighting has started to settle down, where are we at? 6 and 11. 2k lead going towards the side of LGD, and looks like the Bloodseeker is going to try to use that money for an early Radiance.
Yeah, this is a pretty I would say, I mean, I guess we haven't seen a ton of Bloodseeker, but from the Bloodseeker games I have seen, Radiance is not super common. We're going to see them make a player on the mid lane, punished though by the rotation from Analog.
Wow,
so they get a quick
all
kill.
8 cogs got farmed. I don't think I've ever seen that.
They're like, guys, get it. So much gold.
That's a lot of money. It is like 160.
They do see the Bloodseeker on the top here with a nice placed ward. Analog's going to clean up some stacks. They actually saw why place this ward onto the high ground, so we'll see if they get around to de-warding that. But it is a deep ward to go for right now. They'll just probably play it around the vision.
I suppose maybe some of the idea behind this Radiance. One, I mean, it was a classic item in the past. You farmed a lot with it, but in this particular game, these 3 cores are all very right-click heavy, and none of them want to build an MKB anytime soon. So you'll get a lot of value out of this AoE mischance.
That's actually a really valid point. Yeah, I think it's an interesting build because it will definitely help Bloodseeker farm. The alternative is Maelstrom into either Gleipnir or Mjolnir, which is what we've seen as kind of the standard build. K1 bottom is in so much trouble. The rotation from Y, he's like, I will re-steal that Sakuchi, thank you. As they will just continue to chase him down, going over the wall, but you cannot get away from this Rubik. It's the main reason we see this counter pick every single time. As the hook comes in from PYW, he's found Schofield. He's going to try and just clean up some of the cogs. Does have a Cookie as well as a Pavis here to maybe play around, but he cannot get him off. Beautiful hit from the cogs there. Really good movement so far from LGD this game, and mostly just punishing this Weaver.
Level 1 death was pretty painful.
Yeah.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower
It's
is
just
under
such a
attack.
hard game playing Weaver into Clockwork and this Rubik, right? There's two heroes that are basically some of your hardest counters in the game. And they're both having a really good start.
Yeah, technically you could argue Weaver can double hit a cog and then run out, and it's true, but I think the ease of execution is, it's like far
It's
easier for Clockwork
way-
to just hook
yeah.
shot in, press cogs, and if you slip up on the Weaver and you get bounced once,
Radiant's
like that could be
middle
enough to get
tower
you
is under
killed because you're so fragile at the start.
Or he just holds the cogs until you Sakuchi, and then you're really
That's true,
screwed,
and then you
which
get
is what
pulled back
happens a
in.
lot of the time. They will go onto the Ogres. He's playing a little bit of ping pong into the middle. Dude, come on, man. How is this? I don't understand how this facet is balanced. Look at this, dude. 800
Dude, it's
damage
so
from
funny.
cogs.
It's so funny. And something we don't see all that much, PYW actually went phase boots, which, do you even know what the innate ability of Clockwork is, guys? It is that for every point of armor he has, he gets 0.3 outgoing damage amp, which usually doesn't come into play that much, but when you're having a really good game, you can do things like get phase boots to bump up your damage just a little bit.
I honestly did not know what his innate was.
No one knows
'cause
what it does.
It's never mattered ever in Dota
Yeah.
2. Because
it's just the
expanded
increased
armature,
cog.
expanded armature is so unbelievably broken. PYW with a nice hook set up into the mid lane. Kill goes to Echoes. They will settle for this tier 1 tower. Not even settle. They're just going to take the tier 1 tower. They've got a catapult here. Fortification comes out. Analog does have an amplify damage rune.
And a blink, but I think they saw him now, so.
That is a very fast pipe.
Oh, that's really good.
Radiant's middle tower.
Because that's like one of the tools you have left, right? Is the early damage of Snapfire ult and a really good SF ult. And now that is heavily mitigated by this quick pipe pickup from the Pango. So it looks like the Urn was just a casual extra damage Urn and straight back into the usual auras that we typically see.
They really want this Weaver again in the bottom lane. They have this deep ward. They're trying to make a play on it before it expires. So they smoke down here, but not much time left. So they will not connect on this one. Analog's had a great recovery this game. I mean, we gotta give props to the Shadow Fiend. He is top of the net worth despite what I think he was 5th at one point, just barely above the Weaver.
Yeah,
Dude, he's actually just trying to hit the cogs. Oh my god, dude. This guy. How is he so good at this Clockwork? It is insane.
The phase boots helps a lot. He also has the faded brooch, because actually some of the hard part of getting multiple cogs is actually getting to the cog in time
repositioning.
and then kicking it. So phase boots helps a lot with that. And
That's
actually, a
really
lot of
funny.
people panic. The best way to handle cogs, guys, because the worst case scenario is you get hit by multiple cogs, and that's what burns so much damage, burns so much mana, does a ton of damage. If you actually follow Clockwork to what side he runs to, it's much harder for him to get the bounce on the cogs, and then you can run through the gap because he kicked that cog open for you, so you get hit by that cog, and then you can get out that gap. And it's harder for him to get the follow-up kicks. A lot of people in pubs still panic. I don't know about the pro scene. It seems to be working here as well, so maybe it's still something people need to get used to.
Very, very close. PYW almost trapping that Weaver once again as they're smoked up, looking for a connection here, and why with Sakuchi is just not an easy hero to gank. You've got to find something else. An Arcane Rune's going to spawn bottom. They will try and bait this. They think it's real, but it's an illusion. It's why that pops it with the Sakuchi. What a disaster for Heroic. And that being said, Divine Llama forced to pop the Blade Mail. In comes PYW with the hookshot, the cookie on out, but Divine Llama's ruptured. He's dead. What a turnaround as now Schofield will be next to join his team. No real escape. Double kill for Y.
I don't know if that was an
Oh,
intentional
man.
bait or the greatest fortuitous timing. That is so sick. That destroyed Heroic because, yeah, the smoke broke. So you're like, that's real, of course, right? You didn't expect the Sakuchi Rubik to come in.
It
They get
popped at the
nothing.
perfect time, too.
Yeah.
That was the thing. Like, if they had, like, they saw the Razor coming, and they just moved in on the Ogre to go for a Fire Blast, and the second he was like really in smoke pop range, the Rubik entered it. So it's like there's just no way for them to have known unless they had a sentry down earlier, but it wasn't there. It was a sick play from LGD. Like you said, whether or not it was intentional to bait the smoke or not, but definitely at least to scout the rune.
Yeah, and we're now reaching that point that I kind of talked about in the draft a little bit, which is if you start falling behind on the side of Heroic, making plays with this draft is pretty tough. And I'm not even fully sure. Maybe the SF, Yasha Kaya, and then, yeah, the BKB. So, like, maybe that's the next play where you initiate with the SF ult and you try to get something done in that time. Otherwise, I don't really know how do you get pickoffs or, like, small skirmish fights, you know?
I mean, he just needs a BKB as well on Shadow Fiend. There's no real safe way for him to enter a fight. There's too many, like, quick stuns that can come out, right? You have hook shot, you have telekinesis, you have just cogs or battery assault as well if he's able to get near you. I think you just have to get BKB, and you have to play for like Davai Lama's blink in with like the vision.
Tormentor.
Right,
they're gonna get the Tormentor anyways, but that was so incredibly unlucky. The swarm spawns a little bit randomly when you use it, so he used it to get the ancient camp. And he aimed it at the Tormentors like, oh, for sure I'm going to hit like one of them, right? And I think it so happened there was a gap where the Tormentor was, and he just didn't get the swarm of the Tormentor, so they didn't reduce the armor. Or maybe he wasn't in range, so it just got insta-killed. I guess that's the other possibility, but...
I was going to say, I think you need a little bit more minus armor for this. The Pango coming in certainly helps. They also... Is it PYW that has the mech? Or who has the mech on... LGD. I just saw
PYW went Greaves. PYW. Or sorry.
No, why?
Why
he
went
has
Greaves?
Greaves on the root. Dude, this Rubik is huge.
Yeah, I mean, he's part of all these kills. Even though he was the position 5, he's actually way more farmed. PYW may be getting a little more active while Rubik gets to do the farming.
Did he get the Tormentor shard as well? I feel like he had to for that amount of net worth.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. Okay.
I suppose Rubik has been securing kills as well, so
yeah,
he's got some extra money in the pocket.
It's also like just a Sakuchi thing, right? If you get Sakuchi, you just are going to farm absurdly fast on this hero.
Yeah.
So he's got 74 last hits on a 5-position Rubik, which is bonkers. We're going to see them smoke the top side of the map. BKB done on the Bloodseeker now. They did finish up some decent items here, as I think Lincoln's is delivered. Yep, there we go. So who's going to catch who is the real question. Flare comes out. It does scout Analog. He gets the blink. We're going to see the Requiem on the backside, but Echoes gets the BKB. Analog's going to try and just TP on out. As K1 on the run. We see the Dark Ascension popped as well. King Jungles will just stun up the Razor here in the river. As... yeah, we're just going to see a blink out from the Night Stalker. He needs to get out of here if he wants any chance of living. So, a bunch of spells committed.
Yeah, if Davai Lama can get out, that's not too bad. You got the BKB. It's pretty funny to see that many heroes run into each other and no one dies, but...
I like this cut with the wave cut here. Oh, they actually fought.
Yeah, it's really cool. That's also a cool fort, actually.
Well, a lot of ultimates committed. Mortimer, as our observer, is... you know, correctly highlighting Shadow Fiend, Night Stalker, and Snapfire ults all down, which means that's go time for the Roche. You've got, you know, the Swarm. You've got minus armor from Pango. Very easy. Shiro is going to be the first one to grab the Aegis this game. They've already got themselves a 6K gold lead. We'll see how much they can push their advantage in this 5-minute mark.
Yeah, Heroic's done a decent job of not letting it get too out of control, because I think they were actually a little further behind before this as well. So the fact that LGD just got Roche and its 6K advantage at 23 minutes, considering how a lot of those early fights went, gives you a shot on Heroic. Let's see how this first Aegis plays out. If you can take the Aegis away relatively quickly, or manage to hold, like as long as you don't lose too many towers. I'd say like if you lose 2 towers, it's okay. If you lose more than that, that's pretty bad.
Well, there's your first.
Yep.
Instantly,
so we got
first
one
tower.
more. We got one more to go through. You really don't want to lose all of them off this first Aegis, but they still have 4 minutes.
They are going to get a nice blink. Requiem, they've managed to catch a huge find in the mid lane.
Nice
However,
shot,
the
though.
turnaround, he's got a BKB TP.
Good call.
So Analog will survive. Divine Llama is just what? Dude, you are kidding me. I mean, he's got the night vision advantage, so that's one thing. But they actually trade towers. They kill the Razor. That's a great grab. 2.4K swung so far off this Aegis in favor of Heroic.
Yeah, this is really good. You didn't kill the Aegis, but you don't really want to push without everyone on your team. So now you have to wait for the Razor, which means you're just wasting down this Aegis time. And Divine Llama, he has been kind of sacrificing his own farm to allow his other cores to catch up, but he's doing very annoying things. We're seeing him try to creep cut. We see him play pretty aggressively and risky, but he sort of needs to do it because it's baiting LGD to follow him a little bit, waste a little bit more time. And yeah, I mean, 3K lead now. It's really not that much at 25 minutes.
No. And this is where Analog starts to get a little bit scarier on this Shadow Fiend. But you just want to remember that this hero does continue to scale until you kill him. So he's got his second bonus soul, but he's, you know, closing in on an Aghanim Scepter, which will give him an additional 5. And then suddenly that Requiem plus the Fear Duration talent is a massive team fight ability you cannot afford to get caught by, right? You need the BKBs to come out, or else the fight is pretty much always going to snowball for the side of Heroic.
Yeah, and he's working on his Ags halfway there and really close to level 20. So that's going to be a huge team fight tool for them as soon as he has both of those, which should probably line up around the time the Aegis is expiring, and maybe you can look to make a big play.
They find K1. Wait a minute. He's stuck. He's going to be forced to time lapse. Does have another Sakuchi try and get away, but again, you're going to get chased Yeah, you're just going to get chased for it. There's nothing you can do. A fantastic find. Great TP in on Y once again. I mean, K1 has just... he has a lot of deaths this game on the Weaver, and it is not an easy Weaver game. But you have to wonder if you just need to play more defensive. Yeah, his 5th death.
Yeah, he's been having a really rough time this game. He is reaching that point of critical mass that should be a little easier to live, but it's required him to buy Lincolns. He's got a BKB queued up. It means his damage is not that great, and it again goes back to leaning a little bit into this SF ult. Like, if you can delete one hero while fearing others, and then you set up a nice swarm, and then now you're running at them with Night Stalker ult, all of that, that's how you take these team fights. But it's so much easier for LGD to get these smaller fights that, for example, we just saw because of the hook shot, Rubik starting things, the low cooldown Pango roll. They just get to find all these small kills.
All right. Another tower falling in the top side of the map as bottom lane Analog kind of being eyed here by the Rubik, but there you go. Is this Ag's done? It's very close. Yeah, 300 gold away, 200 gold away now. Does have the level 20 talent, but they're rotating the numbers. They are going to bring everybody down here to try and slow down this Shadow Fiend. The ward is going to pop him. He's going to go for the TP on out. Can they get in range? They've got the hook shot. That is the best case scenario here for the side of LGD. 2 stuck inside this little cage. As Shadow Fiend dies just before getting that Aghanim Scepter. And he's dead for 70 seconds without a buyback as he bought out some of these components.
I hadn't thought about Clockwork Pango being a wombo combo, but actually you've got like a vacuum into expanded armature plus the blink roll bounce between cogs. That's pretty disgusting.
Yeah.
It was like permanent stun the entire time. The cogs last 8 seconds. Roll is what, like 12 seconds?
Wow, they actually just popped the Mortimer Kisses immediately. He gives away Cookie. Does not want to give up the globs to Wise Rubik. As they're looking for a
mission
melee.
accomplished because you cancel the Snapfire ult, right? So then they get to keep doing this.
This is a whole lane of barracks. They actually can't do anything about this. And with that, LGD cracking the high ground here, moving their gold advantage even higher. Weaver does split and take a tier 2 in the top side of the map. Pretty much the only thing they can accomplish while the Shadow Fiend is dead. But some big items now coming out from LG. The Aghanim Scepter for the Clockwork. One of probably the most powerful items you can pick up on this hero. it is so hard to play around. Just the constant triple flare. He just split pushes lanes, as we can see him just doing already.
Yeah, you're already feeling the map pressure on the side of Heroic. It's also really good for these team fights to find the Night Stalker and the Weaver who have really good mobility and are maybe getting away. Plus, Night Stalker pops ult. You have really bad vision compared to him, but if you're spamming 3 rocket flares, now you can kind of fight on even footing, at least in the vision department. And then I guess you have a 9k advantage, so is it really even at that point? Probably not.
So we'll see what the game plan is for LG over these next few minutes, whether or not we're going to see them wait for the next Roshan, which we've seen quite often. The Aghanim Scepter done on the Shadow Fiend. And again, after that Death Bottom, that resets his stacks. So down to 25 is the maximum. And that definitely hurts Shadow Fiend. Like, he's a hero that once he starts getting kills, he never really wants to die.
Yeah, the BKB is arriving for K1. BKB finished on Night Stalker. Like, that's what they've been doing. They've been doing this creep cutting. They've been farming up these items. So, trying to see, he's kind of close to level 20, but not that close on K1. But I feel like you're at the point. You need to try to make a big play. Maybe you can wait for 18 Night Stalker, 20 Weaver, but at the same time, this is the item timing that you maybe can surprise LGD with. But, man, LGD is being great about staying together right now. I think they know that these items just came out.
I mean, you also just
from this rocket flare spam.
Yeah, it's like that. Plus, it's just, you know, it just hit nighttime, so they want to play for a fight on Heroic, right? Like, they're going to move around with their Night Stalker. They're going to use that nighttime bonus vision to try and find somebody. Now, whether or not they actually do that, we will see, as they might connect here onto the top side. Plasma field not scouted.
Big wraparound trying to catch them set up for Roche. It's a short spawn, so after this team fight, whoever wins it will probably get Roche.
We're going to see the flares come up behind them. Smokes are going to pop. They're going to see Schofield. Here comes the Dark Ascension. The Weaver coming in as well, but Echoes, he's just isolated King Jungles, but can they actually take down the Rubik? Held up, the BKBs come down. The Mortimer Kisses are there. They're in on K1 as well, but he just walks away. The Requiem's there, but the double BKBs are out. Analog trying to heal himself up, but he's just bashed up and cannot get away from the Tricore of LGD. They run right through 2 of Heroic as they will look for more. And why he has found another. King Jungles caught from the Sakuching. Rubik cannot survive. This will be a triple kill for this Razor. And that honestly might just be mega creeps, as these guys are dead for quite some time with no spells.
Yeah, that's your Fortify. You don't know if there's buybacks. You're probably guessing there's not, so you're just going to test the waters a little bit, see how much you can get. And I think as you start getting close to megas, you realize what's going on. These are not the greatest tower hitters, though, so I don't think you could just go straight end. I do think getting megas is the safe play, because you can get the megas, back off for Roshan, and then you're in such a good spot.
See, Heroic, they needed the Night Stalker to be the one that actually gets the vision to start the fight. So the fact that the fight starts with like Snapfire and Ogre being the first 2 that are found are just like worst case scenario. And there it is. Mega Creeps already grabbed, and LGD looking very strong right now. 4 staff getting you out of there. We see the Crimson Guard, the Pipes, the Guardian Greaves doing so much work in these fights. As they're just going to turn on to K1. Telekinesis is out. Rolling Thunder is there. They force the BKB out of him, but guess what? He's ruptured. He's bashed, and he dies. He doesn't get the time lapse. That's got to be game. The GG comes out, and LGD will take game number 1.
RNG bashes, sealing the deal. But, I mean, it wasn't just this last fight, right? LGD had a pretty good hold of the game. I think their laning stage really set them up. Especially that early kill in that bottom lane, that kind of set that. I feel like Weaver was behind just from that very first death, and this whole game he felt like he was playing catch up. The Night Stalker lane went well, but it didn't feel like they got that much out of it. And mid was kind of even, but then they had that like triple rotation that ended up getting a triple kill for LGD.
Yeah, I think Analog had a great recovery, but it's one of those things that Shadow Fiend does like to play from ahead, right? He wants to get some early kills, snowball off of that soul advantage, get to his really big core, pick off items, things like the Blink, the BKB, the Kaya Yasha, right? All these things are very important, But once you see like BKBs come out and you're just finishing like your Aghanim Scepter on Shadow Fiend, you're already too far behind at that point, in my opinion. And LGD itemized perfectly. They have an offlaner that build auras. Their 5-position Rubik had Guardian Greaves at like 15 to 20 minutes into the game, which is just
rich.
wild. But yeah, we'll take a look at some of the highlights for this series, and I think a lot of it does come down to this Rubik. Like Y and PYW both played absolute incredible games.
Yeah, great performance from the support duo, making the life of the cores miserable, especially this Weaver, right? So first you're getting like run at by the Clockwork at the lane, and then the Weaver steals your Shikuchi, and he's literally running you down. Really good work from both of them, just keep the cores down. And then just not even them, right? He's like getting Schofield killed here. Yeah, really good plays from them. The Bloodseeker lane, I don't know, that was like a counterpick Bloodseeker. I guess it paid off in the end, right? Like these bounces, man.
Dude, I feel like some of it is really weird with the cogs because it has like a delay between the times it can like collide again. So sometimes it goes right through you, and by the time it gets to the other side, it just bonks you backwards, and you're like, huh, okay, cool. But you're right. It's like Bloodseeker didn't have the greatest lane, but the decision to just go for a Radiance this game on Shiro and play to kind of farm up a little bit, it's not like the most impactful team fight item. I think Radiance nowadays is definitely more of like a farming item, but it worked out really well. He just skips Maelstrom, just goes straight BKB after into the Sanj and Yasha, and ends up having a lot of impact despite like his scoreline of 3-3, right? He has 23 assists.
Yeah, I think that last fight, it went really one-sidedly for LGD, so it looks like they had full control, but I think a lot of it came down to the execution and how they got found. And if Heroic had managed to find a different fight, it could have looked, we could have had a much longer game. Like a really good SF ult into everyone else running down, Snapfire ult raining in. The hard part, which I think will then go back to the draft leading into game 2, is who sets that up. Night Stalker has to be the one to see them, but they all have BKBs. So even with the Yasha Kaya, the Blink BKB SF ult, it's not easy. And you really need someone else to set it up and start, which those supports don't do that. And that's why we said at the start, if you're not always winning, you're going to have a really hard time. Like if you're ahead, then fine, just a click down, you're good to go. But that wasn't the case. So I don't know if they're going to just try to like replay the lanes, same idea, or they're going to need to adapt a little bit to make their life easier.
I think we'll probably see a slight adjustment in the draft. I think they got baited on their own Snapfire pick. Like seeing the Clockwork, they're like, oh, perfect. We'll go little Shredder in lane. We'll farm the cogs. And then they just lane swap. And then you lose both your side lanes because you have like kind of a weak hero. Like Snapfire really didn't do anything top. It was mostly just the Night Stalker. But yeah, it was really good stuff from LG here in this game. I think we might see some adjustments in the draft, but for now, we're going to go to a short break, everyone, and we'll be back with game number 2, our final game of the evening here. It's Heroic versus LGD. Stay tuned. We'll see you in just a little bit.
sneaking through the back door of my heart. Would you close the door? I can't tell what you're looking for, and I could lie and say you ain't my type, but it feels right, I know right, and it looks like you just might make me wanna say, damn, baby, whoa, you're in full control. 'Cause you got my heart skipping a beat as well as skipping the feels. 'Cause you make me surrender to your love. And now I wanna say, got me wanting to say, make me wanna say, damn, I gotta catch myself. I can't let go of the girl I know. Got me high, keep it on the low. Your fire burns right into my soul. Like God, light, turn me on the moon. You're all I need, all I wanna know. So, what you want, really, really want. Got me so weak, keep your loving strong. Never ever thought I'd be the one to fall so deep at all, so deep in love. What you want, really, really want.
Welcome back to the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. We are going into our final game of the evening. It is LGD versus Heroic, as LG off to a very good start in the series. They grabbed game 1 pretty convincingly, a really stylish draft, very clean execution, little to no mistakes. Honestly, they played a great game.
Yeah, I think I don't even know that Bloodseeker pick. I don't know what they envisioned for it. I guess that's like the main thing I would put a question to, of was that supposed to win the lane versus the Night Stalker, or was it more we'll just rupture later, you don't have to do that much, the Razor's gonna win the lane, all that. Depending what their vision for it was, I don't have a clear idea, because Bloodseeker's really not that popular right now. But it filled its part in the game, and once it got online after that rough laning stage, the team all came together. The plays were very clean.
Yeah, and I have to just go back to this, like, compare the Bloodseeker lane to the Weaver lane, right? Like, Weaver had a way worse, or if not equally as bad time against the Pangolier, but the threat that the Pangolier brings early on, just from a single Rolling Thunder and then this early mech the early pipe he picked up, it shut down all of the momentum that Heroic could play for. Whereas Night Stalker is very conditional. He has to play for like Blink and a BKB. He goes for an early Blade Mail to try and maybe create some space in the fight, or just get a little bit of damage return, but it's so much easier to execute on LGD that game, whereas, you know, for Heroic, they have to wait for a very specific fight. It has to be Night Stalker scouting them, getting the initiation. They have to get like an Ogre stun onto like this Razor, or, you know, the Bloodseeker into the Requiem, and it's just like, it felt just impossible. Like, I don't know how they actually take fights in the mid game.
Yeah, the Night Stalker won the lane, but trying to exercise that power, like you said, it was way easier for Pango, just roll at a target. Night Stalker has to just run at them. They almost found it. There was a dive in that bottom lane by LGD that Heroic responded to, started getting some kills. Then
they went too far.
They had no stun, so they had to just chase and run at people, and then they chased too far, and then they got killed. So that's where I don't know exactly who you want to change. I could say like the Ogre felt, I get it, Bloodlust with the 2 heroes you had. It also feels unnecessary. Like Snapfire is cool to me if you want to swap that pick and then pick a different hero instead of Ogre, or maybe you do want Ogre, then pick a different hero than Snapfire. Pick someone who's going to provide more initiation, and then pick for your off lane someone. You could call Night Stalker an initiator in terms of like he goes in first and gets the vision, but he has no actual stuns to start things. So then a different hero there. Maybe they wanted Slardar and then got thrown through a loop after got banned. I don't know. But yeah, that's what I want to see coming into game 2 here. I want to see a different change in terms of the initiation for Heroic. LGD's draft, I think I liked everything. I'm trying to think back to it. I don't know if there's anything I would change.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what these teams bring to the draft here for game 2, because I think we are going to see some major changes. Probably a lot of the same bans initially, but yeah, I was kind of surprised that Heroic went with this specific support duo, and like I said at the end of the last game, I think maybe baited themselves on the Snapfire pick a little bit. So let's go ahead, let's jump into the draft here for our second game here, LGD versus Heroic, and I think I would be shocked if the Clockwork goes through. That's where I'm coming down, you know? I think the Clockwork has to be the pick that they're worried about.
I think if you want to let Clockwork through again, that's fine. Take that Snapfire again and follow wherever that Clockwork goes. Because I think that was the idea of the Snapfire, and it does work well. Cookie gets you out of the cogs, little Shredder gets you out of the cogs, and you get to farm it, right? So it works, but it was a cool lane swap by LGD, and then you didn't have that matchup. And then to be fair to the Snapfire, she did still win the lane that she was with, the Night Stalker, but then you reach that point of, it's pretty hard to use my ultimate when they're all really fast heroes and we don't have any stuns. That's, weird.
Yep. It looks like this game, LGD have first pick, so they are going to have their pick of these kind of strong heroes, which, again, might just be PYW's Clockwork to start things off. They actually ban out the Alchemist. And, they go for the Phoenix. Now, interesting, because this hero is very good, but the Snapfire is kind of the hero that we see a lot to deal with this Phoenix. And I am curious if they want to go down that route again, or if they you know, want to maybe just pick the clockwork for themselves now?
I'm okay with either. Like we said, I don't think Snapfire on her own was the issue. It's just where the whole draft was that was the problem. But Snapfire into Phoenix is classic counter pick if they want to start there.
They could take the Darkseer, actually. Darkseer's still in. So, like, you could grab Darkseer on 8. Okay, they go back for the Snapfire. I guess not 8 anymore. It's changed up a little bit. But you know what I meant. Yeah, it's on 9.
Gotta shift these numbers around, man.
So
it's hard.
Snapfire, the kind of obvious pick into the Phoenix that we see quite often. Again, if they go for the clockwork, you could just like still put the Snapfire in that lane, and then for the late game, you still have Little Shredder into the egg. They get rid of the Ursa and the Chaos Knight, 2 very annoying heroes. 2 very strong heroes in general, and Ursa, again, an egg killer. Chaos Knight just generally kind of broken this patch in terms of the carries.
Yeah, if you want... I'm trying to think, like, yeah, maybe you do want that Darkseer. You could ban out a support to counter it. Looks like they're going to ban the Pango and steal the Clockwork for themselves, which I already like a lot more, because even just your support duo here, Hookshot, Power Cogs, Battery Assault, that is pretty good setup. Like, technically they can move, but it's enough of a trapped area that it's easy to hit the Snapfire ult. So this is already, funny to say, Clockwork alone here has already massively improved their initiation from last game. That's how little they had in that last draft, I feel. So I like it a lot more.
Yeah, I 100% am with you. I think you just have a ton of kill threat from the support duo in the mid game. As soon as Mortimer Kisses are online, like you said, you can kind of just hook shot cogs and kill pretty much anybody. So I like the duo opener here from Heroic, and it is likely to just be the support duo. You don't want to overcommit and put like one of the the Snapfire as a core. It just seems unnecessary. So we'll see what LG do as a response. They have kind of their pick. The Mars is still on the table, and pretty much one of the classic Phoenix pairings, which they could grab on 18. You don't have to reveal it quite yet. You can grab a support, maybe a flex here, and then pick your Mars on 18 if it looks like a good Mars game.
Even though I was talking about I like this initiation, you can start thinking about some elusive heroes, because it is possible to dodge the hook shot, or maybe jump your way out of the power cogs, jump your way away from the Snapfire ult, the cookie. These are a little bit telegraphed in terms of like level of instant initiation. Support-wise, a lot of the elusive supports are already gone, like Weaver, Dark Willow's out of the meta, so it's not really something you want this game. Ooh.
That's got to be the offlane. I mean, that just is your offlane duo. There's no way it's not. So Dawnbreaker Tusk is something we actually saw a little bit of in a previous patch, where you just play for tag team in a Starbreaker where it instantly procs. It's a ton of physical damage. And I am curious, like, what you pick as the response from Heroic here, because you have a lot of healing between the Dawnbreaker Phoenix in general. You have a lot of kind of initiation tools now with the Tusk. What is there anything that like kind of comes to mind to you, or
you just want someone who can't be burst killed?
Okay, Analog's Ember for the mid lane.
Well, I guess there's a Phoenix. We still see TAs into Phoenix because she isn't banned. I don't know if barrier is enough, but it might be. I'm just surprised, because even without the carry consideration, I feel like Clockwork is really good at interrupting this combo. And even Cookie, actually. Like, sure, you snowball stun or something, or you ice shards, but then you just throw the Cookie and you're out. So I'm a little surprised they went for this all-in combo. I guess there's flex that you could actually run like the Phoenix 4 and maybe go for a slower lane. But whoa, yeah, so they're gonna go face this Void, who's been a bit out of the meta, but it's hard to kill him. You can buy a couple like stat items, and then you have Time Walk. So if you don't 100% to zero this hero, he just gets all of it back.
Ooh, interesting on the DK pick. So we can take a look at some of the changes in the draft here, right? Banned Shadow Fiend as well as the Weaver. The Pango's banned. They steal the Clockwork. They still get their Snapfire here. You're right. It's very difficult for this safe lane duo to actually kill the Faceless Void, and Time Dilation actually does quite a bit of work against a hero like Tusk. They're going to pick the DK into the Ember Spirit, which is a losing lane for the DK. Almost always. You're going to lose the lane itself, but it scales typically way better, and it does bring some more minus armor with the Corrosive Dragon into their draft, which pairs well with the tag team and the Dawnbreaker build, which Dawnbreakers can build Desolator. So I think there is potentially like a little bit of extra minus armor coming their way. I like it. You're going to have to rotate mid to help the DK, though. Because when Ember Spirit gets his like third point in Flame Guard, this lane becomes incredibly hard. And you have really good heroes that can offer assistance to the mid lane on Heroic, right? With the Snapfire and the Clockwork.
I think I generally agree. But we've been seeing this matchup a little bit more, Dragon Knight versus Ember. I think it's starting to be a little bit more skill-based as well than just like Ember wins. It feels like Dragon Knight has enough going for him in the early levels that it's like, how many denies do you get? How much do you delay that Flame Guard because you have better early damage? You got like that corrosive negative armor, and then like you said, the rotations coming in. Who gets help first? So I think that's why we're seeing people feel comfortable with that Dragon Knight pick. It's like, okay, it's a bit tough, sure, but Blink into Orchid is such a good build-up, and it's really good versus both these core heroes being shown right here. And as long as we execute well, like we could end up winning the lane actually. So that'll be a fun lane to watch. Actually, it's gonna be tough because like we got an all-in kill lane. It's gonna be really easy to miss happening in one of these side lanes. Now the mid matchup is gonna be pretty fun. What are we gonna get to the last one?
Dude, they actually banned the Shadow Fiend here, which this is actually a really heads-up play from LGD because Devi Llama does play offlane Ember Spirit. Not that uncommonly too. It is something that he likes to play in the offlane, and then they could have taken the Shadow Fiend still for Analog's mid lane into the Dragon Knight, which is a huge Shadow Fiend advantage. So that's pretty funny. This is smart. These are really good bans from LGD. Like any other team, you would not see this. But because you're against Heroic, a team that plays offlane Ember, and you still have Analog who could potentially pick a new mid lane, you have to protect the DK pick. So get rid of Huskar, they get rid of the Shadow Fiend, as the enemy team's going to ban out Morphling and Troll Warlord. So we'll see what LGD pick here, and then what Heroic are going to respond with, as they do have that last pick. But in terms of carries, I mean, the big one that's like really frustrating for the Faceless Void are just the big tanky heroes, like Chaos Knight, which is already banned.
Yeah, people you can't kill in the chrono and then can actually outfight you.
This is sick. They go back for his Muerta.
Now that's a hero that if you don't get the jump and she manages to get her ult off, you're probably not killing her in chrono. I mean, like technically you can go build what's it called?
Brooch?
Yeah, there we go. But it's pretty out of the meta, and it's certainly not anything you want to get for a long time. So if she gets her ult off, then that kind of fits the bill, right? It's not tanky in the usual sense. It's like you actually just can't hit me, and now I'm gonna pow pow bang shoot you when you're dead, like as soon as I pop out of the ult. So that's really cool. It is a bit of a scary lane, depending what off lane you pick here, though. Unless it is offlane Ember, I don't know.
I think you just go
like
Darkseer.
Clockwork and Snapfire could be powerful.
I'm pretty sure you just go Darkseer. It's like
it's pretty good. You're right.
Oh, Bat Rider. I was gonna say Darkseer like actually is a giga counter to the Muerta, but they picked something that's actually pretty good as well, and it's going to be Devi Llama on his offlane Ember, like we theorycraft, right? Like he is someone that does take this to the offlane, so they're gonna take Bat Rider mid into the Dragon Knight, which is pretty neat for Heroic. I will say, I think the idea with the Muerta pick here is they're just going to match to farm, because Faceless Void is not a hero that fights anymore. Like he doesn't really join his team for a while. He needs like actually 25 minutes to farm in a game, and Muerta can match that pretty easily. So I like this. I like the Muerta pick. I am curious to see how this Bat Rider and Ember Spirit are going to do in the mid game, because they need to make space. They have to win the lanes this time on Heroic.
At the same time, I actually feel like they have more room to not win the lane, because Chronosphere or Lasso is a great setup, or even like Clockwork Initiation for the Snapfire ult. So I think they've given themselves more breathing room. And I think Faceless Void is a more K1 type hero than Weaver, where he's known for his farming, you know, and Faceless Void, he's one of the best scaling heroes because of the power of Chronosphere. Even though he's a little bit out of the meta, I still think everyone is always a little scared of that ultra late game Faceless Void. So I do like that they adjusted from the last game. I really have no idea what to expect from this Ember versus Muerta lane, though. I mean, do you have any impressions one way or the other?
I actually would imagine this lane is pretty decent for Ember Spirit, because like you're a lot of magic damage on the Phoenix, right? You go Dying Light, you play off of the Fire Spirits, and for the most part, Ember can just. It depends on if he wants to actually max the Flame Guard or not, but you can absorb pretty much all of Phoenix's damage and still CS the wave fairly easy by just using Sleight of Fist when the wave gets low. So I think it should be okay for Ember, despite the Muerta pick here, which she does bring a lot in terms of potential damage in the lane. A lot of people are maxing the Calling as just a farming spell because you can farm the dual easy camp, or the medium and easy camp behind the tower like fairly easily, but we'll see. We're jumping into the last game of the day, everyone. It is LGD versus Heroic here, as LGD is currently up 1-0 after a very convincing and very solid game number 1 performance, but we're going to see if Heroic can pull it back as both teams head out to the mid lane to get their wards placed.
K1 was baiting. He was swapping his facet in that pick screen.
Dude, no way he goes time zone.
There's no way you take Times Square, right? Absolutely not.
I mean,
But
it
he was
depends if
baiting
you
it.
want to win or not. I think that's
Oh,
the big
I hadn't
thing.
considered that. I hadn't considered that. That's
You
fair.
could just be like, I don't really want to win. I want to make this game incredibly hard, so I'm going to pick time zone. And then suddenly your game goes from being like a 50-50% like win rate to like 595 in favor of the enemy team. So
that's
has to
an
be
idea.
one of the worst facets ever designed in Dota. And no matter how many times you buff it, no one's going to pick a slow over a stun. Bottom lane. Why? Getting quite low. Blood Grenade's out, and Divine Llama popping that Flame Guard, just trying to chase him here. Does have the Fire Spirits, trying to slow it up, and he's... Oh, he missed! Wait. Oh, that's right. The blind...
missed chance on...
Oh, God.
He's
Divine
going
Llama's
for
just
it.
dead.
Oh. Okay,
that is a disaster.
If he had tried to leave, Muerta was probably going to finish him, right? So he thought he might as well go for it. So I get that. If he hadn't missed, he might get it.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, if he doesn't leave, he's coming to lane with 5% HP, or he dies anyway. So yeah, you're right.
And I wish I'd been paying attention to how much missed chance he had, because it can't have been that much. It's only Fire Spirits, and I don't think he was like constantly dropping them on Ember.
Look at the replay here.
He might have had like a 10% chance to miss.
Yeah.
Like, I'm pretty sure he gets that kill if it was earlier. It's like, okay, I see how it is. No RNG this game. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean,
why is ecstatic though? I want to see his reaction. He's probably like,
I mean, it's a 2% miss chance per second. Oh my God, they're taking so much damage. They're gonna die for Schofield. He turns around onto Y. Schofield dies to Shiro though. They are so far ahead in this bottom lane already. 2 kills for this Muerta. Yeah, you don't have great CS, but you've got like boots coming out. You have a completed Null Talisman. This hero is off to the races.
dude, it's the bell curve meme. Yeah, the beginning is like just hero kills. They're like, no, you got to CS. It matters. Like, just get hero kills. Why CS when I can just keep killing the enemy heroes? It's way more gold.
The Heralds were right all along.
Yeah, their Dota is years ahead. All right, well, how are the other lanes doing? Quick look. Top lane we were talking about could be pretty scary. It is level 2 now. This is when that threat comes on. Or Tusk isn't level 2 yet, so they need that. They're trying to get it. They're like killing these creeps. That's scary. K1's like right next to him.
All right, they managed to actually punish Y in the bottom lane. This lane is just a bloodbath, and I feel like it's not gonna stop.
Dude, we thought the top Tusk Dawnbreaker lane was gonna be scary. It's like, oh, Bat Rider Dragonite is gonna be scary. It's the Ember Morta. Who knew?
Apparently the teams, I guess, not us.
I mean, does this get easier? Is he gonna get points in Flame Guard, or is it just too easy to break? I guess it's too easy to break.
I think you still do it. It scales really well. I think you still get points in Flame Guard, but the alternative is you play for the minus armor off of Schofield and you max Sleight of Fist and you just play the poke game. And yeah,
he's at 1 and 2 right now. Let's
so
see
that's
if he
the idea.
pivots.
I mean, you're against a Phoenix, which is typically 0 armor. Had to go for an early Ring of Protection. So I kind of like the idea.
Yeah, and you know, Deadshot plus like the Fire Spirits, if you can dodge with the Sleight of Fist, I guess is also a lot of value. And if you level it up, you'll have a lower cooldown.
New is farming extremely well in the top lane. Has double Bracer already, which, I mean, I would say I'm shocked, but that is pretty much what every offlaner in Dota builds right now.
That's true.
Bottom lane. Y getting aggressive here once again. Schofield has to be careful. Yeah, he's just backing away. Doesn't want to pop the little shredder there, knowing the Ember can't join him. They're doing a really good job at dodging any aggression in the top lane. Like, they've just been constantly dragging. Nice flare from King Jungles there, though. We'll try and meet the creep wave, prevent the drag.
Got it. It is
As
freeing
bottom
up
lane.
Tusked.
Phoenix getting low again. Oh, buckshot off the mark. Schofield on the run. Dive forward. Y is going to help give another one over to Shiro. 30 HP. The Sleight of Fist is not enough.
Why do we even try to talk about other lanes? As soon as we start, they start killing each other bottom.
He held his chains. I think he thought he'd get the kill without it, and he's going to regret holding that spell. 2 more deaths in this bottom lane. As they're now bringing Snapfire top, thinking, all right, we've got to get something. Here's the cogs out from King Jungles. Nice time walk out. The shards are there. Snowball to buy him a moment. KJ pops the Fairy Fire. He's going to survive. PYW trying to chase him down, but stuck in between 3. The bash comes out, and Schofield makes the rotation worth it, as they've got to get something going in these side lanes.
Yeah, it's certainly not happening bottom is what he was feeling. He's like, okay, I'm going top. And that's a good movement. If you can't win bottom and you kind of recognize it, it's really hard to suddenly turn a lane. You're like 1,000 gold behind. So at least try to win the other lanes. And I mean, Faceless is the great lane to get going, right? The faster he starts farming, the scarier he'll get in that late game Chronosphere. And now he's making his way mid.
That was a sick fear from Shiro, pulling Divine Llama in. He's going to be able to heal for a second, but still burns to Y under the tower. Shiro has a lot of Muerta games. For those of you that don't know, he's one of the few people, or few carries that have been playing this non-stop since the release. And one of the few teams that will still pick it, even though, you know, a lot of teams kind of disagree.
Instant D-ward in the mid lane. He didn't even see him. It was just by luck. It might actually bait LGD to think they saw him. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that was just by chance. He was checking up there.
6-minute power rune is bottom. They did scout it. It's an invis. Schofield gonna have to cookie away as he walks right by PYW. Analog, you gotta get this, my guy. Why?
Phoenix is about to die for it?
He's just gonna steal it. Okay, that's huge.
KJ left a second too soon. If he'd stuck around, he could have.
He just cogs and
power
he's dead.
cogs.
Instead,
Yeah.
they will cogs in the mid lane. Trap the Dragonite in here. He's got these sticky napalm stacks adding up, and he cannot get away. Very good kill again from the 2 supports. And we kind of knew this aggression was coming mid eventually.
Yeah, I think Ice Shards actually pushed him back in. He might have still died, but it was a little unfortunate there. I like this adjustment from Heroic, though. They know bottom lane is not what they wanted. Oh, this would be huge.
He's going to get it.
Yeah.
Dude, that is a really sick steal. He's going to die for this, but you are very happy to take away that Wisdom Rune, right? He is 2 levels up, maybe 1 now when they get this kill, but yeah. Okay, and they actually punished Wyatt bottom as he was maybe trying to make a similar play.
You're a full level up on these supports, and actually they're both fairly... Oh, okay, no, never mind Clockwork. Schofield's pretty close to 6. That's a really early ultimate, and he's going to have 3 places with a Clockwork, I guess, that he could go to and get an easy ult.
I mean, all
really
you have to
good
do is
movements
slight
out of this
change, right?
bottom lane. I guess that's true, too. Yeah, it's like early enough where a root is still good enough setup.
Yeah, Muerta doesn't have enough HP to live through that, so if you just slight chains her and Mortimer kisses from the tree line, she's going to die. There's no way. Oh. We're going to see potential... KJ's like, I got to get this D ward. Oh, God. I'm going to die for it, maybe. But guess what? Here comes the rest of the team. Dawnbreaker coming through. He's got a lasso. He's just going to try and keep building these sticky napalm stacks up onto this Dragonite, but will they actually close the gap? He's looking for it. Lasso's going to come through, pulls him back into the fire. Even the Mortimer kisses. And they got him. Echoes cannot escape. Meanwhile, KJ trapped on the other side. They do manage to get themselves a trade, but the DK kill, much more rewarding, as they will also grab themselves a regen rune on the top side. Much better lanes from Heroic this time. This is about as good as they could have asked for, especially considering how rough that bottom lane looked initially.
Yeah, really good adjustment.
Oh, Analog took the... I actually didn't even pay attention. He took the Arsonist facet. But he's got 6 points, or 6 napalm stacks on that tower. That thing is dead. There's no way that lives. That's cool. I haven't seen the Arsonist facet on Batrider yet. Most people take the other, but Analog feeling they need a little bit of early game tower damage, and I would tend to agree with him now as we look at the draft.
I wonder if it has to do with getting an early lead. Like, sure, you get the kill, but actually taking objectives is what helps you set up to really capitalize on that. And then you look at your team and you're like, yeah, it's got to be me. I'm the one who's got to take the buildings.
Gleaming Hammer, huh? Okay. Yeah, I mean, that one's interesting. It's a cool facet, for sure. I think most people take it. PYW bottom lane looking for Divine Llama. Great silence from Shiro here. The Fear pulls him back in. He's in just the constant silences, but barely remnants out. As Analog just bonking the tower. Lasso onto the Phoenix. Just kills him before he can get the egg off. Quick response from Analog. The computer's lagging as it switches to daytime. That's my favorite part about that facet is everyone's frame rate drops about 70. PYW caught here from King Jungles. He's got a snowball, but can he get away from the Clockwork? Looks like he can. Mortimer Kiss is looking for Shiros. The slight chains are there as he's trying to hobble back. Does finish off the Clockwork, but can they get the kill? Remnant, it's enough. Divine Llama goes in instead. Gives his life for it. 5 bottoms to the bottom side of the map. I mean, you get the tower, but it costs you your offlane Ember. It's maybe an even trade at best for Heroic, but I feel like LGD got to be pretty happy.
Well, to be fair, that offlane Ember was already struggling, and you baited quite a few rotations bottom, so that's giving even more space to the Faceless Void top now. Yeah, this one Snapfire ult that missed ends up giving Shiro enough time that it forces the Ember to commit in for the kill.
Yeah. And that's what we're talking about.
Pretty clean escape.
Yeah. You're right. I mean, that's what we're talking about, though, with the slight chains into Mortimer Kisses. It's definitely enough to kill the Muerta. But the Dawnbreaker ult, just giving so much healing to try and keep her alive, almost does it.
Yeah, she's going to work on a pipe once she has that on the Dawnbreaker. That'll be huge versus... Actually, a lot of this damage, not just Mortimer's Kisses, but the Batrider as well. And even the Ember, we'll see what build he ends up going for, but for now, he's got a Mage Slayer and a Gleipnir queued up, which is a lot of magic damage.
I really like the supports playing around the Batrider right now, like, and this Arsonist, because it actually gives a lot of tower pressure. Like, these supports are really scary to fight into. We saw the impact that they had last game on this Clockwork, so they just... You know, it's really hard to fight into Clockwork, plus now a Batrider who can actually threaten towers, like, easily. Dude, Schofield is level 8. Oh my goodness. That is a high level Snapfire.
4, 2, and 4.
All right. Well, very even game now. 9-8, only a slight gold advantage for Heroic. K1's been getting the farm and the space he needs, and that's one thing we did mention earlier. Like, your Batrider and your Ember have to be the space makers for you. I don't think we've seen a Chronosphere come out at all. And there's almost no need, right? It's like maybe you could make a rotation for like a Chronosphere into a Snapfire ult, but mid lane, they're going to commit everything here onto Analog. Mortimer Kisses are out. There's going to be a great Cogs, though. They still get their target, which is Echoes. And Dawnbreaker.
You know, you were just saying you hadn't seen a Chrono?
to cancel. Yeah.
Yep, really cool use. I was going to say it's kind of a deterrent that you don't want to go gank the Faceless. You just let him free farm because otherwise he just Chronos and walks away and you waste your time. But I guess that's another cool use of it. You save it. You're throwing the Dawnbreaker here, assuming she can always ult in to join your team, but actually just gets Chronosphered.
Yeah, that makes sense. This is a lot of impact from the Snapfire in this game. 4 points, Little Shredder, mind you, as it's not a build we see all that often, but it is pretty powerful against heroes like the Snapfire, or not the Snap, like the Phoenix, the Tusk, even Muerta, like heroes that aren't super high armor by default. Is they're gonna walk into K1. Actually, doesn't have time walk for 2 seconds. Walrus punches out. He's got to go up towards his team. There's the nice Pavise out from Schofield, as now Analog gonna start stacking up the napalms out. Cookie will connect a huge chains onto the backside as King Jungles is right on top of him. Phoenix is gonna go down first. Is new, trying to just chase after King Jungles, but he just throws back with a hook shot. 2 dead. Great finds from Heroic. I didn't even see Davai Lama making his way up here.
Actually, I didn't either. I don't know if he walked here or he twin gated over. He still has teleport, so
I think he
can
walked.
Still move around.
Good
but he has
Mage
the Mage
Slayer
Slayer, so he definitely wants to start joining these fights. It's a lot of damage reduction in this early game where like Phoenix does a lot of damage right now. A lot of damage from Muerto when she pops her ult. So you're doing a lot to keep your team alive.
And he is max chains, by the way. Not something we see all that often on the Ember Spirits, but from an off-lane perspective, it makes a lot of sense. You're kind of offering more utility. Just that increased chain duration, the damage, as well as the fact he's gone chain gang for his facet, right? So he gets 4 targets instead of 3. So it's just overall a really cool build combined with that Mage Slayer.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, despite everything happening, Shiro is still pretty decently farmed.
Yeah.
Hasn't had the ideal fight where he gets to ult and just start firing away. So you can't go too crazy on the side of Heroic, I'd say. You still have to be careful how you approach these fights. But if you can keep building up a lead, you should be able to... Like, I feel soon you can just actually just jump the Muerta.
They see the Tusk here. There's the Blink Lasso, but the counters, they're coming through right away from LGD, but K1's here. The Chrono onto 3. Mortimer Kiss is coming through. They really want Echoes, but can they finish the job? Is New actually holding the back. Slide chains from Davai Lama, just chasing down wide, trying to force that egg out from the Phoenix, and he's gonna get it. Instead, jumps to the other side of the fight. Hook shot in from King Jungles. The Snapfire deletes the egg. New struggling to get away. 6 stacks of napalm as they've set their sights on the Muerta, surrounded from the side of Heroic, and it's only a matter of time. A team wipe 5-0 as Heroic showing their strength in this mid game.
Such a nice Chrono, 3 people in there. That's the Snapfire ult we were talking about. Like, finally, you get the setup. You get to just drop them all on one target. These are actually pretty tanky heroes, so it actually didn't finish up the kill. But then you've got heroes like Clockwork and Ember who are so good at chasing, and you just run them down. And here we get to see it. That triple Chrono, easy Snapfire ult. Yeah, the Batrider just building up stacks. And then you get the Remnant in to continue to chase. At this point, the Muerta like came to help, but it's a little too late, and then you actually can't escape. Nice Cogs too to guarantee she can't get out.
Yeah, there's so much control. It's one of those things like, we're just back to life. They've got the Phoenix. They're just burning down this Echoes Dragon Knight once again. Analog has an amplified damage rune and is doing so much work. He's closing in on a Lincoln Sphere, but a lot of people don't I maybe don't know about Analog's build, he plays for like right-click damage late game on this Bat Rider. Like he's someone who will build something like a Witchblade and just run at you. Top lane, he's gonna just continue to look for PYW. He has a snowball here, but yeah, he's gonna use it to go back to the lane, I would imagine. Does at least reset the napalm stacks. Oh, Divine Llama. They actually kill Y on the other side of the map.
It's a good kill to go for the Phoenix. He doesn't actually know, or sorry, the Tusk. Because Tusk Blink and the Snowball save is really big this game. The Chronosphere makes it a little tough, but otherwise you can use it to save people who've been lassoed or Snapfire ults coming in, all of that. So they're trying to kill Tusk to slow that down. He actually did just finish it, so maybe you can catch Heroic off guard with that. Maybe we see LGD try to make a play, but they are 11k behind.
They're not done.
18 minutes into the game.
They're not done. There's so much magic damage from these heroes. This Dragonite, a hero that normally feels so tanky, is just like a wet paper towel, man. They just burn right through him. And look at his net worth, dude. He has had no game. Analog has absolutely massacred this mid lane.
This is the value of that Ember Flex, right? I mean,
Yeah.
the Ember Flex, because they saw Ember, they're like, okay, we know how to do this with the Dragonite. They get caught off guard with the Bat Rider, and they even kind of knew it was possible, right? They banned the Huskar, they banned who was it, Shadow Fiend, so they knew they might flex the Ember. But it's one thing to know the enemy plays a weird hero and theory craft against it versus actually playing it and having to execute on it. And we're seeing, like, this time Heroic's getting what they wanted. This is like such a heroic draft here.
This is a heroic draft.
Yeah, it's caught LGD off guard.
If you showed me these picks, I would 100% know this is heroic. Like, it wouldn't even be close. Like, there's no other team that really does this type of heroes. And they're up 13,000. I mean, this game has snowballed so heavily in their favor. Sanj and Yasha, Maelstrom going to the BKB here on K1. We saw a really quick BKB pickup on the Ember Spirit, one of the fastest so far of the tournament. He's off lane, right? So Mage Slayer BKB. He's not a massive damage dealer. He's just an enabler. As Analog smoking across the map, they are trying to find something. Good dodge, though, from LGD. As Dawnbreaker about to get so much vision, she will see them all, so they're out. Dude, our observers are so on point with that. Thank you, guys.
I always forget to use that map overlay. I think it's a cool idea. I'm struggling to build the habit after like thousands of hours in Dota.
You want my like actual Giga Brain take on why they added it? So,
why?
I mean, you didn't say yes or no, so I'm not. Maybe you
I was
don't.
thinking. I was like, do I want this? Do I really want to hear this?
Sure. Come on. All right, we'll get back to it. We're smoked. You got an actual important thing happening here. They're looking for K1 to blink. The Dragon Tail is out the cookie to try and save him. Does he get the BKB off? He's feared. He's dead. 100 to 0. Egg out onto the backside. Mortimer Kisses chewing through echoes. The hook shot's caught Shiro as well. Can they actually finish the job? The egg is going to pop BKB out from Divine Llama. He's deep into this fight, but can they actually get the job done? Analog's fallen so low. The Spirit Vessel finishes him up, but it's the Ember. It's so far a 4 for 3. Can he get away? The silences from the Muerto were too damn much. The Spirits just spinning in this fight. A triple kill for a PYW, and LGD get the best fight they've had so far. Dude, I love that calling talent. It is by far the best. It is so good.
The facet?
The facet, yeah. Dance of the Dead.
Yeah,
the fact that it counts on
extra
allied heroes too is so sick.
There's so many there. Yeah, okay, we're gonna get to see it. So Face's Void got killed without being able to do anything. Even with the saves coming in, it was just so much change done. So just straight out of the fight, no chrono, no time dilation, nothing like that. The Dragonite does fall, but it's a pretty good trade. Dragonite for the Faceless. Then you're diving a tier 2. You've got some pretty tanky heroes with heals. Muerta lives for a good amount of time thanks to her ultimate. But even though she's dead, like, look at those ghosts going. It's huge. Oh my god. So the silence catches Ember for so long, and they're actually able to run him down too.
Analog's looking at that fight. He's like, I got vesseled and I got silenced for so long. I couldn't do anything. Yeah, this is where like the Lincoln's Batrider is a little bit of a backfire, because you would really like to have your BKB to just go in, right? But he doesn't actually get an opportunity in that fight to go in on the Batrider, get his, you know, perfect target. And a big shout out to just that Dawnbreaker Tusk combo. We said, you know, it's a really strong combo. It does have some counters in this game, but when it works, it looks really good.
I think I can't quite remember the exact lead up to that, but Faceless getting caught is
that's the problem.
A little bit of the issue there. He has the Sange and Yasha, so the status resistance. So I think the idea was like you bait K1, they jump him, he lives because he gets a time walk off, but he didn't get to get a time walk off, and now he's got his BKB, so maybe he will the next time. But you want him to get the big team fight chrono, otherwise it's really like that's a big part of your team fight. So I think if you can't get that, if you can't guarantee it, it would have been safer to continue to look for these smaller pickoffs where the Batrider does excel, right? But it's in these bigger team fights, especially with that Chronosphere, that LGD has a chance. And you haven't given up the lead completely. You do still get the Aegis here, but I mean, they were like 11K or something ahead, right? And now we're down to 8K. So they do have to be careful to make sure they keep a hold of this game if they want to get the win here.
I feel like you are still quite a bit stronger on Heroic, you know? Especially now with the Aegis onto your Faceless Void, you can make that play again, and then LGD, their only play once they get the Faceless Void is to run and hope that you don't get caught by anything, right? They're going to find Echoes here in the top. He still doesn't have BKB. He's going to try and get out, but there's just no way.
That was a very hopeful TP.
Yeah. Batrider does have the Shard. Our Observer was highlighting it. He's going for the Manta style. Like I said, he goes for attack damage on this Batrider core. It's not something that a lot of other people do. They play for, like, you know, like Blink BKB4 staff, stuff like that. He's a damage dealer. He will just be burning these heroes, trying to run them down. Bottom lane, as they will also find the Phoenix here. He's going for the TP. Does he get the lasso? It's so close.
Last second.
Very good TP from the Phoenix.
It's a cool idea as well with the Faceless Void, because you have the Chrono set up, right? So you can just do damage in there, and yeah, with the items he's got, the Grove Bow, you have that. I don't usually think of Batrider as a long-range damage dealer, but wow, 5K. Building, taking, long-range damage Batrider. It's 2024.
I mean, it really works against towers. Yeah, I was gonna say it really works against towers. That's the thing. Like, once you have the Shard, you just destroy towers. And the Arsonist is making a massive deal. So, I like it. Also, not to mention, his talents make this hero actually insanely terrifying. Once you get your Flame Break charges and then applies Napalm stacks at 25, if it goes that late, this hero can, like, two-shot. Like, you just, like, double Flame Break and, like, attack the carry lasso. They're going to have 10 charges on them.
And actually, another cool idea behind this Arsonist. You get to pressure. Oh, that was so close.
That was unbelievably
Analog's
close.
pissed. It's like, oh, first the Phoenix, now the Dawnbreaker. Why do I even rotate? What's the point?
That was unbelievable.
You get to put the pressure onto LGD, because you put that Batrider to just napalm the tower, like the high ground. You're feeling that pressure, like, man, if that gets to 10 stacks, he's going to start, like, chipping it down. We have to go. And as soon as you start committing in and you feel that pressure, that's when that Chronosphere could come out and catch a ton of you. So if you just keep trying to play it safe, well, then that Batrider's going to take your tower. So that's a really cool idea, which I think we're going to see come up here since you have all the outer towers now. You got the Aegis. This is pretty much the next play.
They're smoking. They want to collapse onto the mid lane. They know Echoes is here. There's the Blink Lasso. He's got an amplified damage. The saves, though, as they come in. Can they bring down the Faceless Void? He time walks for the moment. Egg is out onto the backside. The Chrono, it only catches 2. There's no follow-up. Shiro's got that old running. He's trying to time walk away again on this Faceless Void. He's able to do it, but now you've spent everything on LGD. Can you actually get out of here? The Cookie, the chains, it's trapping him to the mid side. PYW up onto the high ground. They've actually got the Faceless Void. That's going to be the Aegis. But they're time dilated. They're taking so much damage. They're hobbling back to the base, and it's gonna work.
That is a lot of the ults out.
No Chrono, no more
that's
kisses.
enough to feel they can push, but I think it's kind of tough.
I mean, you
But
could
it's tough
play
on
the
both sides
lasso,
because no one
maybe.
has anything.
Yeah. you could play for your lasso timing to get a pick off, but I don't think you can go high ground anymore.
Time is money. It would be risky. I think you could maybe do it, but you don't know the exact state of the game. I think so. I kind of understand why they wanted to get a pick off. Obviously, it's easier to get a kill and then go high ground, but without knowing where the Tusk is, I think it's pretty risky. And that's kind of what happened here, right? They go for the kill. The Dawnbreaker comes in. Tusk. I don't think he even got the snowball save on Dragon Knight, but the supports are there to disrupt. And if the Tusk is in range, then you're committing kind of hard into the snowball save.
Yeah.
Which I guess they were hoping for the chrono, but they actually jumped faceless. Yeah, so then he wasn't able to chrono off that until he had like a moment to like catch himself, and then he chronoed, but at that point he only caught 2.
Itemization is so good from New this game. He's got the Aghanim Scepter in the pipe on the Dawnbreaker, so obviously providing a little bit of evasion for his team. Now, you have a lot of magic damage that you're dealing with, but the heal is absolutely owning. So I really like this pickup. It's one of the classic counters to a Faceless Void. If you're not the one actually caught in the Chronosphere, you just ult the Chrono, and it reduces so much of the potential kill threat from Heroic. So
even with the Facet now, even if you don't have your ult, maybe you just throw the hammer.
Yeah, that's true. And we're going to see a potential fight here. They're smoked up on LGD, maybe thinking they want to actually grab something. There is a ward on this backside that is scouting everything. The ward's going to expire. I think KJ realizes something's up, does get the cogs out. Divine Llama going on the backside, hits the chains. Mortem Kisses just being sent right away. The BKB buying Divine Llama some time. The Chrono catches forward, but there's the Dawnbreaker ult once again. Is it enough to save him? The A comes out. They've got to get this kill. Schofield does manage to do it. Shiro with the ultimate, the BKB now to keep him in this fight just a little bit longer as Analog is stacking up the damage. Can you get out now? The Shiro TP canceled from the Gleipnir, and now the burn. It's caught up. LGD, they can't get out of here. Shiro doing his best. They finish off one. The Faceless Void. The lasso comes out from Analog, but he's got that Vessel on top of him. He needs some help. The chain's out from Divine Llama as well. 3 dead. That's a dieback on your Tusk as New isolated bottom here from King Jungles, and Analog's gonna join the fight. A nice Starbreaker to buy a little bit of space, but it's not enough. Heroic,
creep wave here.
5 for 1. And your tower hitter's alive.
The Bat Rider.
It's the Bat Rider.
It's such a new identity for Bat Rider, but yeah, I mean, let's watch it, right? It's falling. Can you stack? Oh, you can't stack the barracks. Man, that would be so broken, actually, if you could stack the barracks napalms as well.
Not yet, but he can eventually.
Yeah, that's true. You get 2 at once. All right, well, it is going to be the tier 3. Look at King Jungle. He's in the back just setting up the cogs.
I was like,
maybe you're going to lose at least this set. Divine Llama is bringing the mid lane. I don't think you can go for the win off this. Bat Rider's not that fast at it, but you should be able to get...
He goes through backdoor protection, for sure. There's no way. 10 napalm stacks. He's hitting the building for like 400 damage. Blink Lasso. He's caught the Phoenix, pulls him with the Ogre Seal. There's the Gleipnir as well. Nice stun out from Echoes, but why is dead? They got a little bit complacent. What a catch. Staggering those death timers.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
This is a full minute. That was a buyback as well, or dieback. So yeah, now a complete minute that you don't have the Phoenix. That could be the Roshan. It's gonna have a chance to spawn in 30 seconds. We'll see if it's a long spawn or not. LGD is definitely hoping for a very long spawn. 3 minutes, please. Yeah, they were climbing their way back in. That fight really broke things up. I think they felt the pressure to make a play because they're falling behind. They see some information there, and that observer dies just as they're going in. And I think that just slowed them down enough that they don't quite get the catch they want. They lose sight of, like, where's Faceless, where's the different heroes. That 4-man chrono. Such a good setup that actually no one died in. Actually, the Dawnbreaker ult did do its job and got the Phoenix Egg off, but it gave Snapfire time to just waddle up and be like, okay, I know you're going to press Egg as soon as that Chronosphere ends, and I'm going to shoot it down. You don't have a choice. There's no counterplay here. You can't dive away. You will die first. So the Egg immediately gets killed, and from there, the rest of the fight is an easy cleanup for Heroic.
You can really feel the pressure Heroic's put on this map. It is 32 minutes in. You have a Dragon Knight, and you've taken 1 tower. right? That is how good this Batrider pick in the mid lane has done. And it's so hard for them to make a play now, because if you don't kill the Batrider, I think you just lose every fight, because the longer these fights go on, the more damage he's going to be able to build up. PYW will get the shard. It's not the best, but it's still at least useful. It's pretty annoying to maneuver around in fights.
That's true. And maybe you can mess up the faceless in the chrono. It can be a little funny sometimes, the pathing.
I'm assuming KJ has a gem on him now, based on the fact that they're just sweeping through the jungle here, dewarding. Bottom lane, they're smoked up. I mean, they kind of just know that they have to take a fight before they get Roche on, right?
There's the roar.
There's the roar.
I don't think you're getting here in time. It's already down to half. They're making a bolt for it. PYW has a just straight blind blink. Go for a steal, which even that is not enough unless you Ogre Shield Totem.
No.
Yeah, you don't make it in time.
They tried. Smokes for pop, though. Divine Llama just goes right through. He sees them all. Slight Chains catches one to get the hook shot. The Gleipnir to cancel Shiro. He has to BKB out on PYW.
He's the Muerta.
They've got the Muerta as well on the backside. Just continue to hold her in place. And, oh, man, Shiro really trying to hold this BKB. They've got another ward. There's the Chrono. It catches too. The Phoenix as well as the Dawnbreaker, and KJ is going to cut him off. Shiro has to BKB. New on the run. Nowhere to go. Mortimer Kisses just continuing to chase. And guess what? Divine Llama is still here chasing him. What a play from the Ember Spirit to end this game. They tie. They draw the series 1-1.
That is so sick. I will have to ask them. I don't know how intentional that was, but you kind of know when the roar comes out, the enemy team, they hear it. If they're going to contest, they're going to smoke over. That's the path they take. There's not really a lot of options on getting to Roche. Remnants all the way, breaks a couple smokes, and fortunately they weren't all together. Otherwise, maybe they just delete the Ember. Like, that's why it was a bit of a risky play. But he breaks up kind of like a staggered line of LGD, and so they just... All right, perfect. One at a time. Kill the Tusk. Ember goes looking for more. The team finishes Tusk. It's like, Ember, who did you find next? Oh, the Muerta. Fantastic. They make their way in. A really good way to close out the game there.
Shiro, knew if he BKB TPs out of there, the game is pretty much over, because they will just walk high ground and you have no BKB on your Muerta. And so he's trying so hard to get away from this Ember, but this dude's got a Gleipnir, he's got a Shivas, and he has Remnants to chase you forever. And he was just constantly holding that Muerta at bay. And yeah, sometimes you don't need this big 4 or 5 hero chrono. You just gets the Phoenix Dawnbreaker, and those are the 2 big counters, right? There's nothing left to save anyone when those are dead. So yeah, it's just an overall really sick performance from Heroic, and just a very heroic draft. Like, this is their exact game style. Like, this is exactly what they want if they can get it. Getting this mid Batrider, flexing the Ember Spirit to the off lane. And LGD knew about it in draft, right? They were like, this is going to be Devi's Ember. We can feel it. So they ban out these mid counters, but we're just not ready for the Batrider.
And we see why that Snapfire is so common to pick versus Phoenix. I don't think we saw a single egg finish.
No.
I'm pretty sure Snapfire killed just about all of them, which really good play from Schofield to make sure he's always in the right area. Yeah, we saw such a sick chrono here. Dawnbreaker all kind of does its job, but Snapfire does her job. And from here, right, everything just gets cleaned up. You have to pop BKBs all together. Everyone just runs away. Now you know the BKBs are done, and then they all go back in.
And every single team fight, your top damage dealers are actually just this Ember, Batrider, and Snapfire. The Faceless Void is there just for chrono and time dilation. Let's be honest. That is K1's point this game. He's not doing a whole lot else. And it just worked out great. And of course, the final fight of the game here, the chrono, finding obviously your 2 best heroes, and then Shiro, the slowest, saddest walk back into his base to just get caught from Mortimer Kisses and another Ember. So it's just a really sick game from them.
Call it right there once they know. I mean, even if you don't call it, they just got the banner, the Aegis. They had what, 20k lead? Oh yeah, look at that. He's yeah, I told you, Ember, it's a good offlaner. Let's go.
I mean, smiles for them for sure. It's a good first day in the group stage. They're going to end up 3-1, which we'll see standings later before we actually close out the day. But that's like, for a team coming through the play-ins, a team that a lot of people had kind of written off from South America to start day one at 3-1 in groups. That's pretty good. I think they're going to be pretty happy.
I think so. And I feel like they could have won game one here as well. I think they'll be able to see where their draft didn't really make it easy for them, but also like what they could have fixed to actually try to win with that draft. LGD though, I mean, they had a rough start. I think going 1-1 versus Heroic is still strong, right? Like Heroic's looking pretty good here. So a 1-1 is pretty promising, and there is obviously still some work to do. You know, they're not going to be happy with the 1-1, but it's pretty important. Like these groups are going to be quite close if the play-in stage was anything to go off of. So every single win matters a lot. I know we're only here at day one, but like we saw, like you give up an 0-2, suddenly you're like, oh, that puts me at the bottom. I'm really scared because it's so hard. You look at the other teams, like who can I 2-0 to balance it out? There's not a lot of teams that you're going to feel that confident on.
Yeah, I mean, not at all. So I'm really happy to just get like good quality games. I think both of these teams played one really, really good game each, and I think that bodes well for LGD as well. Like you said, Heroic has looked incredibly strong. So to win game one like they did, yeah, I think both these teams can go far in these groups. They look solid. I'm curious how many teams are going to look back at this, like drafting against Heroic, and be like, can we just give these guys an Ember pick in like phase 2, right? Because typically you see Ember and it's just this mid laner and you know kind of what to expect out of it. But the fact that they flex this between 2 and 3 and they play it very well, that's definitely something you have to account for, you know, drafting against these guys.
Yeah, this game as well. So I know it looks silly at the start. Ember died the first blood. They died the second, the third. Like that bottom lane was a bit of a disaster, but a lot of it does snowball off that very first blood attempt where he misses with like 10% miss chance and he doesn't get the first blood. At that point he's committed. So I hope we get to see it again. It's always fun to see different heroes at the pro scene. You know, in the pubs it feels a little different. It's a little different, but in the pro scene it's always really cool to see different heroes in weird roles. So I hope we do get to see the Ember offlane again. I hope we get to see it have a regular start, not get first blooded, to see like really what this hero can do. Because I mean, it still looked pretty good. We saw him just find the information for his team, just like Remnant really deep, survive with the Sleight of Fist, Remnant back out, all that, keep throwing out change. So kind of got to see the idea, but I want to see how the lane is supposed to go with the Ember off.
I'm excited to see who we've got for the MVP award here. And I mean, I think I know who I would pick. Let's take a look. I think, yeah, it is Analog for Heroic. Not surprising, an absolute all-star performance on this Batrider. 15, 1, and 12. I don't know. Like, is there anything more that you could ask out of your mid laner?
Why'd you die that one time, Analog? Come on, pick it up.
Oh, my goodness.
No, an amazing performance, right? Really cool that he gets... this is the fun thing about Heroic. They have cheese picks from all their cores. Even I feel like some of the support players, they got some cheese picks. And so that means once they have some flexes at the end, like that Ember, you wouldn't expect Ember to be the flex, but for them it is. Then you get this sick cheese pick like the Batrider that gives Analog, like he's a good player. You give him the cheese pick, he's going to deliver. And that's so nice when you have that on your team.
Yeah, I think right now we are working on getting an interview with Heroic, hopefully here shortly. But yeah, I mean, we can take another look at like some of these. I have to say the
Batrider tower.
The Batrider tower damage is really funny. Like, he's not an easy hero to get in these fights. So it's if he survives and there's buildings to take, they are gonna fall, which is awesome. Like, you don't really see it that often.
Yeah, and maybe we'll get Analog for the interview. We're not sure yet, guys, but that would be a great question to ask. Because you're right. Usually the other one, what's it called? Stoked, I think?
Yeah.
Usually that one's a lot more popular. So I wonder what he sees if he flexes, right? Or maybe he just always likes this build. He's like, yeah, of course I go right-click damage, Batrider. But I want to know what he sees that makes him pick like one facet or the other. I think it'd be really cool to hear that from someone who right now you don't really pick Batrider as a mid unless you really like that hero, right? It's just not that popular. Even in the good counter pick matchups, not a lot of teams are doing it. You have to have a player who really likes Batrider mid and is like actively practicing it, because it's a hero that can really hit or miss. You have to know how you can dive and get that lead to really make it work.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I will say I'm curious how they feel about game 1 as well, because it definitely didn't go like how they planned. I think the draft might have gotten a little bit lost for them, and maybe they weren't really anticipating that like clockwork lane swap. I think that was kind of what got the Snapfire off to a kind of a slow start. But yeah, this was fun. This was a really solid game from them. While we wait for the interview, let's go ahead and take a look at the standings for the day, because I think a lot of these games are actually coming to an end. So let's see where these teams line up. Okay, so currently at the moment, Team Spirit at 3-0. I think they might still be up in their series right now against, who are they playing? They're against OG, still going on, but Heroic to 3-1. And then on the other Group B, we only had the one series from them today, but Entity, BB Team, and Tundra all getting 2-0s.
Yeah, so I wouldn't read too much into Group B yet, so there's just the one series. I think for Group A, and Falcons potentially being 0-3, maybe even 0-4, because I have no idea where that game is. That's a big surprise for a lot of players and people watching.
All right. Well, we finally do have our interview, everybody. So without further ado, let's go ahead and bring in Heroic here so we can ask them a few questions. Hey, Analog. How you doing, man? Congratulations.
Hello. Thank you. Been a long day, and I've been long here in the interview, and now I have a big microphone to do it. Let's go.
Awesome. Hey, well, we got a couple questions for you. So you guys obviously coming through play-ins had a really good performance and a pretty similar performance here at day 1 of groups. How does that go for like your team's kind of morale and momentum, so far?
I think was a nice day. Like ending up with 3-1 is nice. We expected like 4-0. I think after the Game Gladiators game, we was like in the zone playing very well together, and we relaxed a bit for LGD game, and I think we lost as a team. Like the third game, like our draft was not the best, but we also lost as a team in the game. We played very poorly, our lanes and the team play, these things, and yeah, after it we like had a talk, and okay guys, let's come back. We know like we're not this team, So when we lose to ourselves. If we are in our best shape, we can beat anyone.
I love that. I know Zach has a couple questions for you, so I'm gonna let him take over for a moment.
Yeah, so we got to see the Batrider come out, a bit of a surprise pick, though maybe LGD was expecting it because they did ban out some of those other mids, but you still got him with the Batrider. You ended up taking the Arsonist facet, which I know a lot of Batriders don't usually take. Can you share a little bit, like, what do you see in the game that helps you decide which facet you want to take and what kind of build you want to do?
Look, if I say too much, my coaches will beat me up. So I'll say I like this facet because it's very fun to apply napalm in towers, guys. It's nice. Is all I can say about it. The decision making. I was like,
okay,
it's cool to hit towers, with the napalm. Like burn some towers. You always burn heroes. Why not burn towers as well, And yeah, I chose this one.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay, I understand. You gotta protect the secrets a little bit.
Yeah.
Well then, let me ask a separate question then as well, because I feel like you guys all have a lot of different cheese picks, kind of like all the core players do, and then you guys are willing to flex things like that Ember into the off lane. How does that feel for you as a player? Like, Ember off lane's a little bit weird, but you're like, yeah, take Ember off lane so I can like Huskar this guy in the mid lane. Is that something you all wanted to work towards so that to enable all of you being able to get these like really good counter picks by flexing these different heroes?
Yeah, that's a very good thing to have in a team, in a draft, like players willing to flex heroes. And it's very hard for the enemies, right? Because like you end up in a last pick or end up in a late pick, and okay, guys, they can play this hero in 3 roles. You know, you can like pick let's pick a super broken mid or super broken carry or super broken offlane. Like the enemy just. It's so sad for the enemy, you know, like there's such a draft advantage. So yeah, it's very good. It's a thing that we practice. So yeah, I'm glad we are in this point, you know.
Yeah, thank you. Ricky, you got anything?
Yeah, we don't get a ton of time with you, so I just want to ask, you know, before you take off, is there anything you'd like to say to, you know, your fans and the supporters, of course, like the SA Dota scene and the org?
Yeah, I will speak in Spanish. That's cool. Gracias a todos que estão acompanhando. Estou falando em espanhol porque quando hablo espanhol, os brasileiros entendem e todo o SA entende também porque todo o SA habla espanhol. E muitas graças a todos que estão acompanhando, muitas graças a todos que estão vibrando por nós outros, apoiando. É muito chévere isso, sempre ver os comentários, é muito bueno. Assim que, graças, siga acompanhando nós outros. Vamos meter 7-1 aí, igual o Brasil, hecho com a Alemanha. E é isso. Muitas graças pelo apoio.
Thank you so much, Analog. It's a pleasure to speak with you as always. Good luck tomorrow and for the rest of the group stage. Hopefully we get a chance to speak with you again.
Thank you. Good night. It was a very long day. And since I have this microphone, I will do some impression. Whoa, sick burn.
That was good.
Thank you, Analog. I love it. You're such a
Flew
good
away as well.
What a good sport, dude. What a good sport. Finishing the day off on Batrider, an incredible performance and absolutely well deserved. 15-1-12, dude. That is an absolute bonkers scoreline for your mid laner.
Yeah, and man, he was having a great time in the game. Comes out, does a little Batrider impression. Dude, he's having a great time. What a fun team, not only to watch, but just have him in the interviews, getting to talk to him. They're really fun.
Yeah. Let's go and take a look at our schedule for tomorrow. Since we have brought today to a close, let's see what we got lined up on the stream for tomorrow. We've got plenty of good games. It's going to be Entity versus Tundra first thing in the morning. We're going into OG versus Heroic after that. And then, of course, Mouse versus BB Team. I have to say, Entity Tundra is going to be hyped. This, like, Entity looks really good. Tundra's on a burner. OG versus Heroic is a little bit of, like, SA ties, right, with OG picking up, you know, some, you know, big players from that region. So I'm excited. These are going to be some really good games.
Yeah, tons of fun stuff here. I don't even know which one I'm most excited for, actually. We haven't gotten to see Entity at all, so I want to try to catch that game. We're not casting it, but I want to see it. They're a fun team.
They are a really fun team to watch, man. They play super aggressive. They're just generally like all over the map doing cool stuff. So that'll be a fun series for sure. But it's been a really good day. I'm happy. You know, we only got one series today, but we're gonna have 2 series ourselves tomorrow. So we'll be back. Hopefully you guys aren't sick of us yet. There's still so much more Dota to be played here at the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. But as always, we want to say thank you all so much for tuning in. We hope you all enjoyed the broadcast. Make sure to tune in here, same place, same time tomorrow. As always, have a wonderful night. We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.
Whatever I want, I can have it. I'm exceptional, way above average. Obstacles don't stand a chance. You against me, better make up the plan. Yeah. It doesn't matter what nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. If they counted you out, it doesn't matter, you're still gonna win. Playtime is over, now finish them. 100%, that's the minimum. I don't listen to them, they some liars. Before you beat the odds, you gotta be put through the fire. Yeah, so I take on every challenge. Life is full of ups and downs, you gotta find a balance. When you're down and out, you find out who really got your back. Listen to me closer, cause you know I'm spitting facts. Yeah, we are not the same, I'm a Wolverine. Thought I was dead, just recovering. I was dealt a bad hand, I just play my cards. But all I need is one shot, like a shooting star. Running out of time, gotta take a stand. I listened to you long enough, now here I'm my demand. Failure's not an option. Throw away your red lights, cause I'm not stopping. Yeah, it doesn't matter what nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they count when nobody tells you believe in yourself. Power comes from within. If they counted you out, it doesn't matter, you're still gonna win. Yeah, it's checkmate if we playing chess. If you got a problem, better say it with your chest. I'm the #1 contender, ain't no #2. Cause even if I fall back, I'm still ahead of you. Yeah, cause we the winners, now we can't lose. Ain't no mission impossible, now we can't lose. Even though we outside, still get it in. You want the crown, get in line, there's too many men. Stop me, can't nobody stop me. Lately I've been on my own, can't nobody stop me. All this tough talking for the birds, now I'm furious. This will never end, so I'll never need a period. Yeah, so we gotta fly high. If you ever had a dream, put your hands in the sky. Yeah, cause we never going down. When it's all said and done, we gon' still be around. Yeah, it doesn't matter what nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you believe in yourself, power comes from within. If they counted you out, it doesn't matter, you're still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you believe in yourself, power comes from within. If they counted you out, it doesn't matter, you're still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you believe in yourself, power comes from within. Win, win, win. I got to win. Yeah, I got to win. I'm unstoppable, I got
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt. Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Looking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper la-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it.